to the extent required by collective action. In short, political ability and philosophy must come together in the same subject. Without a relentless struggle against the natural tendency to completely separate the role of the political process, which is regarded as positive, from the seemingly critical, hence negative, role of philosophy, there will be no end, dear friends, to the evils afflicting not just one nation or another but, I'm firmly convinced, humanity as a whole. What's more, the political community whose intrinsic rationality we're founding will have no chance of becoming empirically possible and of seeing the light of day in any given country so long as this relationship, which is immanent in collective action, between politics as thought practice and philosophy as formalization of an idea hasn't been tried out. So that's what you've been hesitating to say for so long," exclaimed Glaucon. "I knew very well that I was going against prevailing opinion to the point of making it very difficult for anyone even to believe in our political project, let alone in what it implies in terms of the notion of happiness. Because, as far as philosophy is concerned, happiness is created in every individual by the subjective process, the truth, in which he participates. And that's something that's hard to understand when you're just an ordinary citizen. The tricky issue, quibbled Amantha, doesn't seem to me to be this business about happiness. I know happiness means a lot to you, the happiness of the just man, who ought to be happier than the unjust man, and all that stuff. But I've always found it all to be a bit muddled, sorry. To associate happiness with just about anyone, all you have to do is change its definition and bingo, there you go. If you say happiness is the idea, then it's easy to prove that the idea is happiness. Don't get carried away," said an amused Socrates. "So what's the tricky issue, then? Since communism requires it, any worker must be able to take part in leading the country, and since anyone who takes part in leading the country must combine political thought and the philosophical idea, you're postulating that anyone at all can become a serious philosopher. Considering philosophy's reputation, abstract, out of touch with reality, utopian, totalitarian, incomprehensible, dogmatic, hair-splitting, antiquated, purely destructive, replacing religion with something less good, etc. You'll be lynched in the media, or else you'll be put out to pasture as an outmoded old bore. But it's you too, dear friends, Socrates protested, who goaded me into saying what I really think. And it's a good thing we did, too," Glaucon asserted. "Trust me, I won't desert you at the first chance I get, the way my dear sister's doing. I'll do everything I can for you. You'll have all my best wishes, my encouragement, my congratulations. I'll submit to your terrible Socratic interrogation with the best will in the world. With support like that, you shouldn't hesitate. Show the skeptics, and especially that damn Amantha, what you're made of. Well, I'll try, since you're proposing a sort of great alliance between us. To begin with, if I want to find a way to escape from the whole pack of media, academic, and partisan hounds, who Amantha predicts are going to tear me to shreds, I think it'll be necessary to define the predicate philosopher, which I claim must apply to anyone who attains a leadership position. Once that point's been clarified, I'll be able to defend myself by showing how philosophy is appropriate for what a true political process requires of each and every one of us. I'll bolster this demonstration with its negative correlate. If someone objects to philosophy in the name of politics, it means that the politics he's talking about isn't real politics. That, at the very least, deserves to be explained, groaned Amantha. Well, follow my lead then. You'll see whether by wandering here and there I eventually find the path or not. Heraclitus, said Amantha sternly, wrote, we must also remember the man who forgets where the path leads. Oh, that old windbag. An exasperated Socrates shot back. He should have just kept his mouth shut. Go on. Glaucon cut in. No lateral arguments. Get straight to the point. Socrates remained silent for a few minutes. The wait was palpable, it stretched time out. Then, all of a sudden, he said, "Need I remind you of something you should have an extremely vivid recollection of? When we speak about a love object, we claim that the lover loves the whole of the object. We don't accept that his love should choose only one part of it and reject another." The two young people seemed flabbergasted. Amantha took it upon herself to express their confusion. "Dear Socrates, what does this digression about love have to do with the definition of the philosopher? Oh, isn't that the typical young woman in love for you? Incapable of acknowledging that, as the great Portuguese poet Fernando Pessoa said, love is a thought one. Take my word for it, kids, anyone who doesn't begin with love will never know what philosophy is. Point 2. All right, said Glaucon the sensible. Still, this business about the object isn't easy. Didn't Lacan say that every object of desire is in fact a part object, a part of the other's body, like the breast, the penis, the gaze, poop, and so forth? Those are objects of drive, not desire. And desire isn't love. The fact that the object's a part object in no way precludes that it's the whole underpinning this partialness that desire and love are ultimately related to. But think about your own experience instead, you boys and girls who roam the world spurred on by desire. As experts in love, you ought to know everything about a young man, for instance, that moves and attracts anyone who has an erotic temperament, regardless of their gender, and convinces him that such an object as a whole is worthy of his attention and affection. Isn't that the way you behave with good-looking boys, my dear quibblers? Partial flaws in no way keep you from falling for the young man as whole. So he has a snub nose. You'll say it looks sensitive and charming. If he has a hooked nose, you'll say it looks regal, like an eagle's beak, imperial. And if his nose is neither snub nor hooked and attracts no one's attention, it means the young heartthrob is perfectly proportioned. If the young Adonis' skin is tanned by the sun, you say he's as manly as a musketeer, and if he's as pale as can be, that he's as delicate as a god. You even call a washed-out complexion a honeyed complexion. Such verbal tricks are typical of lovers, who come up with kind words to praise someone who looks anemic as soon as they're attracted to him. Any excuse will do, and you call upon the full resources of language to make sure none of these beloved young men gets away from you. If you want to use me as a professional seducer, said Glaucon, I accept, but only for the sake of moving our discussion forward. You hypocrite! Exclaimed Amantha. You know sex is all you ever think about? Well, said Socrates, let's change the subject then. Doesn't a drunk behave the same way you do, you young lovers? He'll find every excuse in the book to knock back a liter of some disgusting cheap wine. And what about someone who's in love with honors? If he can't be a general and command 10,000 men, he'll be happy to be a lieutenant and command only 30. If he can't be a commissioned officer, he'll find untold virtues in the rank of corporal, commanding only 5 soldiers. And if no one wants him as a corporal, he'll still be thrilled, as a private, to look all stern and military as he reprimands some kids playing in front of the barracks. In civilian life, if no one important pays the slightest bit of attention to him, he'll be happy if his underlings in the office, some insignificant people he hardly even knows, kiss up to him. And if even that doesn't happen, he'll still get off on the local panhandler's humble greeting to him every morning. So what does philosophy have to do with any of this? Ventured Glaucon. I'm getting to that. Will you grant me that to say of someone that he desires something means that he desires the whole form of the thing, not just one part, everything else being excluded from the field of desire? Okay, I'll grant you that. So, if we say that a philosopher is someone who desires wisdom, it won't be a matter of a choice between different parts of that wisdom but of its whole form. Let's examine a young person, then, a girl or a boy, who doesn't yet possess the principles with which to distinguish between what's important and what's worthless. Let's assume that he or she, as the Anglophones say, has no liking for theoretical knowledge. We wouldn't call him or her a scientist or a philosopher any more than we'd refer to someone who has no liking for food as having a big appetite, or as famished, or as a food lover. Anorexic would be more like it. But when we see a young person who indubitably wants to taste every branch of learning, who's obviously attracted to knowledge and is insatiably devoted to it, wouldn't he or she deserve to be called a philosopher? Glaucon then felt an irresistible urge to formulate an objection he considered to be irrefutable. There'll be lots of people who fit your definition, though. And people you wouldn't expect either. First off, the lovers of mainstream movies, to judge by their enthusiasm for seeing anything new, all the big Hollywood blockbusters and all the pretentious little French turkeys that have just opened, which, along with all the TV series, they swear provide us with real knowledge about the world today. Then there are all the people who make the rounds of festivals every summer. They, too, swear that at least, they learn, they become cultured, they're immersed in the delights of the idea of music. It would be pretty odd to award all these people the rank of philosopher. They'd certainly not be up for following an argument like ours, and the very idea of spending their whole night at it would make them run for their lives. Yet they really do have a passion for new knowledge. They'll race from a Romanesque country church to a castle hidden in the hills somewhere, and from a small town concert hall to the ruins of an ancient open-air theater, provided they can hear operas, quartets, organ concerts, pianists, or even poets accompanying themselves on a guitar there. It's as though they rented their ears out to all those provincial cultural organizations. But are we going to call all these vacationing culture vultures, these midsummer mavens of the minor arts, philosophers? Don't be so scornful of people who sense obscurely that the power of art is not something to be avoided. That's a completely anti-philosophical stance. It's the smugness of a petit bourgeois intellectual, all right? Amantha cried. Come on, settle down, kids. That said, my dear Glaucon, we won't call your summer vacationers philosophers. There's only a vague resemblance between them. So how will you define true philosophers, then? Glaucon persisted. They're people whose only passion is for one kind of show alone, the one afforded them by truths coming into the world. That's all very well, but you ought to give us a few details. You're right, it's the details that count in philosophy, but they're also what make it seem so complicated and arcane. Naturally, with you, things will go a lot faster. Let's begin with a great classic, the theory of binary oppositions. The beautiful, for example, is the opposite of the ugly. So we've got two distinct notions there. For the time being, Glaucon remarked, that's easy enough. The same goes for just/unjust, good/bad, and ultimately everything that pertains to what you and your sister have learned to call the forms. Every form considered in and of itself, in the order of being, is one. But it's also multiple, since, in the order of appearing, it's always seen in combination with actions, bodies, and other forms. Thanks to the whole apparatus of my theory of forms, or of ideas, or of that which of being is exposed to thought 3, or of the essential, or of being in truth, or of truths, I can propose a clear distinction between the people you were talking about a moment ago, the inveterate festival goers, the groupies who follow sopranos around, the people who make the rounds of art shows, and the ones who rush to tennis tournament finals, too, and the people we're trying to define right now, who alone deserve the name of philosophers. But how do you get from the metaphysical theory of forms to the definition of the philosopher? Asked Amantha, suddenly becoming very excited. The lovers of shows, concerts, paintings, and sports competitions all enjoy a soprano's pianissimo high note, a cello's vibrato, the delicacy of a sketch, the opulence of a color, a beautiful athletic body in motion, or anything that's finely wrought and appealing in whatever's offered to their sensory faculties. But this empirical experience doesn't enable their minds to understand thought's real purpose. But someone could object to you, what difference does it make? Said Amantha aggressively. Since they have enjoyment. Enjoyment, perhaps. But life, dear friend. The true life that Rimbaud speaks of? The life he says is absent, for do they have that true life? Imagine that someone accepts the existence of beautiful things but can't accept that the being beautiful of these things exists as the aim and outcome of a process of thought. Suppose that this same someone is unable to follow a friend who's involved in that process and who offers in a brotherly spirit to take him with him all the way through to the end, thereby transforming his empirical opinion into rational thought. Do you think that that someone is living the true life fully awake? Rather, don't you think that his life is but a dream? It's not as easy as all that, objected Amantha, to distinguish dreams from reality, as Shakespeare saw in Hamlet, Calderon in, appropriately enough, Life is a Dream, and Pirandello in A Little of Everything he wrote. Careful. You just mentioned 3 playwrights, 3 experts in life acted out, performed, illusory. What is dreaming, in your opinion, regardless of whether we're asleep or not? Amantha thought for a few moments, then replied. It's thinking that something that's like something else isn't merely a likeness of it but the thing itself. Precisely. And therefore an anti-dreamer is someone who accepts the existence of the being beautiful as such. Someone who's capable of contemplating that essential beauty that accounts for the fact that things that participate in it are called beautiful. Someone who doesn't confuse either beautiful things that exist with their being beautiful, or the being beautiful with existing things, which, since they're beautiful, participate in that being. Wouldn't we say about such an anti-dreamer that he's living fully awake and is not lost in a dream? Yes, but he could just as easily be a poet as a philosopher. Doesn't Mallarmé say? The true poet's broad and humble gesture must keep them from dreams, those enemies of his trust. 5. Okay, let's accept that combination, said Socrates with a sigh. At any rate, I'd say that our anti-dreamer's mind, insofar as it knows the being of what exists, deserves the name of pure thought. Whereas to the dreamer's mind, insofar as it's limited only to the existence of what appears, we'll give the name opinion. Well, that about wraps things up, said Glaucon. Wraps things up, give me a break, protested Amantha. We still don't know what an opinion is, really. All we ourselves have about it is an opinion. Dialecticizing, that's your motto, Socrates, isn't it? And yet we've defined opinion without any imminent discussion of any position that's different from our own. We've been analytical, not dialectical. We sound like Aristotle. If someone gets angry at us and calls us dirty dogmatists or rotten totalitarians because we've stuck the khaki-colored label of opinion on him and not the red label of knowledge, will we be able to calm him down and win him over without his thinking that we automatically regard him as a lackey of American imperialism? Oh, said Socrates, it's our duty to be able to do so. Our Chinese colleague calls that the correct handling of contradictions among the people. 6. The best course of action would be to ask this guy we've irked some questions. We'll assure him that, if he has real knowledge, no one will try to downplay that knowledge. On the contrary, we'll all be delighted to associate with someone who knows something. It'd be great if my brother could play the role of the angry guy, said Amantha mischievously. You'd put the questions to him directly and we'd have a live dialogue. Sure, why not? Glaucon retorted valiantly. Anything that promotes dialectical argument is fine with me. Go on, Socrates, go on. There then ensued an intense, heated exchange, all of whose twists and turns Amantha, her eyes aglow, eagerly took in. Socrates opened fire. So tell me, young man, you who say you have real knowledge, does a guy like you, who knows, know something or nothing? Something, obviously, said a very arrogant Glaucon. Something that exists or something that doesn't exist? That exists. How the hell could you know something that doesn't exist? So does it seem clear to you that, regardless of circumstances, contexts, or points of view, something whose existence is beyond doubt, or absolute, is absolutely knowable, and something that doesn't exist is entirely unknowable? It's perfectly clear. Our agreement on this point is crucial. Now, if a thing is such that it is and at the same time is not, won't it lie in a sort of middle ground between pure existence and absolute non-existence? The term middle ground is fine with me. Note carefully the content of our consensus at this point in our dialectical reasoning. The thing we're talking about is somewhere between minimal and maximal existence. I didn't agree rashly, protested Glaucon. Like you, I maintain that if a thing like the one we're talking about does indeed exist, then it lies between the full absoluteness of being and the empty purity of nothingness. If pure thought has to be related to being and non-thought necessarily to nothingness, only a cognitive middle ground between knowledge and ignorance can be related to our ontological middle ground. In short, we'll have to look for it somewhere between knowledge and ignorance. Assuming, of course, that such a middle ground exists. I can't see where else we could look for it. Is it reasonable, then, to give the name opinion to this cognitive middle ground suspended between thought and non-thought, or, by derivation, between knowledge and ignorance? When a definition is clear, there's no need to quibble over names, said Glaucon, feeling quite proud of his turn of phrase. Is opinion, if it exists, the same as knowledge? We just said that it isn't. It's neither knowledge nor ignorance. It's in between the two. So the objects of knowledge and opinion are different? Oh, come on, Socrates. You're taking too long. Let's skip the easy questions. Yes, but careful. Knowledge is by nature related to the existent, so as to know the being of this existent. Damn it! I skipped an important link in the chain this time. With your assistance, I've got to dialecticize a distinction first. What distinction? Asked Glaucon, who was starting to have a hard time of it. Of the things that exist, there are some of a special sort, which we call faculties. It's owing to them that I can do whatever I can do, and that anyone with the same faculties that I have can do whatever he can do. For example, let's take sight and hearing. You're perfectly familiar, I suppose, with the form I'm referring the word faculties to, aren't you? No problem, sighed Glaucon. We've talked about it often enough. Yes, but there's still a difficulty. I can't identify a faculty by its color or its shape or by anything of the sort. Those criteria nevertheless hold for lots of other objects. All I have to do is use them in order to be able to immediately conclude, in what Sapir Camembert used to call my deep down insides, 7 that these objects are different from one another. But that doesn't work for faculties, because, to distinguish one from the others, I need only take 2 properties into account, what they're related to and the function they enable you to carry out. It's on the basis of these 2 criteria that they've been called sight, hearing, touch, and so forth. The faculties that are related to the same thing and are responsible for the same function I call the same, or, if the object and function aren't the same, different. What about you? How do you go about it? The same way as you do, muttered Glaucon. So, dear friend, let's get back to the issue at hand. Knowledge, do you say knowledge is a faculty? Or do you classify it some other way? And how about opinion? Where do you put it? In knowledge, said Glaucon, perking up, the most general term for which is cognition, I acknowledge not just a faculty but the most important one of all. As for opinion, it's definitely a faculty. Having the ability to hold an opinion is precisely what opinion is. You moreover agreed a moment ago that, for you, knowledge, or, if you prefer, cognition, isn't the same thing as opinion, didn't you? Glaucon had completely revived. A reasonable person, he said, cannot maintain that the infallible and the fallible are the same thing. Absolute knowledge must necessarily differ from changeable opinion. These 2 faculties do in fact differ as to their functions and must therefore also differ as to what they're related to. Knowledge is obviously related to the existent and knows it in its being. As for opinion, all we know is that it enables one to hold an opinion. But what's its proper object? The same as that of knowledge. Can it be possible for what is known to be the same as that about which we only hold an opinion? No, That's impossible, exclaimed Glaucon, given the very thing we agreed on. If each individual faculty is naturally related to an object that's different from the object of any other faculty, and if opinion and knowledge are distinct faculties, it follows that what's known and what's held as an opinion cannot be one and the same thing. So, if only the existent is known, what we hold an opinion about must be something other than the existent. Copy that. In that case, Socrates continued, scratching his chin, which, with him, was always a sign of great perplexity, whether real or feigned, we have to conclude that the object of opinion, since it's the aspect of being of that which is subtracted from existence, is nothing other than non-being. In an unequivocal, authoritative manner Glaucon then said, "No, that's absolutely impossible. There's no way one could ever hold an opinion about non-being, Socrates. Think about it. When someone holds an opinion, his opinion is related to something. He couldn't hold an opinion about something while simultaneously holding an opinion about nothing. The holder of an opinion holds that opinion about a thing that's clearly counted as one. However, non-being is not one thing but no thing." That's right. Besides, we ascribed non-being as an object to ignorance, not to opinion, after we ascribed being to thought. And we were able to do so only because ignorance is a purely negative faculty, whereas opinion affirms its object. Yet it is really strange. Glaucon reflected. We demonstrated that opinion, since it's related to neither being nor non-being, is neither knowledge nor ignorance. There you go, said a delighted Socrates. So should we then say that it transcends the opposition between pure thought and ignorance in some way? That it's clearer than thought or darker than ignorance? Oh, come on, said Glaucon, shrugging his shoulders. If I'm interpreting your gesture correctly, you consider it to be obvious that opinion is darker than thought and clearer than ignorance. Of course. We already said it's in between the two. In the middle. And we added that, if we were to find something that appears at once to be and not to be, this thing, occupying an intermediate position between pure being and absolute nothingness, would be neither knowledge nor ignorance but something in between the two. Well, now we know that this in-between thing is what we call opinion. Well, the question's settled then, said Glaucon exuberantly. Except, cried Amantha, you haven't yet found this thing that's supposedly the object of opinion. I want to see this thing, between being and non-being, that can't be reduced, strictly speaking, to either of the two. Show it to me. You're right, said a conciliatory Socrates. Everything's still in the conditional mood. If we do find this famous thing, then we'll quite rightly say that it's the form of that to which opinion is related. We'll ascribe the extremes, being and nothingness, to the extreme faculties, pure thought and total ignorance, and the intermediate term, as yet undetermined, to the intermediate faculty, opinion. So it's a purely formal classification, Amantha pointed out. To go further, let's have Glaucon put back on the costume of our beloved critic, the man who categorically refuses to accept the existence of the beautiful in itself, or anything that's like an idea of the beautiful in itself. Go on, Glaucon. Play the part of the guy who denies that there can appear a truth of beauty such that it remains self-identical once it has emerged into its own eternity, the guy who only believes in changeable, multifaceted kinds of beauty, the lover of theatrical illusions, who becomes incensed as soon as you mention the unity of beauty, justice, in short, anything that a form brings out and affirms. Okay, here I go. Glaucon said boastfully. My good fellow, of all the many beautiful things you invoke, is there a single one that can be said to have absolutely no flaws? Same question for just decisions or commendable deeds. Obviously not. It's always possible to find a little flaw in beautiful works of art, and the same goes for all the rest. Similarly, what's double can be seen from a certain vantage point as half, or what at first glance is big can later appear tiny. Any characteristic of that sort can reverse into its opposite, can't it? Yes, because each thing always partakes of both opposite characteristics, it's a matter of point of view, or scale. Oh, said Amantha suddenly. That reminds me of the riddle about the man who wasn't a man, who saw and didn't see a bird that wasn't a bird sitting on a twig that wasn't a twig, and who threw and didn't throw a stone that wasn't a stone at it. Well, yes, said Socrates with a smile, these are children's games. All these sensory qualities are ambiguous. It's not possible to determine with any certainty about any of them that it is, or that it is not, or that it both is and is not, or that it neither is nor is not. I think, said Glaucon in conclusion, that we need to place these ambiguous notions between that which of being is exposed to thought and absolute nothingness. That's because they're not dark enough to be declared more non-existent than nothingness, nor are they clear enough to be more existent than being. Perfect, said Socrates admiringly. It seems we've discovered that the many ideas most people entertain about beauty and other things of the sort appear in the enormous space between non-being and what absolutely is. You and I assumed, however, that if such is the appearance of a given thing, it has to be related to opinion, not to pure thought, since it's the intermediate faculty that's responsible for apprehending everything wandering in the intermediate realm of all that exists. So we can conclude now. Let's consider those for whom beautiful things are just an obstacle beyond which there's nothing that can be called beauty in truth, those who are unable to follow someone who wants to show them the way to truths, those for whom many different acts are just, but who haven't the slightest idea what justice is, all those, in a nutshell, who give in to the casuistry of facts and never go back up to the principle. We'll say of such people that they have opinions about what appears in the world but no knowledge whatsoever of what they hold those opinions about. You're doing a great job of repeating everything that's already been said, Amantha put in. With his left hand Socrates made the motion of swatting away a fly. Now let's consider, he went on, the people who love a completely different kind of show, which we'll call the essential show, things, conceived of in terms of the singularity of their being, go through the vicissitudes of appearing while constantly reaffirming the singularity. I suppose we'll say about people who take part in a show of this sort not that they hold an opinion but that they know. The lucky ones! Exclaimed Amantha. We'll say about these lucky ones, dear Amantha, that they love, they cherish what pure thought is related to, and about the others, that they're only concerned with opinion. We've already said about the latter people, let's call them doxics, since the word opinion is the word used to translate the Greek doxa, that they love and cherish the mellifluous voices of sopranos, the colors of luxury wallpapers, the shimmer of opals on the fingers of stylish young women, or platinum, iridium cell phones, but that they can't bear that beauty in truth should be absolutely real. Would we be wrong to call these doxics lovers of opinion rather than lovers of wisdom? And lovers of wisdom is the etymology of philosophers, said Glaucon sententiously. Let's make up a saying about these non-philosophers, added Amantha. All that is merely doxic is toxic. Socrates gave her a dirty look, then said. Will the doxics be furious that we're calling them lovers of opinion? Philodoxers versus philosophers, Glaucon summed up. If they're furious, I'll point out to them that no one has the right to be annoyed at the true. But here's the main thing, continued Socrates. Those who cherish in each thing its own distinctive being are the ones who must be called philosophers, because they resist the temptation to remain mere philodoxers. But Amantha wasn't satisfied. She paced up and down, fiddling with her messy hair, a worried look on her face. Finally, she burst out. So you guys think you've figured it all out, do you? You think we've made a lot of progress with your definition? So many convoluted arguments to distinguish philosophers from those who aren't. Take my word for it, we're not out of the woods yet. You still have to link this all back up with our original question, the difference between a just and an unjust life. And since, in your opinion, that question itself presupposes that we've got to make an enormous detour by way of the problem of the state and the communist system of government, we have to show that the definition of the philosopher has a rational relationship with political action. Amantha, triumphant, stopped pacing, fixed her grey eyes on Socrates, and continued. Here's my request, my challenge. I've understood that, as far as you're concerned, a philosopher is able to grasp the universal nature of that which remains self-identical even as it undergoes its own changes. I've also understood that philodoxers are incapable of any such grasp and in any case regard it as unnecessary, or even harmful. How can we now prove that the collective characterization of our fifth system of government requires the masses of people to be on the side of philosophy? Here's what I'll say to you. Which of the two, the philosopher, the man of the universality immanent in that which is immutable beyond its own becoming, or the philodoxer, the man of endless wandering between being and nothingness, is better able to hold fast to communist principles and protect the institutions in which those principles are embodied? When it comes to standing guard over the idea and the choice is between a blind man and a sighted one, can there be any room for doubt? Well, when you put things like that, protested Amantha, the decision's as good as made before there's been any discussion. It's a forced choice. Is it perhaps my analogy that's bothering you? But what difference can you possibly see between the blind and those who, by denying themselves the resources of pure thought, can never have access to the being of existence? These people, even if they're capable of becoming subjects, from the outset have no clear model that would allow them to contemplate, like great painters, that which is perfectly true, to refer to it constantly and to have the most accurate conception possible of it, in order to lay down the founding principles of all that's beautiful, just, or good in our world as it is. But what if those principles have already been laid down by a few thinkers of the past? Inquired Glaucon. Well, then, our sighted people will have to ensure their continued existence and safety by keeping an unfailingly rational watch over them, something that our blind men, given over to opinion, are obviously incapable of doing. So it's those whose pure thought attains the being true of each existent, and not the big media guns of opinion, whom we'll install as guardians, militants, leaders. Ordinary workers, too, insisted Amantha. Of course, ordinary workers, each in his turn assigned to guarding the principles and institutions. Those workers are, moreover, experienced people who, even on the level of everyday practicality, have it all over the inane TV talk show chatterboxes. Still, it's a real question, said Glaucon, suddenly worried, how an ordinary worker, once he's become the guardian of our communism, will be able to combine pure thought and practical expertise. You mean, how he can be both a philosopher of the idea and an officer of collective action? To enlighten you, I think we've got to go back to the nature of the philosopher. We'll then see that it's compatible with militant expertise and that there's nothing to prevent any ordinary worker, trained in this way, from either establishing or guarding the institutions in which our principles are embodied. All right then, said Amantha, grinning, let's have the umpteenth full-length portrait of the philosopher. Don't laugh. It's a crucial issue for philosophy to be able to define the nature of the philosopher. That nature unquestionably involves the love of any knowledge located in the clearing aid of that eternal aspect of being which is exposed to pure thought and, for that very reason, remains foreign to the dialectic of being born and dying. And we also know that philosophy obeys the laws of love. We love the whole of that aspect of being that's identical to the thought we form of it, because it is itself a form. No true philosopher can give up the slightest bit of what's revealed to him this way, be it large or small, or of great or negligible worth. Which is how the philosopher differs, as we've seen, from the person obsessed with honors and from the instant gratification freak. But aside from this essential feature that has to do with knowledge, Glaucon queried, aren't there any characteristics of the philosopher that are more psychological? Psychology. That's not my thing. Nevertheless, you could say that, when it comes to what really matters to him, the philosopher is absolutely truthful and will not tolerate any duplicity or lying in anything he says. That seems likely enough to me. What do you mean, seems, or likely enough? The most implacable necessity compels anyone who has a lover's nature to cherish everything that closely affects the beloved, everything around him or her and that he or she is fond of. Now, is there anything closer to philosophical wisdom and more alluring to it than the truths that glitter here and there in the dull fabric of opinion? Of course not. It is therefore strictly impossible for the philosopher's nature to take pleasure in falsehood. The conclusion that can be drawn from all this is that, thanks to the power of a true love of knowledge, the philosopher's nature develops, right from youth, as a striving after truths of any sort. Socrates' fervor left Amantha and Glaucon utterly amazed. But their teacher kept going. We know that someone whose desires are intensely focused on a single object is less inclined to desire any others, the way a stream whose current has been channeled in one direction alone rushes furiously that way. So it's logical to assume that a man, or a woman, Amantha remarked, or a woman, Socrates conceded, whose desires are focused on truths and on everything connected with them will turn to the most purely subjective pleasures. For him. Or her. Amantha remarked again. Or her, Socrates acquiesced, even the pleasures of the body must have a sort of intellectual resonance. At least if this young man, or woman, he hastened to add, is an authentic philosopher, not an academic, armchair, or TV philosopher. Could you say a little more about that authenticity? Asked Amantha, a tad aggressively. What I mean by that is a fundamentally disinterested character type, because the drive to get rich and to spend extravagant sums of money is the last thing that should be encouraged in a philosopher. It necessarily corrupts the very process of thought, it stands in the way of any incorporation into a truth process. Will you allow me, dear teacher, interjected Amantha, if not a criticism, then at least a minor reservation? I think the same conclusion can be reached by starting from less moralizing premises. Sure, we've got to assume there's less exposure in the philosopher's nature than in any other to anything that's incompatible with the free nature of thought. I agree that nothing could be further removed from the philosophical character than small-mindedness. But why? Quite simply, it seems to me, because philosophers seek the general logic of things, be they humbly natural or part of the most sublime constructs of the mind. A quest of that sort will be completely blocked if you're petty, jealous, envious, or a careerist. How true! Said an admiring Socrates. And I'll even throw in another argument. Consider a woman or a man, dwelling now and then in the splendor of the active intellect, who's able to master the ordinary flow of time and contemplate that aspect of being which is exposed to thought. Would it make any sense to think that a person thus transfigured by the powers of a subject would still regard his mere animal survival as something of great consequence? Your example tells us that it wouldn't, said Glaucon seriously. A woman or man of that sort will therefore have overcome the fear of death. Conversely, a coward tormented by that anxiety cannot share in the true nature of a philosopher. One can add that inner harmony, disinterestedness, the love of freedom, courage, the ability to make an objective judgment about oneself, all this blocks the road to injustice as well as to the despicable spirit of competition that turns the other person, especially if he's superior to you, into a rival to be destroyed. That's why, if we want to discover what a philosophical subject is, we'll have to pay attention, very early on in our examination of a given individual, to the conflicted relationship within him between justice and social climbing, or between reasoned argument and high-flown rhetoric. But not to anything having to do with knowledge? Asked Glaucon worriedly. Of course, of course. We'll attempt to develop the basic character trait, the one any child is amply endowed with, ease of learning. You can hardly expect someone to be enthusiastic about an activity that bores him and in which all the effort he devotes to it is only rewarded by very little improvement. What about memory? Inquired Amantha. That's my weak point, memory. Come on, Socrates scolded her, if you retain nothing of what you learn, or if you constantly forget the essential, you'll remain devoid of any positive knowledge. So you'll become discouraged and will ultimately come to hate the very thing you set out to do. We won't include the names of people with bad memories in the register of true philosophers. But what about qualities of refinement? Amantha went on stubbornly. Can a philosopher be a vulgar person, someone with no personal charm? You're touching on the key issue of proportion, replied Socrates. The kind of people you're talking about actually lack all sense of proportion. But take my word for it, a sense of proportion is a close relative of truth, and lack of a sense of proportion is foreign to it. So your philosopher, Glaucon recapped, is a rational person endowed with a sense of proportion and grace, willing to promote the natural becoming of an idea befitting the real that underpins its existence. So we can see that all the qualities we required to characterize the nature of the philosopher are closely interrelated and are all necessary for a subject defined by his full and complete participation in the process whereby being is exposed to thought. So, in your opinion, asked Socrates, would someone having that sort of philosophical nature who applied for a position that required a good memory, ease of learning, high-mindedness, a certain gracefulness, a taste for truths and justice, great courage and ample self-discipline be virtually exempt from all criticism? An ideal candidate, joked Amantha. But don't we want all the citizens of the country whose destiny under the fifth system of government we're in the process of imagining to be like that? Don't we want them all to have all the qualities of the philosopher's nature? Because it's to them and them alone, to all of them, our friends from the vast masses of the people, that we've got to entrust the tasks required for the organization of a collective life that's finally liberated, finally worthy of the idea that humanity can have of itself beyond the mere obligations of its survival. They must all be philosophers. All without exception, said Socrates softly. Yes, without a single exception. 10. Philosophy and Politics, 484b, 502c. Socrates, they must all be philosophers, had carried through the night like a muffled exhortation. But there was more of a sense of weary determination about it than any bravado. Besides, Socrates was just sitting there, mouth agape, not saying a word and idly scratching his left leg with a fork. After a couple of minutes, Glaucon couldn't stand it anymore and felt he had to gauge the extent of his teacher's uncertainty. Dear Socrates, he began, no one has anything to object to in your arguments. But haven't you sometimes wondered how those who don't dare say another word after they've been caught in some aporia or other by your amazing intellectual dexterity feel? They're sure that when it comes to your favorite game, the question-and-answer game, their lack of experience is such that, as their little slips of the tongue pile up, they're ultimately led to making huge mistakes, which are diametrically opposed to what they thought at the outset. They feel like a mediocre chess player, so surprised by his opponent's attack, long concealed in his move-by-move strategy, that he has no idea where to put his king anymore and can only lay it on its side to signal his defeat. Your listeners likewise end up feeling paralyzed and unable to say a thing at the end of the chess game that's played with arguments instead of wood pieces. But don't think that they conclude that truth is on your side. No way. They may have been defeated in the symbolic game of argument, but they're confident they can show that real facts may well prove them right. Everyone can see, they say, what happens to people who are seriously committed to philosophy, people for whom philosophy isn't just an academic subject that you drop after dabbling in it in your youth. What happens to them? Asked Socrates, his eyes agleam. There are two possibilities, or so say your interlocutors when they talk behind your back. Most of these philosophers become strange, if not thoroughly immoral, people. And the only thing the tiny minority who manage to keep a sense of proportion get from this intellectual exercise you champion so vigorously is a plain inability to become involved in politics and take on leadership positions in the state. What about you, dear Glaucon? Said Socrates, smiling. Do you think that they're wrong to say all that behind my back when they're brooding over their defeat in chess? Or that they're right? I'm totally confused. I'd like to know what you think about it. No problem. They're telling the truth, nothing but the truth. The whole truth, though, maybe not. Well, That's a bit much. Amantha suddenly burst out. You give us solid proof that the only way countries will escape their plight is if all their citizens become philosophers, then, with no warning, you turn around and say that philosophers are political morons. So how does your fifth system of government work, then? I can only answer your question, dear girl, with a metaphor. You pull that number on me often enough. Well, I say, beware. Beware. Come on already, let him speak. Said Glaucon angrily. Never mind. Said Socrates. That's just like Amantha. She asks me a really tough question and on top of that makes fun of me. But first listen to my little metaphorical story, my dear girl. It'll be even easier for you to laugh at me when you see how bad a poet I am. Go on. Just ignore my sister, said a furious Glaucon. It's just a little sea tale. Once upon a time there was an oil tanker whose captain was a big hefty guy, a good-natured fellow, whose only flaw was that he was stone deaf and as blind as a bat. Oh, yeah, and also his knowledge of navigation was as shaky as his eyesight was poor. Given his incompetence, the sailors were always arguing over who was going to take the helm, even though none of them knew how to steer a ship. There was a hole in the oil tank, so the ship was leaving a big trail of oil behind it. They'd been squabbling for days about what should be done to plug the leak, but they couldn't agree on anything. What's more, the general opinion aboard ship was that there was no need to know what to do in order to do it, nor to do it in order to learn what to do. The upshot was that they neither knew nor did anything. And they all kept besieging the captain, shouting out their opinions, the best one being, by unanimous consent, the opinion of whoever shouted the loudest, in order to get the poor man to let them take the helm and plug the hole. One day, one of them managed to persuade the captain and took his place. A particularly brutal, organized band of sailors promptly pounced on the old captain, beat him up, and threw him in the hold. As for the new guy, they rendered him powerless by getting him to smoke opium, snort coke, and guzzle bottles of vodka. After which they swiped everything they could from the cabins and decided to sell the whole cargo of fuel in the first port they came to, so that they could split the proceeds and live the good life. They'd turn the oil tanker into an opium den, a saloon, and a brothel for the occasion. But how could they make their way to a port? The oil tanker, with no competent authority in charge, zigzagged all over the place like Rambo's drunken boat. Not that stopped the winning party from congratulating everyone who joined it or helped it consolidate its power. What great sailors you are, they said. What sensational helmsmen. Even when the ship ended up running aground in a filthy bay, and its hull burst and the viscous oil killed thousands of birds up and down the coast, they kept on priding themselves on being first-rate navigators. They didn't have the slightest idea that to steer a big ship's course you need to have a certain knowledge of the seasons, the stars, the winds, maritime maps, ocean depths, radio communications, and so on. No, they thought that having the consent of a majority of the sailors was quite enough. No need to have any ideas. Dangerous, even. So that's my story, dear friends. Now let's suppose that in such a situation there were to appear a true captain, combining the intellectual conception of navigation with extensive practical experience. Someone who knew how to speak to the sailors in such a way as to persuade them to get their act together so that the ship could be repaired and then really run and steered in the direction of the destination they'd chosen for it. How do you think the anarchic gang in power would treat him? Wouldn't they badmouth him and call him a befuddled egghead, a behind-the-times idealist, and an outmoded old ideologue? Seems likely, yes, said Amantha, to judge by how you're treated in the press and on television. So this is really a metaphor for the fate that the current state of opinion and those who control it have in store for true philosophers. If anyone's surprised that philosophers, as we would have everyone become, are not highly regarded by prevailing opinion, tell them the story of the oil tanker and they'll understand that what would be really surprising in our situation, and I'd even say downright strange, would be if the handful of our philosophers who weather the storm were to be put on a pedestal. Well, muttered Amantha, that's one oil tanker whose purpose is not just to supply gas. Do you have something against oil tankers of the mind? Socrates shot back. Then, turning to Glaucon, he said, and your friend with the conventional opinions better not bug us any more with his cliché about how people well versed in philosophy are of no use for the great masses. Because if they're of no use, your friend should blame the leaders, who are incapable of making use of them, not the philosophers. After all, it's not for the captain to beg the sailors to please accept his authority, any more than it's reasonable, as a false poet and true liar claims, that the wise should wait at rich men's doors. Point 2. The truth is that it's for the sick man, whether rich or poor, to ring the doctor's doorbell. And it's for the person who's lost in life's labyrinth to listen to someone who knows how to find his way around in it. It's absurd to see a capable leader imploring those who need him in a dire situation to give their consent for him to take the situation in hand. In parliamentary democracies, the people in power are like the drunken sailors on our oil tanker, and the people these sailors regard as useless, as eggheads, as people out of touch with reality are precisely those who could be, if people would only listen to them, real captains. Still, objected Glaucon, I think the harshest criticism directed at philosophy stems not so much from the sidelining of true philosophers by ignorant people as from the dubious impression of it given by the so-called new philosophers, who are always holding forth on TV and having their pictures taken for magazines. They're the ones who make a lot of my friends say that philosophers are guys with no sense of decency, that they're all a bunch of media phonies. It's this perversion of the title philosopher that would need to be cleared up. And, in particular, it would have to be shown how all of this implies no responsibility on the part of true philosophy. That'll take some doing. Yes, but we can use what was already said about the true philosopher, protested Amantha. Or at any rate about the philosopher endowed, as you require, with a rigorously logical mind and a serious allergy to all forms of corruption. You related all that to the concept of truth, saying that if he doesn't adopt it as a guide to everything in life, the so-called philosopher is nothing but an impostor, forever cut off from true philosophy. Absolutely, Socrates agreed. We'll defend ourselves by arguing that the true lover of knowledge, the person whose intellectual struggle is geared toward the real of being, could never be concerned with the myriad particularities whose existence is only attested by the relationship, itself fluctuating, between the wide range of opinions and the movement of appearances. On the contrary, he'll pursue his path with no dimming of either his determination or his passion, until he masters the real nature of that toward which he's turned his thought and into which he's incorporated himself as a subject. Indeed, in so doing, he'll be released from labor pains, and he, and others along with him, will give birth to a new truth and be able to take pleasure in that point where true life and true knowledge are indistinguishable from each other. Point 3. Oh, Socrates, said Amantha rapturously. It's not for nothing that you're the son of a midwife, for. However, Socrates went on, everything else follows from this. Can we imagine such a man putting up with hypocrisy or deceit in important discussions? Can we imagine that, when truth leads the way, it would be to head up a procession of evil things? Isn't truth rather the chorus leader of all those whose integrity and self-discipline act as a barrier to corruption? But we don't need to describe all the attributes of the philosopher's nature again. You both remember that we mentioned courage, high-mindedness, submitting to the disciplines of knowledge, the work of memory. I'd gotten to that point when Glaucon objected that I was right, but if we turned from the argument to reality, we could easily see that most of those who call themselves philosophers are notorious rogues. So we need to face this accusation, and that's why we're trotting out the portrait of the true philosopher again, to differentiate him from dangerous impostors. I understood that, said Glaucon. But, as I explained, there are two different cases. There are those whose philosophical nature has been corrupted and who have become totally useless for that very reason, especially as regards politics. But there are also those who deliberately imitate the philosophical nature in order to usurp its powers. What's the subjective character type of those people who, by imitating a way of being and thinking that they're unworthy of and that is quite beyond them, behave at all times in such a way that they bring philosophy properly speaking into quasi-universal disrepute in public opinion? Oh, dear friend. We have to begin with a terrible paradox. Everyone has a philosophical nature at first. Yet it becomes corrupted in practically all of them. Why? Because if the very qualities it requires develop independently of each other, they prevent the philosophical nature from ever reaching maturity. Yes, dear friends, courage, self-discipline, submitting to the disciplines of knowledge, all conspire to corrupt philosophy, which nevertheless requires and organizes these qualities. Well, now we're really in trouble, groaned Amantha. And to make matters worse, everything commonly considered to be good things in life, beauty, wealth, good health, a politically well-organized society, all contribute to crippling and destroying the philosophical nature. Nature itself can shed light on this paradox. Look at the seeds of plants or the young of animals. If they fail to find the food, habitat, or climate that's right for them, then the more robust they were originally, the more they'll suffer from these privations. This is a self-evident dialectical principle: the bad is more opposed to the good than to the less good. Something that was originally excellent but is treated badly will become worse than something mediocre subjected to the same conditions. I see where you're going with this, said Amantha, her eyes half closed. To your pet subject, education. You can read me like a book. Of course. Let's assume that all individuals bar none start out having, virtually, as our colleague Gilles Deleuze would put it, the same excellent philosophical ability, give or take a few little differences. If the ideological and educational environment provided for them by the state is terrible, that excellence will turn into its opposite, and the best among them will be the worst. That little difference in intellectual excellence will become an almost unlimited excess of depravity. After all, it's well known that a moderate temperament, even if it doesn't make sparks fly where the good is concerned, is at least still incapable of committing vile acts. Which basically means that if the philosophical nature as we've defined it encounters an appropriate educational environment, it's bound to pursue a positive path in life. But in the opposite case, if sown on arid soil and grown in defiance of good sense, it will be doomed to having all the failings caused by profound disorientation. Unless, said Amantha, smiling, it happens to encounter a teacher like you somewhere along the way. No, that won't suffice. It still has to be seized by some event, a passionate love, a political uprising, an artistic upheaval, or what have you. For evil is all-encompassing, it stems from the situation as a whole. Don't think that young people are corrupted because they unfortunately came across bad teachers, inveterate sophists, who are merely peddlers of rhetoric, after all. No, no. The professional moralists on TV who deplore these unfortunate encounters, the politicians who denounce these so-called philosophers' bad influence at their political rallies, are ultimately the greatest of sophists themselves, the ones who are constantly generating the propaganda hype responsible for confusing youth and for dooming it to the misery of nihilism. But where? When? How does it happen? Asked Glaucon, who was ready to take on the whole army of corruptors right then and there. Quite simply through that constant, day-to-day, ubiquitous babble of voices, gently terrifying, amiably constraining, and cheerfully relentless, that's called freedom of opinion. On TV, in the theater, in the papers, in election rallies, when the official intellectuals hold forth, and even when we just get together with friends for a drink and to shoot the breeze, what do you see? What do you hear? Everyone either criticizes or applauds statements, ideas, actions, wars, movies, in a big free-for-all with no universally valid rational principle. There's a sort of vaguely aggressive, joyful yet sinister extravagance about the booing and the applause alike. It's as though the big glass exteriors of the buildings were echoing, all throughout the city, the same seemingly conflictual but actually consensual babble of voices that's composed of all these opinions, which are so bitterly incompatible with one another that no single one prevails, except the one that decrees, I'm free, at any rate, to say anything I want. And it's that anything I want that destroys the philosophical nature. What can become of a young man's or woman's thinking when it's up against the power of the incoherent babble of voices that sweeps away any idea of truth and crushes it to bits? Of what avail is an education that is itself incoherent and already caught up in the swirl of anonymous opinions? Won't young people eventually start to judge things the way the dominant babble of voices does, when it comes to what's beautiful or ugly, moral or immoral, fashionable or outdated? Won't they end up dumping their own bucket of water in the muddy stream of unverifiable information and unfounded opinions symbolized by the internet? You don't have a lot of confidence in our ability to resist, whined Amantha. Oh, but resistors will be dealt with appropriately. If you're not a middle-of-the-road Democrat, a die-hard supporter of freedom of opinion, you'd better watch out. You're going to have repressive legislation forbidding you to do this or that, your name will be dragged through the mud, they'll build police stations and prisons to punish the youth rebellion, and looming on the horizon, when the situation gets tense, there may even be death, as some predict will be inflicted on me. But can't we oppose this tyranny of opinion, asked Glaucon, by disseminating, clandestinely, if need be, the philosophy of truths? I already told you, that won't suffice. No one has ever changed or will ever change, merely through moral lessons, a character that's been set in stone by prevailing opinion. Philosophy can only be effective if the political divine has intervened first, if some event interrupts the consensual routine, if some organized action has shown what it means to be implacably opposed to prevailing democracy. When there's real action, of the sort dictated by principles, not opinions, at a local level, then the philosophical idea can bring out its universal significance. In states corrupted by the democratic disguise that conceals the power of the rich and ruthlessly ambitious, anything that can rescue thought and justice is nothing short of a secret God. And who exactly is this providential hidden God? Amantha asked brusquely. The unpredictable event, the emergence of a rallying cry and of a collective organization that couldn't have been foreseen in the ordinary confused babble of opinions and their so-called freedom. But then, what happens to the philosophical nature that isn't lucky enough to encounter its event God? Go ask the philosophers for hire or the media loudmouths. Their norms of action, which they're quick to call knowledge, or even thought, merely synthesize whatever the state of the prevailing babble of opinions is at the moment. Their philosophy panders to whatever exists and is dominant. Imagine a man whose job is to feed a big animal with a thick coat of fur and big, long teeth. He carefully observes its instinctive behavior and desires. He learns how to approach and handle it without taking any risks. He knows how to interpret its cries and modulate his own tone of voice so that the animal, on hearing it, will be either gentle or fierce. To this sort of empirical observation the man gives the name life science. While he's at it, he writes a big treatise on said science, which he teaches at the university as if it were the last word in modernity. He has absolutely no idea what, out of all the animal's desires, habits, growls, and reactions, deserves to be called just or unjust. He couldn't care less about his guinea pig's inmost truth, its inner being. The only thing that matters to him is the counterpart of opinions, that is, the big animal's repetitive behaviors and stereotypical reactions. Our professor of life science calls the things the animal seems to like good and the things that make it angry bad. A professor though he may be, he's unable to justify these terms, quite simply because he conflates justice and beauty with the physiological necessities of survival. His science is nothing but sophistry because he doesn't know the basic difference between necessity and truth. Do you think a character like that can be a useful instructor for the true life that we're trying to define? Of course not. Exclaimed Glaucon. But is this professor of life science really any different from those who call the empirical knowledge of the undifferentiated desires of a people under the dictatorship of volatile public opinion political science? You know those people who do surveys to find out what has political import, the way others, the proponents of the science of aesthetics, assess the quality of music or painting in percentages. Is a man of that ilk, a political science professor who subjects something as complex as a big public service project to the law of number, any better than a bear trainer or a sociologist who grants the right to judge a poem's value to a majority of TV viewers? In any case, since they never provide any reasoned criticism and never get to the bottom of things, these people only serve to confirm in the public's mind that a majority opinion, simply by virtue of being a majority, is beautiful and good, and that it's best to come round to it. Yet you and I can easily prove that that's a ridiculous conclusion. If the question of the movement of the planets had been submitted to the law of majority opinion, we'd still believe today that it's the sun, rising and setting, that revolves around the earth. That's my favorite example, a delighted Glaucon piped up, whenever I want to explain the difference between a truth and an opinion to one of my friends. But is that argument, albeit a very compelling one, able to turn all your friends away from the cult of number, from the majority rule electoral system, and from the dogma of freedom of opinion? I admit they're often impressed for a few minutes, but then they go back to saying that democracy, the freedom to say anything you want, is still the best thing about the modern world. That's because it will require a long effort and a well-nigh radical transformation of humanity for everyone to accept that the synthesis of creation and eternity is brought about by new beauty rather than by the wide variety of objects that opinion declares to be beautiful. And, more broadly speaking, that it's the mathematics of being that matters, not the existence of many different particularities. But what can we do, then, until such time as that whole long effort has been accomplished? Not be surprised, in any event, by the attacks on philosophers that will come from all sides, whether from those who only believe in prevailing opinion or from demagogic politicians who are only interested in being re-elected. It must be really tough, said Amantha, shaking her head, to be a philosopher as you understand the term. How can anyone resist pressure like that? It's even harder than you think, dear girl. Imagine a young person who's clearly endowed with a thirst for all that's worth being thought and experienced. He was frequently regarded as an exceptional child, he stands out in his age group. As a result, his parents and his whole family circle want to push him in the direction of a brilliant, lucrative career. They'll simultaneously flatter him and use him for their own purposes. What they love about him is his future power. They'll persuade him to put the qualities of the philosophical nature, the thirst for learning all the disciplines of knowledge, memory, courage, high-mindedness, to use in the sordid competition of the worlds of business, the media, or ordinary politics. And if this young prodigy happens to have been born in a rich, arrogant imperial state, there's a very great danger that the corruption of his native abilities will lead him, as was the case with young Alcibiades, who was nevertheless my friend, to become fascinated by power. Ultimately, our well-born young man will entertain wild hopes, even going so far as to imagine that he can unite all the peoples of the world under his leadership and impose the law of his own desires on the whole world. You've been influenced by what happened to the wonderful Alcibiades, said Amantha. You loved him, I know. But so spectacular and incurable was his intoxication with power that when you approached him to quietly tell him the truth, that he was losing his sanity and could only get it back by devoting himself utterly and selflessly to it, he found it very hard to tolerate his old teacher's attempt to help him. Oh, said Socrates softly, he actually did feel the force of my arguments, though. He was secretly in agreement with my thinking. But the people around him were terrified at the thought of losing all the perks stemming from his political and military victories. Those parasites swarming around him did everything they could to turn him away from my teaching. And where I was concerned, they stopped at nothing in their efforts to destroy me. They set traps for me, they slandered me, they plotted to have me dragged before the courts. And that's how Alcibiades eventually gave up on becoming a philosopher. How sad that is. What a bummer. Commented Amantha. You were sure as hell right to say that the qualities that go into making a philosopher turn into their opposite once they're hostage to a corrupt environment. All it takes is for opinion to take over truth's place and for the power of money and influential connections to be dangled tantalizingly before the young. Alas, Socrates wistfully replied, Alcibiades is a classic example of that. The philosopher who's led astray, tainted, turned into his opposite is indeed the man who, as dynamic and talented as he is, ultimately does the most damage in public life. All in all, concluded Amantha, we'd be better off with an ordinary working man, a brave, intelligent worker who has real principles, than with a philosopher of that type. I've always thought as much. Sure, said Glaucon. Nevertheless, we can't do without intellectuals to promote our communist project among the masses. But where are they to be found? There's something despairing, Socrates, about how painstakingly you describe the extent to which minds are corrupted. Oh, despair's not my thing. We have a small minority left that will increase in size and ultimately prevail, even if it still only consists of eccentric oddballs. There are educated people who've been forced by exile or persecution to remain true to philosophy, and ordinary people, born in some small country, who, because they were free from the temptations of power, have been able to combine their independent political experience with a first-rate intellectual education. There are workers who've come from afar and have become philosophers in order to understand for themselves their own painful experience, others who've become disgusted by occupations that relied too much on conventional opinion and have rebelled, allying themselves with small militant groups and the meditation of contemporary thinkers, and still others who'd never have ventured into the labyrinth of the communist idea if their poor health hadn't deterred them from pursuing trendy careers. In some countries, girls have very successfully rushed to embrace philosophy and politics, owing to the rage they felt about being regarded for so long as incapable of excelling in them. I myself, as you know, have only fulfilled my obligations as a critic under order from my inner daemon. 6 Together, we compose a little group that's bound to have a bright future. But couldn't an educational curriculum be imagined, said Glaucon impatiently, that would expand your odd little group to include society as a whole? At any rate, let's break with the prevailing view of things. Today philosophy is only something for teenagers, who give it up as soon as they get to the real problems. Amantha, in her usual brusque manner, then asked. So what are the real problems? The dialectic, dear Amantha, the dialectic. All those nitwits, of both genders, either go into business, or hold forth on the radio, or specialize in purely technical fields, or run for local office, or write dissertations on the 7th century trade in crocodile skins. They think they're doing so much by reading a few essays on current opinion or by attending trendy lectures. When they're old, they fade away faster than the sun in Hugo's poem The End of Satan. The sun was there, dying in the abyss. And, unlike our good old real sun, they never light up again. We'll do just the opposite of all that. Philosophy starting in childhood, sure, provided we get to the dialectic as soon as possible, that we devote ourselves to it in the very heart of political practice. Ultimately, life as a whole will be dedicated to the idea in this way, and all human beings will be able to enjoy life, to a very ripe old age, as something that has allowed them to be the people they've become, which they have good reason to be proud of. Glaucon sensed that Socrates' quasi-triumphant tone was masking some deeper anxiety, or rather a fundamental uncertainty about the real fate of philosophy and philosophers. And he deliberately rubbed salt in the wound. I have to admit, dear Socrates, that you're speaking with a conviction that's a pleasure to hear. But I'm sure the vast majority of those who listen to you, or even those who, over the centuries, will become acquainted with your ideas through my revered brother Plato's dialogues, or even those. Will you stop with the acting already? Said an exasperated Amantha. Fine. Let's just say that most people will stand up to you with a conviction at least as unshakable as your own. They'll absolutely refuse to trust you, Thrasymachus first and foremost. Oh, just look at him sleeping over there. Socrates shot back. He looks like a big baby, Thrasymachus. Don't try and get me into a fight with this new friend of mine, who's never been my enemy anyway. I'll do everything in my power to convince him and the rest of them. In any case, I'll try to be of some use to them for that other life, when they'll be born again and take part once more, as they're doing today, in dialectical discussions. That'll be a long time from now, 7 Amantha teased him. But a long time is nothing compared with the whole of time. In any event, we shouldn't be surprised if our arguments hardly make a dent in prevailing opinion. People haven't yet seen the idea we're discussing appear in a given material world. Under the name of socialism, they've always just heard fine words that are used to contrive clever correspondences and ingenious verbal consonances, not the kind of risky arguments we venture into. As for a character type who'd correspond, for real this time, to the basic virtues of a subject of truth and would somehow be, in both word and deed, the kind of character type to whom we could entrust a country like the one we're trying to conceive of, well, people have never seen a single person matching that type. Still less can they imagine a world in which matching it would be the general rule. That's why I feared to elaborate on these problems. Nevertheless, constrained by truth, I eventually said that no country, no state, not even any individual will be able to do all it's capable of until the currently very small group of philosophers is enlarged to include the people as a whole. Naturally, I'm only talking about true philosophers, those who haven't let themselves be corrupted either by prevailing opinion or by power, whether of the financial, political, or media kind. The ones people call old-fashioned, useless, or even dangerous. The group will be enlarged as a result of a necessity that will itself be put into play by a chance event, and everyone will be swept up in it, like it or not. If it's objected to us that such a raising of the people's consciousness doesn't seem to have occurred in distant countries, or isn't even considered as a future possibility by those regarded as the best informed people, our answer will be that the rationality of our hypothesis doesn't depend on history or on scientific prediction, but only on the following, which is truly essential: you only have to be able to think that the chance occurrence of a variety of interwoven, and doubtless violent, circumstances opens up the possibility for a system of government in line with the communist hypothesis, for that possibility to be the one that will take on the value of a principle of action for us, and ultimately for everyone. Glaucon, still skeptical, though, said, "You'll have a very hard time convincing a segment of public opinion that's large enough to upset the ideological balance of power in our democratic countries. Don't be so hard on public opinion. If workers, office workers, farmers, artists, and honest intellectuals have trouble believing in the power of our idea, it's because of the well-established phony philosophers, who, as flunkies of the ruling order, put a whole rhetoric at its service, heaping upon the various politics of emancipation, as these are sanctioned by philosophy in the name of the idea of communism, their same old insults: utopia, stale old idea, totalitarianism, criminal idealism. But if the passion of individuals to become the subjects they're capable of being is aroused by the conjunction of militants' hard work of thought, philosophers' fidelity to that work, and a few unpredictable shocks that temporarily weaken the propagandistic, repressive organization of states, people everywhere will see the future in an altogether different light. Not only will they then be easily convinced that our project is the best one, as we're in the process of demonstrating at the level of philosophy, but the masses, seizing hold of the idea, will turn it, as Mao put it, into a spiritual atom bomb. 8. The expression hit home, and there was a silence, a thrilling silence, as if the bomb in question was about to go off any minute. Was it intellectual terror? A dawning conviction? Profound doubt? Who could tell, in this living room overlooking the Piraeus, bathed in the clear morning light coming off the sea? In any case, even Thrasymachus, who'd been asleep, roused himself and stared at Socrates, as if he were silently asking him a difficult question. 11. What is an idea? 502c, 521c. At first, after Socrates' long, uncertain defense of philosophy and philosophers and their controversial relationship with politics, everyone had remained silent, but they eventually started drinking and eating some fruit. Even Thrasymachus, who, as we saw, had awakened at the mention of an atomic bomb, good-naturedly joined in drinking with the little group, though he continued to smile the smile of someone who still has his own opinion about things. But then Thrasymachus went back to sleep. Amantha, after a trip to the bathroom, returned all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and Glaucon rubbed his hands together impatiently. So Socrates realized that it was time to get the ball rolling again. The main problem now, he suddenly said, is to decide on the modalities, the mathematical illustrations, and all the intellectual exercises that will feature in the education of the people who'll have to fill leadership positions, which means, yes, dear Amantha, virtually everyone, and to determine the stages of that education. By the way, I have to confess that it was out of sheer expediency that I said almost nothing, at the very beginning of this discussion, about certain troublesome questions, in particular how our system of government's militants will be installed in power. Having said that, I realize I didn't gain much time with my expediency. We won't be able to avoid having to justify taking a very tough stand on all the sensitive issues. I'm sure you'll agree that as far as collective political leadership and the training of a militant humanity is concerned, we've got to start over from scratch. But scratch, to tell the truth, is never quite nothing. We've already discussed the people. Yes, sure, as Amantha is going to remind us, this means just about everyone, who are to become political leaders for a certain amount of time. We've already said that they had to demonstrate their love for public affairs in all circumstances, be they pleasant or painful, and never give way on that principle, regardless of whether the excuse for ducking their responsibilities is the difficulty of the task, a feeling of panic, or a shift in the balance of power. That unqualified people were to be educated for as long as possible, and, by the same token, that those who emerge from all these tests as pure as gold tried in the fire were to be awarded not just leadership positions but medals and public honors, both during their lifetime and after their death. Socrates then turned to Amantha and asked, "We did say something along those lines, didn't we, young lady?" And Amantha replied, "As far as I can remember, after 4 or 5 hours of exhausting discussion, yeah, I think we did. But it seems to me that you toned down your views quite a bit, that you were walking on eggshells. That's the expediency I was talking about. I was afraid of getting straight to the point. But let's go for it. Let's be daring. Let's stick to our guns. Who do we need to install, as political leaders perfectly suited to our principles? Philosophers. There. I dared to say it. Whatever you say," scoffed the beautiful Amantha. "But it's hardly news to us. We just talked about that for nearly 2 hours. I know. We established the principle of the fundamental link between the philosophical idea and political thought practice. But there's still one problem. Under normal circumstances, there won't be a whole lot of these philosophers, who'll come from the masses of ordinary people, if we only rely on their native abilities. We said they'd have to have a natural character consisting of elements that rarely coexist in the same subject and are naturally separate, as a rule." "Huh!" grumbled Amantha. "What are you talking about? Don't act any more stupid than you are, young lady. You know very well that often people who are good at learning, have a good memory, are quick-witted and perceptive, who have all it takes in this regard, nonetheless lack that high-minded spirit of rational thought that enables one to live a quiet, steady life of discipline. Quite on the contrary, their liveliness leaves them at the mercy of life's ups and downs, and all steadiness fails them. By the same token, you'll see that people with steady, stable characters, the people we trust the most, the people who remain stoical or even indifferent to fear in war, are, unfortunately, just as unresponsive and slow-witted when faced with the demands of learning. They strike us as being totally stupid when they start snoring away and yawning as soon as they have to put their little gray cells to work. But we said that the norm must be to have a share of both these features of the true life, liveliness and steadiness, and that the aim of a rigorous, comprehensive political education is to provide a solid basis for a subject with that sort of balance. Because it's precisely that sort of balance in each member of our political community that we want to shower with honors and distinctions. The problem is, it's a hard balance to assess. Naturally, our candidates will have to undergo the tests we were talking about a little while ago: hard labor, pressing dangers, tempting pleasures. But now we're forced to make them tackle many different forms of knowledge, too, so that we can judge whether they can tolerate the highest forms of knowledge or whether they're afraid of thought, like people who are put off by physical effort and throw in the towel after only one lap around the track. In the latter case, their education must still go on. We won't set a fixed time limit for it, so as to give each and every individual the chance he deserves. That's a terrific pedagogical program, Amantha remarked. And we should certainly try to implement it. But what are these highest forms of knowledge that you speak about with such relish? Ah, said Socrates. To shed some light on that point we'll have to backtrack. When I distinguished between the three different agencies of the subject, I explained what the cardinal virtues of justice, self-discipline, courage, and wisdom were. I'd already told you that in order to have a thorough knowledge of these subjective dispositions there was another, much longer path of thought, which led to total mastery of them. It was nevertheless possible, I added, to proceed by the shorter path, drawing our demonstrations from what had just been said. You young people, as is only natural, preferred that we go fast. As a result, what I told you about these virtues was seriously lacking in precision, in my own view, even if, in your view, it was quite enjoyable, something you can now either confirm or deny. We all thought it was terrific. Thanks, dear Amantha. But I'm not as satisfied as you are. With an investigation of this sort, a measure that doesn't fully grasp the being of the thing in question can only ever be a poor measure. The incomplete is not a measure of anything. Sometimes, though, no sooner has the investigation gotten underway than some people find it sufficient and think that there's no need to go any further. You can say that again. Glaucon agreed. There are plenty of people who, through sheer laziness, feel just the way you said. So, Socrates resumed, let's say that it's this tendency for slackness that must be especially avoided by the principled political leader or militant. Both of them, dear friends, must therefore take the long way around and confront the difficulties and hardships associated not just with physical training but with the whole of intellectual understanding. Otherwise they'll never achieve mastery of the knowledge that I stressed is both the highest and best suited to what they are, or should be. At this, Glaucon expressed some surprise. What? You mean the cardinal virtues aren't the highest virtues? There's something even higher than justice, courage, wisdom, and self-discipline? He asked. Yes, said Socrates solemnly, yes, much higher. But even as regards the cardinal virtues, the fact that they're not the highest concern of thought should in no way allow us either to be content with looking at a mere sketch, as we've been doing till now, or to give up trying to achieve the most finished picture. Let me repeat, the incomplete is not a measure of anything. We'd be comical characters and would deserve the fate Aristophanes inflicts on us in his play The Clouds, in which I appear as a ludicrous impostor, if we were to devote all our energies to dealing as clearly and precisely as possible with insignificant concerns of thought while at the same time treating the highest concerns carelessly. But Glaucon wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Great! He exclaimed. In a nutshell, you're saying something along the lines of what's most important is more important than what's less important. If that's not a tautology, then I don't know what is. So how am I, the disciple, the novice, supposed to react to this? Am I supposed to say yes, sure, or certainly? Or maybe you'd prefer but of course? Or there's also by all means, that's right, nothing could be more certain, absolutely, and plenty of others. Have you read my brother Plato's Right Ups of the Dialogues? All the young people in them speak like that, they're all a bunch of yes men. But I'm going to ask you a real question for once. Do you think we're going to be satisfied with these sorts of methodological clichés, Socrates? Do you think you can go on like this without telling us what that highest form of knowledge is that you talk about in veiled terms, whose object we haven't a clue about? Not at all, said an angry Socrates. All you have to do is ask me. But that's exactly what I'm doing. What you pretend to be doing. Because you've heard me, on numerous occasions, express my views on the subject. Now, either you've forgotten everything I said, or, as sometimes happens with you, you're trying, much to your own satisfaction, to pick a fight that can throw your old teacher off balance. But I won't fall for it, I can see right through you. All of you have heard me say many times here that the highest form of knowledge has to do with the idea of the true. You all know perfectly well that justice and the other cardinal virtues are of use for the constitution of a subject only to the extent that they're rationally bound up with this greatest idea of all. And right now our wily friend Glaucon knows very well what's going to happen. I'm going to repeat the same views. But this time, so as not to sound like a broken record, as you increasingly seem to think I do, I'm going to add an enigmatic contradiction. On the one hand, we only know the idea of the true imperfectly. But on the other hand, if we didn't know it, even assuming we had perfect knowledge about everything else, that knowledge would be as good as useless to us. Without the idea, we have nothing. I can't imagine that, in your opinion, there'd be any real advantage to be gained for the subject in acquiring everything, with the exception of the true, or in having knowledge of everything, except for the true. Because in that case, for lack of the idea of the true, the subject would know nothing that could be said to be surely and truly beautiful or good about the world. A life without that idea would sure be a dreary life, said Amantha. But Socrates was off and running and wasn't listening to anyone anymore. As you know, most people say, only pleasure is true. Of course, a few snobs claim that knowledge is our true resource, or the resource of the true. What's so ridiculous is that these snobs, who define truth in terms of knowledge, are incapable of explaining what knowledge is. They end up saying that knowledge is the knowledge of the true. All they do is go round in circles. They crack us up, chuckled Glaucon. Especially since they look down on us for not knowing what truth is, and then they turn around and give us their definition of knowledge, which assumes that we know all there is to know about truth. They go on and on with their pretentious dictum, all knowledge is knowledge of the true, as though they were talking to people who could instantly understand what's meant as soon as they hear the words true or truth, while only a minute before they were accusing us of not understanding a thing. It's hilarious. That said, the people in the other clique, the ones who restrict the sphere of the true and genuine to pleasure, may be in the majority, but they spout just as much nonsense as the little contingent of snobs, because they have no choice but to admit that there are false pleasures. Consequently, at the end of the day they're stuck with the paradox whereby certain specific things, some sensual pleasures, for example, are both true and false, true in that there's not a shadow of a doubt that we experience their subjective force, but false in that the devastating consequences of that force remain invisible for a long time. That's, moreover, why this business about pleasure being the true and the good of subjects still gives rise today, long after the death of its most fervent advocate, the formidable Democritus, to endless debates. Okay, we won't take sides with either of the two cliques, Glaucon conceded. That said, we haven't budged an inch with regard to our famous idea of the true, which, by the way, I think it would greatly simplify matters just to call truth. And yet, said Socrates pensively. Then, after a silence and as though he were coming out of his trance, he said, let's begin with what we see every day. When it comes to justice or moral elegance, most people are satisfied with appearances. The fact that such appearances are utterly worthless in no way stops them from trying to adapt their actions, desires, and ways of being to them. But as soon as it's a question of truth, No one's content to rely on appearances anymore. They seek the reality of what is, and as a result everyone starts to disdain mere opinion. So we come back to the contradiction we encountered at the beginning. Every subject pursues truth or makes it the guiding principle of its action, but he can barely only guess, in a very general way, what truth is. Truth inflicts the torture of a speculative aporia on the subject, because the subject is unable to have a clear understanding of what it is in essence, or even to have a stable belief about it, of the sort that gives him access to all the other things. Moreover, without a clear relationship with truth, the subject can no longer get any proper benefit out of these other things. Indeed, without the idea of the true, the subject can no longer even make out, over the vast expanse of the visible, the things that have genuine value for him. But then, as impetuous as ever, Amantha burst out. If this idea of the true has all the virtues and untold beneficial effects that you attribute to it, dear Socrates, is it really fair, as you seem to have accepted that it is, for it to remain nearly invisible to the subject, or at any rate shrouded in deep mystery, even to those subjects who are faithful to our fifth system of government and will hold the material and spiritual destiny of the whole country in their hands? Laying his right hand tenderly on the young woman's shoulder, Socrates said, "Be without fear, you who love the light. You're perfectly right. If just and beautiful existence are kept apart from that owing to which they exist in truth as well, the person responsible for guarding them, knowing nothing about the immanent relationship between the idea of the true and justice and beauty, will be unable to ensure either their continued existence over time or their beneficial effects. Like a prophet philosopher, if ever there could be such a character, I prophesy that all the cardinal virtues will remain largely unknown so long as their relationship with truth hasn't been clarified. Our concept of politics, our fifth system of government, our communism, will only achieve its definitive, organized form if people possess the knowledge afforded by such a clarification." "That's exactly what I'm worried about," insisted Amantha, "because I can't figure out what you, Socrates, think of this idea of the true, this famous truth, which everything is dependent on. Is it a form of knowledge? Is it the personal experience of joy? Or something I can't even imagine? Oh, young lady. I was sure that, when it came to a crucial issue, you wouldn't be satisfied with other people's opinions. Stop stalling, Socrates. This isn't about me, it's about you. I don't think it's right that you're perfectly able to explain other people's views to me but you clam up when you're asked to explain your own. What's more, you've been dealing with this truth business for the longest time now, which makes matters even worse for you. But would you think it right, Socrates shot back, for someone to talk about what he doesn't know as if he did know? That's just another diversionary tactic. I didn't say as if he did know. I asked if you'd please speak about what you believe like someone who really does believe it. Come on now. You know very well that beliefs, detached from knowledge, are all pathetic things. The best of them are blind. Can you see any significant difference between blind men who just happen to be walking straight and believers who just happen to believe something true? Are you stubbornly set on contemplating pathetic, blind, misshapen things rather than hearing about radiant, beautiful things from other people? Amantha, disappointed, didn't reply but just sat there sulking. After a few moments' silence, an irritated Glaucon leapt into the fray. Damn it, Socrates. Don't just give up as though you were at the end of your rope. You explain the really difficult ideas of justice, subjective harmony, and the other cardinal virtues. I'm begging you, do the same for the idea of the true. I don't think I'm up to it. When it comes to this issue, inappropriate and ineffectual enthusiasm will make people laugh. So, dear friends, at the risk of disappointing you, I suggest that, for the time being, we drop the question of the true, conceived of as an ontological question. What a truth is in and of itself is so difficult a problem that even our powerful surge of intellectual energy tonight won't be sufficient to get us to the conception I have of its solution. To be nice to you, though, I'm willing to talk to you about the child of the true, the one who most closely resembles it. If that won't do, then let's drop the whole thing. I guess we'll just have to make do with that, grumbled Glaucon. You can pay your debt to us some other time by talking about the father. Let's hope I can repay that paternal capital to you someday, and that you're able to make good use of it. I wouldn't want us to have to make do forever, as we have to now, with just the interest the child represents. But even so, take the interest, this child of the true in itself. Just be very careful that I don't inadvertently cheat you by giving you falsified accounts of the interest. Don't worry, we'll be keeping an eye on you," exclaimed Glaucon. "Now let's see those accounts." "Not so fast. First let's agree on our method of exposition, and remember what we claimed at the beginning of the night, as we have so often in the past. We assert the being of many beautiful things, many truths, and many other multiplicities. We distinguish between them all by rational thought. To that end, we also assert the being of the beautiful in itself, of the true in itself, and likewise of everything whose multiple being we posited. We subsume this multiple being under the single idea that corresponds to it, stressing its uniqueness and calling it the that which is. And we also claim that perceptible multiplicities are exposed to seeing but not to thinking, while we call idea, which other people sometimes call essence, a term I dislike, that which, of these multiplicities, is exposed in its being to thinking, not merely to seeing. Let's just add something obvious to this brief summary. We perceive the visible through sight, the audible through hearing, and the other perceptible multiplicities through their corresponding senses. Let's suppose now, to cut to the chase, that a designer designed our senses. We'll then notice that this designer lavished a lot more care on the power of seeing and being seen than he did on the other sensory faculties. "I haven't noticed anything of the sort," said Glaucon. "Pay close attention. Do hearing and sound need something additional of another kind in order for the one to hear and the other to be heard, such that, absent this third element, the one won't be able to hear and the other won't be able to be heard?" "I haven't noticed," Glaucon repeated, "that, apart from hearing and sound, anything else is required in order to hear or be heard. I think that, just as with hearing, this additional something isn't required by many of the other senses either. Maybe even all can do without it? Can you think of any exception?" "No, I'm not aware of any," ventured Glaucon, digging himself in deeper. "Well, you're wrong. Sight and the visible do require something additional." "They do? I can't think what it would be," groaned Glaucon. "Sight is located in the eyes, right? The presence of color distinguishes visible objects, right? Yet if an element of a third sort, expressly adapted for the purpose of visual perception, isn't added to them, sight won't see anything and colors will remain invisible. So what is this mysterious third element?" asked Glaucon in despair. "You call it light." "Oh, of course." Amantha chimed in. "The grandeur of the word light is a sign that the relationship between the sense of seeing and the ability to be seen is qualitatively superior to the relationship that yokes the other senses to their own particular spheres. Unless, of course, you don't think much of light. Who could ever resign himself to living in eternal darkness?" said Amantha with a smile. "And who is it that dispenses this extremely precious light to us? Who's the master, among all the others hidden up there in the heavens, of this subtle mediation thanks to which sight can see and the visible can be seen as perfectly as possible? You wouldn't happen to be talking about the sun, would you, the natural ruler of the visible?" asked Glaucon. "Of course I am. But let's be careful about the true nature of the link between sight and the sun god. Sight in itself isn't identical to the sun, any more than is its organ, which we call the eye. However, if I may be allowed to put it this way, the eye is the most sun-like of all the sense organs. As a matter of fact, it's quite possible to think that the faculty of sight is dispensed to us by our sun god when he infuses a sort of luminous fluid into our eyes. We also note that the sun itself is not sight, since it's one of sight's causes, but that it's nonetheless seen by sight. That's all indisputable. But so what? Well, here he is, that child of the true whose arrival I announced to you earlier. It's the sun, which truth produces as its favorite symbol, because the place that truth occupies in the timeless realm of the thinkable, with regard to thought and what thought thinks, is exactly the same as the place the sun occupies in the empirical realm of the visible, with regard to sight and what sight sees. But the problem, said Glaucon, laughing, is that for the time being I'm not sure I see what you're thinking. Listen carefully. You know that if we turn to look at things whose colors are no longer bathed in bright daylight but only in the flickering lights of nighttime, our eyes see so dimly that you can almost say they're blind and our vision is lacking all clarity. But if it's at the things the sun bathes in its radiance that we turn to look, then our eyes see clearly and, even though they're the same as they were during the night, it's now evident that they're enjoying perfectly clear vision. Sure, muttered Amantha. I bet you're going to suggest an analogy or an isomorphism, as you put it, between the sun and the idea of the true. On the one hand, there's sight, the visible, and the sun, and on the other thought, the thinkable, and truth. But I'd really like to know, in detail, exactly how that analogy works. You're so impatient, young lady. And you, if you'll forgive my saying so, are so slow. Oh, said Socrates, smiling, you mean what your brother Plato calls my long detours. But you're right. Let's cut straight to the analogy, let's skip directly from the individual insofar as he sees to the subject insofar as he thinks. When a subject turns toward beings and truth's mutual illumination, he thinks and knows everything lying within that illumination, and he is himself bathed in the radiance of thought. But when, on the contrary, he turns toward what's mingled with darkness, toward what merely arises and passes away, toward the warm life of the senses rather than toward the star caught in the net of mathematics, he falls prey to unenlightened opinions to such an extent that, tossed about every which way by these shifting opinions, it seems as if the power of thinking fails him and he's less a subject than a human animal at bay. How awful! Exclaimed a horrified Glaucon. But Socrates went on, as if in a speculative dream. What simultaneously imparts veridical knowledge to known beings and the power of such knowledge to knowing beings is, you can be sure, the idea of the true. It is the basis on which scientific knowledge and exactness are possible, once it's been attained by the understanding. And yet, as sublime as this scientific knowledge and exactness may be, it's only by positing the idea of the true as different from, and even more sublime than, they are that we can take its full measure. We already said that, although it's perfectly correct to regard light and sight as partaking in the form of the sun, it's nevertheless wrong to equate them with the sun itself. Similarly, we'll say that it's correct to regard science and veridical knowledge as partaking in truth, but it's wrong to equate them with truth itself, because a higher rank should be accorded to the specific nature of truth. At this, Amantha gushed. Obviously, for you, truth's value is clearly immeasurable, if it produces knowledge and all the exact sciences and if, in addition, it must be ranked higher still. And Glaucon added, I see that your supreme value is in no way, shape, or form the same as pleasure. You birdbrain. Amantha snorted. Socrates already disposed of that equivalence last night? Did Socrates even hear them, though? He had stood up and, with his eyes closed, was speaking slowly and softly, his voice like a gentle murmur in the splendor of the morning. The sun doesn't merely give the visible world the passive power of being seen, it gives it active attributes as well, becoming, the rise of the sap, and nourishment. And this is the case even though the sun, the luminous exception that creates our whole daytime sky, is none of that. Likewise, only insofar as it is in truth can what is knowable be said to be known in its being. But it's also to truth that it owes not only its being known in its being but also its being known as such, or, in other words, that which, of its being, can only be termed being insofar as it is exposed to thought. Truth itself, however, is not of the order of that which is exposed to thought, for it is the sublation of that order, thus being accorded a distinct rank in terms of both its precedence and its power. 1. Glaucon, all smiles, exclaimed. What divine transcendence! On hearing this, Socrates seemed to come out of his trance. Transcendence. That's what you reduce? Oh, never mind. It's all your fault. Why did you force me to explain my views on this subject? Go on, dear Socrates, said Amantha soothingly, go on. Don't pay any attention to my brother's jokes. And since she wanted to get the Socrates machine going again by any means necessary, she added. You said that sun and truth are both rulers, the one over the visible order and sphere, the other over the thinkable order and sphere. I have no trouble at all imagining these two varieties of being, or rather these two kinds of things, the visible and the thinkable. But how are they connected, once they're placed in their generic element, light in the one case and truth in the other? Well, all right, Socrates conceded. I'll try to enlighten us about this issue, which is the unclearest one of all. But I'm warning you, no more waxing lyrical. Only diagrams from now on, proportions, mathematics. Okay, we've been forewarned, sighed Glaucon. Let A be a line that's divided by a point C into two unequal segments, AC and CB. Segment AC represents that which, of being, is set out in the sphere of the visible, and segment CB, that which, of being, is exposed to thought. The sensible and the intelligible, in a nutshell. They say that's how your brother Plato sums up my doctrine. It's a lot more complicated than that, but never mind. Let's agree, this is an arbitrary but useful symbolic decision, that AC, CB equals 1, 2, in other words, with respect to the same being, any multiplicity, the dignity of that of it which is exposed to thought is twice the dignity associated with its sensible appearance. That's because that which of a being is exposed to thought takes in, and in a certain way doubles, what's directly given of it in the sphere of the visible, commented Amantha. Sure, why not? But let's continue. In terms of their relative clarity or obscurity, a point D divides segment AC, the sphere of the visible, into two parts, whose ratio is again 1, 2. Segment AD represents images. By that I mean everything from shadows to our big movie screens, by way of reflections in water, mirrors, and all polished, shiny bodies. And of course, Glaucon interjected, the fact that AD is only half of DC shows how little ontological dignity those imaginary copies have. But what does DC represent? The visible objects in the world, what can be experienced, what is there? Everything that has to do with us human beings, but plants, too, and the whole category of tools, for instance. I'm sure you'll easily acknowledge that what's at work here is a division based on truth or the lack thereof, and its underlying principle is that the relationship between a thing that resembles another thing and the other thing it resembles is the same as the relationship, given any content whatsoever, that one's opinion of it bears to the knowledge one constructs of it. Easily, said Glaucon, grinning, is saying a lot. Things will be clearer if we divide the segment of the thinkable as well. Let a point E be located between C and B such that CE, EB equals 1, 2. Section CE represents what I call analytical thought. In this section, the subject proceeds by using real objects from the previous section as illustrations. He is therefore forced to conduct his investigation on the basis of hypotheses and to draw a conclusion without ever reaching the first principle of its conclusion. In the second section, EB, the subject arrives at the an hypothetical principle, on the basis of a hypothesis, of course, but without needing to use any illustrations, since his method makes use of the forms, and the forms alone. I don't understand a thing, said Glaucon. Okay, let's start over then. How do people who study geometry or arithmetic proceed? They assume the existence of the series of whole numbers, of plane figures, angular values, and many other things related to the problem they're dealing with. They use all this material as if it were a matter of assumptions that are well known and sufficiently obvious that, were they to adopt them as initial hypotheses, they wouldn't have to justify them, to themselves any more than to anyone else. Then, starting from these assumptions, they explain everything that follows imminently from them, and they consequently arrive at the conclusion they had in mind. Fine, fine, said Amantha. We did math, too, you know. So you made use of visible figures, too, and reasoned about them, even though the aim of your thinking wasn't to grasp them but other, purely thinkable ones instead, which the visible figures merely resemble. Indeed, mathematical demonstration has to do with the square in itself, or the diagonal in itself, not the diagonal line that you ineptly drew. Mathematicians use all these figures, whether modeled in space or drawn on visible surfaces, and of which there can be shadows or reflections in water, as if they were images by means of which they can arrive at the intuition of those beings that can only be grasped by analytical thought. All this is what the first section of thinkable being represents. When the subject applies himself to investigating it, he's forced to use hypotheses and cannot arrive at the first principle, unable as he is to rise above the hypotheses. But why is that? Asked Amantha worriedly. Because the subject still uses, as illustrations, real objects that we classified in the second section of the sphere of the visible, the objects that have their own shadowy images in the very first section. Thus, even though the subject is established in thought, he's still dependent on the sphere of the visible and on the relation of resemblance governing it. Wow, you're really giving mathematicians a bad rap. Bad, but only within the framework of the greatest good. But now listen and learn what I call the second section of being insofar as it's exposed to pure thought. The path of reasoning here is based on the power of dialectical reasoning too alone. My hypotheses aren't treated as principles but as being and remaining hypotheses that serve as aids and steps on the way up to a universal and hypothetical principle. Once that principle's been arrived at, the discursive process turns back down and goes through all the consequences of the principle right to the conclusion, never using anything from the world of the senses but moving instead from one form to another by means of intermediate steps that are themselves formal ones, and finally it concludes with a form. Glaucon, as he often did, then attempted to put into logical form, so to speak, what he had understood of the teacher's explanation. You're saying that it's more effective to theorize being grasped in its exposition to thought via dialectical reasoning's means of acquiring knowledge than to rely on scientific techniques, the model of which is geometry. Of course, mathematicians, who treat hypotheses as principles, are forced to proceed discursively rather than empirically. But, since their intuiting remains dependent on hypotheses and has no means of accessing a first principle, they don't seem to you to have a true thinking of what they theorize, which, however, if reconsidered in the light of the principle, would indeed be an integral thinking of being. It seems to me that you call the procedure used by geometers and others like them analytical thought and that you make a distinction between it and dialectical thought. You locate analytical thought somewhere between opinion, which is assigned to section AD of our diagram, and pure thought, or dialectical intellection, which is assigned to the highest section, EB. And this, moreover, explains why section EC, to which analytical thought corresponds, is as long as section CD, to which the objects of opinion correspond, a striking contrast with the difference between section AD, to which images correspond, and EB, the section of the dialectic, a difference on the order of 1 to 4. Mathematics also demonstrates. Nice technique, an excellent summary. Socrates cut in. We can view things and call them as follows. With a piece of coal, Socrates then drew on the tablecloth of the big table the complete diagram of the different states of being as it comes into appearing and as a subject may be constituted within it. Make the 4 states that coordinate the subjects coming to be correspond to the 4 sections. For the largest section, EB, let's speak of pure thought, intellection, or, better yet, dialectical thought. For the one that comes next, CE, we'll use the phrase discursive thought, or understanding, or, better yet, analytical thought. For the third one, DC, let's say certainty, and for the fourth, AT, assumption. We're effectively assuming that an image refers to some real referent, and we're certain that real objects exist. The existence of mathematical idealities is in turn assumed in analytical thought. But we're certain of the universality of the ideal principles to which dialectical thinking leads us. This order can also be expressed thus: the more a being is given in the element of truth, the more the subject can think it in its own clarity. Which would mean that objective truth and subjective clarity, a mantha mused aloud, are two aspects of the same process. You're making me sound a little too much like Descartes. But since you mentioned light, I'll try and paint you a picture with shadow and light intermingled. After the matheme, it's back to the poem, said Glaucon playfully. Well, why not? Imagine an enormous movie theater. Down front, the screen, which goes right up to the ceiling, but it's so high that everything up there gets lost in the dark, blocks anything other than itself from being seen. It's a full house. For as long as they've been around, the audience members have been chained to their seats, with their eyes staring at the screen and their heads held in place by rigid headphones covering their ears. Behind these tens of thousands of spectators shackled to their seats there's an immense wooden walkway, at head level, running parallel to the whole length of the screen. Still further back are enormous projectors flooding the screen with an almost unbearable white light. What a strange place, said Glaucon. Hardly any more than our Earth. All sorts of robots, dolls, cardboard cutouts, puppets, operated and manipulated by invisible puppeteers or guided by remote control, move along the walkway. Animals, stretcher bearers, scythe bearers, cars, storks, ordinary people, armed soldiers, gangs of youths from the banlieues, turtle doves, cultural coordinators, naked women, and so forth go back and forth continuously in this way. Some of them shout, others talk, others play the cornet or the concertina, while others just hurry silently along. On the screen can be seen the shadows of this chaotic parade thrown by the projectors. And through their headphones the immobilized crowd can hear sounds and words. My God! Amantha burst out. That's one weird show and an even weirder audience. They're just like us. Can they see anything of themselves, of the people sitting next to them, of the movie theater, and of the bizarre scenes on the walkway other than the shadows projected onto the screen by the flood of lights? Can they hear anything other than what their headsets deliver to them? Not a thing, for sure, exclaimed Glaucon, if their heads have always been prevented from looking anywhere but at the screen and their ears have been blocked by the headphones. And that is the case. So they have no perception of the visible other than through the mediation of the shadows, and none of what's being said other than through the mediation of the sound waves. Even assuming they could figure out ways of talking among themselves, they'd necessarily equate the shadow, which they can see, with the object, which they can't see, which that shadow is the shadow of. Not to mention, added Amantha, that the object on the walkway, whether it's a robot or a puppet, is already a copy itself. We could say that all they see is a shadow of a shadow. And that all they hear, Glaucon completed, is the digital copy of a physical copy of human voices. I'm afraid so. This captive audience has no way of deducing that the substance of the true is anything other than the shadow of a simulacrum. But what would happen if, once their chains were broken and their delusions cured, their situation changed completely? Careful now. Our fable is about to take quite a different turn. Imagine that they unchain one member of the audience, suddenly force him to stand up, turn his head right and left, walk around and look at the light streaming out of the projectors. Naturally he'll suffer from all these actions that he's not used to. Dazzled by the flood of light, he won't be able to see any of the things whose shadows he was calmly gazing at before this forced conversion. Suppose they tell him that his former situation only allowed him to see what was tantamount to idle chatter in the world of illusion, and that it's only now that he's close to things as they really are, that he can face things as they really are, so that his vision is finally likely to be correct. Wouldn't he be stunned and ill at ease? It would be even worse if they showed him the parade of robots, dolls, puppets, and marionettes on the walkway and they grilled him with lots of questions to try and get him to say what they were. Because the shadows from before would most certainly still be truer for him than anything they showed him. And, Amantha remarked, in a certain way they really would be. Isn't a shadow that's been validated by repeated experience more real than some doll you're suddenly shown that you have no idea where it came from? His face expressionless, Socrates, perhaps as furious as he was amazed, stared in silence at Amantha, then said, "No doubt we should go on to the end of the fable before coming to any conclusion as to what the real is. Let's suppose our guinea pig is forced to stare at the projectors. His eyes hurt horribly, he wants to run away, he wants to go back to what he can endure seeing, those shadows whose being he considers a lot more real than that of the objects they're showing him. But all of a sudden a bunch of tough guys in our pay grab him and drag him roughly through the aisles of the movie theater. They make him go through a little side door that was hidden up till then. They throw him into a filthy tunnel through which you emerge into the open air, onto a sunlit mountainside in spring. Dazzled by the light, he covers his eyes with a trembling hand, our agents push him up the steep slope, for a long time, higher and higher. Still higher. They finally get to the top, in full sun, and there they release him, run back down the mountain and disappear. So there he is, all alone, with this boundless landscape stretching out all around him. All that light plays havoc with his mind. And oh, how he suffers from having been dragged, pushed around, and left out in the open like that. How he hates our mercenaries. Gradually, though, he attempts to look over toward the mountain tops and the valleys, at the whole dazzling world. At first he's blinded by the glare of everything and can see nothing of all the things about which we routinely say, this exists, this is really here. He's hardly someone who, like Hegel standing before the Jungfrau, could say, with total disdain, das ist, it just is. Point 3. He nevertheless tries to get used to the light. Sitting beneath a solitary tree, he's finally able, after many attempts, to make out the shadow cast by the trunk and the dark outline of the foliage, which remind him of the screen from his former world. In a pool of water at the base of a big rock he manages to see the reflection of flowers and grass. From there he eventually gets to the objects themselves. Slowly, he begins to marvel at the shrubs, the pine trees, a lone sheep. Night falls. Lifting his eyes to the sky, he sees the moon and the constellations, he sees Venus rise. Point 4. On. Rigid upright on an old tree stump, he watches for the radiant one. It emerges from out the last rays and sinking ever brighter is engulfed in its turn. Venus. Finally, one morning, he sees the sun, not in the ever-changing waters, or in its purely external reflection, but the sun itself, in and for itself, in its own place. He looks at it, contemplates it, ecstatic that it is the way it is. "Oh!" cried Amantha. "What an ascension you're describing for us! What a conversion! Thank you, young lady. Would you do as he does? For he, our anonymous hero, by applying his thinking to what he sees, proves that the hours and seasons depend on the visible position of the sun and that the being there of the visible is thus dependent on this heavenly body, and consequently he can say, yes, the sun is the ruler of all the objects of which my old fellow prisoners, the audience in the big lockdown movie theater, only see the shadow of a shadow." Recalling his first home, the screen, the projector, the artificial images, his comrades in deception, this way, our reluctant escapee is glad to have been forced to leave it and takes pity on all the others who've remained shackled to the seats they sit in as blind viewers. But pity, objected Amantha, is seldom a wise counselor. "Oh," replied Socrates, fixing his little beady black eyes on her, "you're a typical girl all right, fierce and heartless. Let's get back to pure thought then. In the realm of artificiality, in the cave of illusion, who had the starring role? Who could pride himself on having it all over the others? Who but someone whose sharp eye and sense memory took note of the passing shadows, recognizing the ones that came back often, the ones that were rarely seen, the ones that came in groups or always came by themselves. Someone, in short, who was the best able to guess what was going to occur next on the constraining surface of the visible. Do you think that, after contemplating the sun, our escaped prisoner would be jealous of those prophets of shadow play? That he'd envy their superiority and would care about enjoying the advantages they got out of it, however great they might be? Wouldn't he be more like Achilles in the Odyssey, who would have preferred 100 times over being a serf working behind a plough to living as he was doing, in purely bogus luxury? Oh, Socrates! I can see that you're only too delighted to take refuge behind Homer too. Amanda teased him. Well, I am Greek, after all, muttered Socrates, on the defensive. What if, Glaucon, fearing a quarrel, cut in, we imagined that our escaped prisoner really did go back down into the cave? He'd have to, said Socrates solemnly. At any rate, if he returns to his old seat, this time it will be the darkness that suddenly blinds him after the bright light of the sun. And if, before his eyes get used to the dark again, he starts competing with his old fellow prisoners who've never left their seats to guess what's going to be projected next onto the screen, it's a safe bet he'll be the laughing stock of the row. They'll all whisper that he went out into the light and climbed so high only to return nearsighted and stupid. The immediate consequence will be that no one will have the slightest desire to do the same. And if, obsessed with the desire to share the idea of the sun, the visible idea of the true, with them, he attempts to release them and lead them out so that, like him, they may know what a new day is like, I think they'd seize him and kill him. Oh, come on, you're overdoing it, said Glaucon. That's because one of those seedy prophets your sister was making fun of last night predicted that they're going to kill me, Socrates, because at age 70 I'll still be stubbornly asking where the exit from this dark world is, where the real day is. A sort of melancholy mood suddenly took hold of them. Nobody said a word, and they could hear, as though from afar, the sound of the sea, or maybe it was the wind coming up. Socrates gave a little cough, drank a glass of water, and launched back into the discussion. What we've got to do now, dear friends, is perfectly obvious: connect the fictional presentation that we just so thoroughly enjoyed, the story about someone who escapes from the great cosmic movie theater, and the symbolic or, more precisely, geometric presentation I proposed an hour ago, namely, the line on which the four types of relationship to the real, from images to the dialectical idea by way of opinions and the analytical idea, are marked off in unequal segments. That won't be easy to do, remarked Glaucon. We've got 2 worlds on one side and 4 procedures on the other. But that 4 is divided into 2, the perceptible and the thinkable. Roughly, very roughly, we'll compare what's set out visibly as appearance to the shadows that the prisoners in the movie theater see. Then we'll equate the light of the projectors with the power of the sun. Let's posit that the escaped prisoner's anabasis 5 into the mountains and his contemplation of the mountain peaks is the subject's ascension into the realm of thought. These analogies, my young friends, correspond to what I hope is true and to what you're so eager to know about. Only from the point of view of the other, not of the individual, that paltry thing, even were he Socrates, can it be determined whether my hopes are justified. All I can say is that everything that ever appeared to me, regardless of the time or place of the experience, was set out in accordance with a single principle governing its appearance. At the far limits of knowledge, almost beyond its scope, is what I improperly call the idea of truth, improperly, since I already told you that truth, because it underpins the ideality of every idea, could not itself be an idea like the others. That's incidentally why it's so hard to construct a concept of it. Nevertheless, if we do manage to do so, we'll be forced to conclude that it's in accordance with this idea that everything that is exposed to the radiance of the exactness and beauty it possesses. and if we go on with our analogies we'll say that the Lord of Light's gift of light and his action as we experience them in the sphere of the visible correspond exactly to the advent, in accordance with the idea of the true, of particular truths as well as of their corresponding thought in the realm of the intelligible. But that analogy is shaky, said Amantha, frowning. Oh, retorted an oddly jubilant Socrates, so you don't think there could ever be any agreement between a geometric image and a poetic one? Well, quite apart from this incompatibility, won't you grant me that it's only by complying with truth's injunctions that an individual can act rationally, regardless of whether the context of his action is public or private? Glaucon answered for Amantha, who was obviously dissatisfied with this response. Well, that, at any rate, can't be denied. You'll also grant me, with no resistance or surprise, that the prisoners who escaped from the cosmic movie theater, the ones who made it to the top of the mountain and contemplated the sun from there, will have no desire whatsoever to be involved in messy human affairs. As they've been incorporated into a subject of truth, their only desire will be to remain up there forever. Which is only natural, after all, if our movie theater allegory truly expresses the reality of this whole process, don't you think? Yes, said a stunned Glaucon, I do. In that case, no one should be surprised if someone who suddenly plummets down from contemplation of the other to the petty affairs of human life should seem distraught and vaguely ridiculous. Unaccustomed to the dark into which he's once again been plunged, he's suddenly forced to defend himself in law courts or before other state institutions, places where, as far as justice is concerned, what's at stake is only its shadow, or, at best, fake objects projected by an artificial light onto the screen of the world. As regards these images, he'll be hard-pressed to compete with people who are experts in them, precisely because they've never had any intuition of justice in itself. The mere absence of surprise doesn't constitute a proof, said Amantha. What, you're speaking in riddles now? Said Socrates caustically. If you were to tackle our problem more sensibly, you'd remember that sight can be disturbed in two different ways, by two different causes, depending on whether one's going from the light to the dark or from the dark to the light. And maybe, if you racked your brains, you'd come to the conclusion that these remarks about sight apply equally well to the subject. So then, my dear, if you were to see someone so confused that he can't even understand a common notion, you wouldn't laugh like a fool but would instead wonder if the aforementioned subject, suddenly dragged from an existence that was amply exposed to its own light, weren't quite simply blinded by his lack of experience of the dark. Or whether, on the contrary, going from darkest ignorance to a little more light, he weren't blinded by the unbearable glare. In the first case, you'd know that you were dealing with someone whose effects and entire life were bound up with happiness. In the second case, you ought to feel sorry for the poor guy, but if you nonetheless felt like laughing cruelly at him, that laughter would be less ridiculous than if it had been elicited by someone who came from the radiant world above. I repent, dear teacher, said Amantha, giving in with a smile. May your repentance open your mind to the essential conclusions. And to this one, first and foremost, education isn't what some people claim it is. I'm thinking of all those psychologists and teachers who boast that they can introduce knowledge where it's lacking, in subjects in whom they assume any cognitive ability to be non-existent, exactly the way you'd transplant the faculty of sight into a blind eye. Yet what we've just understood and said is that the capacity for knowledge and the instrument that makes it possible to trigger that capacity exist in every subject. Let's imagine an eye that could only turn from the dark to the light if the whole body were so turned. We could then imagine that it's only by turning all at once that the subject can tear himself away from the complexities of becoming, until the indivisible intuition of being and the inherent radiance it possesses can be endured. The very thing we say is truth. That's some turning all at once, murmured Amantha. So education isn't a matter of imposing, but rather of orienting. It's a technique of conversion, I'd say. The only thing that matters is finding the easiest, most effective way to ensure this turning around of the subject. The point isn't to impose sight on it, it already has that. But, since its sight is turned in the wrong direction, not toward the proper things, every effort should be made to reorient it. But how? Asked Glaucon. What sorts of exercises or techniques can effect a reorientation like that? A conversion like that, you mean, said Amantha. I love that word conversion. I love that Socrates is attempting to extricate it from its religious usage. It may be, Socrates resumed, that most of the capacities that are called subjective faculties have a family resemblance with the body's capabilities. You can produce them in someone who lacks them at first by using all the resources of repetition, habit, exercise, and so on. But the faculty we call thought is an exception to any sort of parallelism between the subject and his bodily medium. Since it's of the order of the other, thought can never lose its own power. Whether it's useful and beneficial, or, on the contrary, useless and harmful therefore depends only on the direction in which that power is turned. You're clearing up something I've always been struck by, Glaucon put in. It has to do with people who are said to be bad but cunning. I've noticed that, in spite or because of their execrable character, they have very sharp eyesight and can distinguish in the minutest detail the despicable goals they're after, as well as the obstacles standing in their way. What you're telling us is that, in people like that, the subject's eye isn't blind at all, but, because it's turned in the wrong direction, it's forced to be at the service of evil. I'm afraid so. Socrates agreed. And as a result we get the following paradox: the clearer such people see, the more wicked they are. But then how can a subject's sight be reoriented in the right direction, the direction you sometimes call incorporation into a truth? Glaucon worriedly asked. No doubt there will have to be a kind of preparation for it, for which I can give you a metaphor. Suppose that, right from childhood, we operate on people's animal nature by removing, the way you do to release a hot air balloon and accelerate its lift-off, those lead weights that are the equivalent of everything in us that takes pleasure in ordinary passive becoming. If we turn the subject's eye away from the seductive visions that the products of the global market tempt it with, glittery cookie packages, inflatable dolls that mimic naked women, cars loaded with chrome, computers used for moronic multi-conversations, in short, everything that turns that eye toward low and meaningless things, if, once this surgical ablation had been performed, we turned the eye toward truths instead, so that it could see them, and if we immediately urged the whole individual to incorporate himself into the subject who orients them, then we'd see that, in these same people you're talking about, the same eye can see these truths with the same clarity that's currently turning it toward the utter worthlessness of bad things, and so we're justified in assuming that the same positive capacity for thinking exists in all people, without exception. That's the egalitarian foundation of our communism, Glaucon pointed out. And it's a lot more subjective than economic, added Amantha. Sure, said an annoyed Glaucon. But someday it'll have to be both. Let's take it one step at a time, kids. Exclaimed Socrates. One of the inevitable consequences of what we were just saying is that two different types of people would be, or, in the disastrous present circumstances, are, incapable of assuming leadership positions. First, those whose total lack of education, the neglect in which they were left, produces a sort of cynical indifference to truths. Second, those who, having jumped off the social merry-go-round, devote their entire solitary lives to intellectual pursuits. The former lack the one aim in life to which their public or private actions could be directed. As for the latter, who believe they've already been transported to the Isles of the Blessed in their own lifetime, they'll flatly refuse to be involved in politics. But then, won't there be anyone to run our fifth system of government? A worried Glaucon asked. Well, that will depend on our efforts. When I say we, I mean the pioneers of the communist idea. We've got to create the conditions. Since we know that anyone's thought can be the equal of anyone else's, whereby the great masses of people will turn to that knowledge we called essential, the knowledge oriented by the vision of the true. Everyone, whether he likes it or not, must come out of the cave. Everyone must take part in the anabasis to the sunny mountain top. And if only an aristocratic minority manages to reach the top and revels in the idea of the true up there, we won't allow what has nearly always been allowed them. What do you mean? Asked an agitated Glaucon. Haven't you ever heard about those little elite groups within communist parties who, after launching a victorious attack at the cost of enormous sacrifices, set themselves up at the top of the government without a further thought for the people below? Without ever turning back to the workers, peasants, or ordinary soldiers, to live among them and, as Mao said, stay close to the masses? We won't tolerate their enjoying any such pleasure cut off from the new world. They'll have to go back down to those who weren't able to get out, or who gave out on the climb to the top of the mountain. The transitional tasks and trivialities will have to be shared with them in the creative new context of the idea. But isn't it unfair to those revolutionaries who paid such a high price for victory, for breaking out of the prison of oppression, to deprive them of a life that's a little better? Glaucon objected. Dear Glaucon, neither victory nor reward nor even sacrifice are really part of our vocabulary. Our guiding principle isn't to provide a particular group of people in our country, however deserving they may be, with an exceptionally good life. For us, it's a matter of that sort of life spreading throughout the whole country. We want to rally the overwhelming majority of people around that principle by giving priority to discussion and consensus, without shrinking from the use of force when necessary. The main thing is for everyone to attempt to convey to everyone else what they've learned from their own experience and what can be distilled from it that's useful for common action. If an enlightened avant-garde should emerge in certain historical circumstances, its purpose won't be to gear its action toward whatever it pleases but to put itself at the service of a higher form of popular unity. Oh, what a beautiful picture! Said Amantha wryly. I was answering Glaucon, said Socrates curtly. And I'm not done yet. Let's call philosophers everyone, and in the long run that must be, anyone, whose natural inclination is to be oriented by an idea. So, take my word for it, forcing our philosophers to be concerned about those who aren't ones yet, to become attached to them, to support them in the reorientation of their lives. The conversion. Amantha interrupted him. Yes, right, in the conversion, well, that won't be the slightest bit unfair to them. It's as fair as can be, actually, Glaucon agreed. Absolutely. And the conclusive argument can take the following form, which you can hear as a personification of justice speaking, my friends. O you who, by attempting to live by the idea, deserve the name of philosophers, we understand why, being subject to the yoke of one of the four bad systems of government, those based not on the idea but on military glory, wealth, freedom of opinion, and the will of a single person, respectively, you are hardly tempted to become involved in public affairs. You acquired a philosophical nature spontaneously, all on your own, not on account of a political situation that was in any event hostile to the idea, but in spite of it. It is only fair, after all, that someone who grew up all on his own and owes his sustenance, so to speak, to no one should not want to repay anyone for it, especially not a state that couldn't care less about his pursuit of the idea. But if you are philosophers as a result of the new political environment that we have been able to create, because the compass we used to orient collective life was the communist idea, if, for that very reason, you have given free rein to your active subjectivity in more perfect and fitting circumstances than have those who are called philosophers elsewhere, if, in short, it is to us that you owe your ability to move much more easily between the idea and practice, than each of you in turn is under the obligation to go back down to the communal dwelling and to get used to looking at the shadows. For, once you have reacquired that habit, your vision will be 1,000 times better than that of the people who have not yet been able to leave the cosmic movie theater. You will have a thorough command of the images and of what they are images of, since you will have had the intuition of artistic processes that produce beauty, scientific processes that produce exactness, and political processes that produce justice, in the element of truth. Thus, this as yet unconstituted political community, which is nevertheless already yours and mine, will be a waking reality, not merely the stuff of dreams, as are most states today where people fight over shadows, and so there are terrible civil wars fought in them only for power, as if it were something important. Truly, I say unto you, a political community whose leaders had the least desire to be leaders is the best one, and it is best protected against civil wars. Conversely, the worst of all societies are those governed by people hungry for power. That, commented Amantha, is a very forceful conclusion, as convincing as it was unexpected. Do you hear what your sister said, Glaucon? Are you convinced too? After hearing what I had to say, will our young philosophers go on sulking in their corner and disobeying? Will they forever refuse to share in the work of government, each in his turn, even though most of the time, like everyone else, they'll be living among pure truths? Certainly none of them will want or be able to get out of it, because we're demanding just things of just people. But it's just as certain that they'll only accept taking power reluctantly, like a dog being spanked, which will be a very nice change from what we see today in every single state. You're so right, dear friend. You're highlighting the very heart of the matter. If we can come up with a much better life for those whose turn has come to be responsible for a certain share of power than the one offered them by that power, then we'll have the potential for a true political community, because then the only people who will come to power are the ones for whom wealth isn't measured in money but rather in what's required for happiness, the true life, full of sublime thoughts. If, however, people hungry for personal advantage, people who are sure that power always favors the existence and expansion of private property, rush into public affairs, then no true political community will be possible. People like that always fight ferociously with one another for power, and a war of that sort, combining private passions and public power, destroys not only the rivals for the top positions but the country as a whole. What a hideous spectacle! Moaned Glaucon. But tell me, do you know of any life that can inspire contempt for power and the state? Of course. Amantha replied. The life of the true philosopher, the life of Socrates. Let's not get carried away, said a delighted Socrates. Let's assume that people who are in love with power should never be in power, because if they were we'd have nothing but war between the rivals for power. That's why it's necessary for that enormous mass of people whom I unhesitatingly call philosophers to devote themselves, each in turn, to guarding the political community, selfless people, who are instinctively aware of what public service can be but who know that there are many other rewards besides the ones you can get from frequenting government offices, and that there's a life that's a lot better than the life of political leaders. The true life, murmured Amantha. The true life, Socrates repeated. Which is never absent. 6 or never entirely. 12. From Mathematics to the Dialectic, 521c, 541b. The true life, said Glaucon in a faint echo of what the other two had said. Sure. But how do we get all the country's young people to understand what it is? How do we arrange for their anabasis to the light, on the model of those fallen angels who were supposedly able to escape from the depths of hell and make it up to the heavenly abode? It's not as simple as tossing a coin. It's a matter of enabling the individual, incorporated into a subject, to turn away from a day as dark as night toward what is in truth and to obtain the keys to the true life. That sort of conversion is what we call philosophy. Your question is tantamount to asking what type of knowledge has the power to facilitate thoughts turning away like that. Or, to put it another way, what academic subject, dear friends, can draw the individual, beyond the impermanence of all things, toward being in itself? But, come to think of it, didn't we say that our philosophers had to be genuine, well-trained soldiers when they were young? Yeah, but so what? Said Glaucon, dismayed at the prospect of yet another digression. Anything new introduced into a curriculum has to consolidate the knowledge already acquired. It would be counterproductive if the subject we're seeking were totally useless for a soldier. Now, these soldiers, or guardians, militants, citizens, leaders, or whatever you want to call them, began their studies with the disciplines of the mind, literature and music, along with the disciplines of the body, nutrition, medicine, and physical education. We can leave the last three aside. They deal with the growth, care, and aging of the body, not at all with eternal truths. So might the subject we're seeking be literature or music? Absolutely not. Amantha burst out. Remember, we said that those disciplines were only there to counterbalance physical training. They help establish useful habits in everyone. For example, musical harmonies foster and sustain inner harmony. A graceful rhythm can promote right conduct. Poetry, whether of the mythological or more realistic type, imparts certain character traits, and so on. We're trying to train the very young, to instill ways of being in them. But as for a subject that would lead toward the true, a subject of the sort you're seeking, there's not a trace of one in this early education. You couldn't have reminded us more precisely, there's nothing in it that can help us go further. But in that case, my remarkable Amantha, where should we be looking? At the skills, the techniques? Now's the time, I think, to recite some tragic poetry, said Socrates. And thereupon, marking out the feet of the Alexandrines, he recited. In misfortune so great, what's left for us? There's a arithmetic encompassing all of being there. Point 1. Oh, please, spare us, cried Amantha. That's Corneille that our teacher's adapting, commented Glaucon, thrilled to have one-upped his sister in the practice of poetic erudition. I'm thinking, resumed Socrates, a bit ashamed of his silly gag, of that really common subject, which the techniques, the analytical disciplines, and the sciences all inevitably make use of and which everyone has to learn right from the beginning of their studies, that elementary subject thanks to which we're able to count to 3, and even a bit further, basic arithmetic and the counting tables, especially the multiplication table. Isn't it true that both the techniques and the sciences have to take that basic knowledge for granted? Well, duh. Glaucon said with a shrug. Even to fight wars you have to know how to count? Are you kidding? Of course you do. In that regard, the Palamedes too presented to us by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. Not to mention Gorgias, muttered Amantha, with his defense of Palamedes, which I think is really brilliant. I've talked plenty about Gorgias, Socrates interrupted her rather brusquely, and your brother Plato devoted a whole dialogue to him. So let's leave it at that, if you don't mind. As I was saying, our three tragic authors considered Palamedes to be the inventor of arithmetic, as did a whole tradition. Very full of himself because of this stroke of genius, he claimed to have established the Greek regiment's order of battle outside Troy, counted the boats, checked the flower stalks, assessed the bow and arrow reserves, and so on. He acted as if no one before him had ever known how to count. Which, incidentally, made Agamemnon look like a pretty pathetic commander-in-chief, who didn't even know how many feet he had. A comic general rather than a tragic one, Glaucon agreed. Clearly, even an ordinary soldier has to be able to count how many pairs of socks he's got in his knapsack. A soldier, of course, and ultimately any human animal. No one can live as a human and be completely ignorant about number. But arithmetic still has to be thought in its truth. Which is? Asked Amantha a tad impudently. I'm afraid it's one of the subjects we're seeking, those subjects whose very essence is to lead us into the realm of pure thought. Or, more precisely, to turn us toward that which, of being, is exposed to pure thought. But the fact of the matter is that, practically speaking, no one interprets arithmetic that way. I myself am having quite a hard time following you, admitted Glaucon. Then let me try to clarify my way of thinking. I suggest we proceed as follows. First I, by myself, will distinguish between everything in the order of discourse that leads in a positive direction and everything that turns us away from it. Once that's done, you'll step in and examine that first distinction, then you'll either agree or disagree with it. We'll then have a clearer view as to whether my conjectures are right or not. All right, let's do it that way, sighed Glaucon, already feeling discouraged. So here's my first distinction. Of the objects accessible to us through sense perception, some require no further inquiry by pure thought while others make serious demands on it. What principle is involved in such a difference? In the first case, understanding based solely on perception is sufficient, while in the second, perception doesn't provide anything that would allow one to make a sound judgment about what the reality is. I see, said Glaucon. You're obviously talking about objects seen from a great distance or certain illusionist paintings, like the trompe-l'oeil decorations on the facades of certain modern buildings. No, you don't get it, said Socrates gently. The objects that don't require pure thought are those that don't produce two opposite sensations at once. Those that do produce that sensory opposition I classify among the objects that call on pure thought. The reason for this is that, in the latter case, perception doesn't clear up the issue of whether the object falls under one predicate or its opposite. And this has nothing to do with the distance at which the object is located. Could you possibly give an example? Asked Glaucon, overwhelmed. That's just what I was about to do. Look at the first three fingers on my right hand, the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger. The fact that each of them appears as a finger, and therefore falls under the word finger, doesn't depend in the least on its position, whether in the middle or on either end. Nor does it depend on its color, whether light or dark, or on its thickness, whether pudgy or bony, or on any other characteristic of the sort. Amid the dense network of these incidental differences, the subject isn't obliged to turn to pure thought and ask it what a finger is. And why is that so? Because sight has never suggested to him that a finger can also and at the same time be the opposite of a finger. Furthermore, said Amantha, you've got to admit that thought, even pure thought, would have a hard time deciding clearly what the opposite of a finger is. But Socrates, ignoring her clever remark, continued. When it comes to the size of the fingers, however, does sight have an adequate perception of it? At any rate, the question of whether a finger is in the middle position or at either end is no longer a matter of indifference for perception. The same is true of touch, as soon as it's a question of predicate pairs like hard/soft or thick/thin. Generally speaking, the sensory faculties, by which I mean the famous quintet of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, cannot evaluate these kinds of characteristics correctly. And that's where our criterion of oppositeness comes in again, because the sensory faculty that's responsible for assessing the hardness of an object, for example, is the same one that has to assess its softness. So this faculty will report to the subject, with respect to the same object, that softness and hardness aren't distinct predicates that a sense experience can distinguish clearly between but rather degrees along a sort of sensory continuum. And, as this continuum is a single sensory faculty, it could also be said that the same object is perceived as hard and soft simultaneously. For this reason, the subject is faced with an aporia. Here's a sense perception telling us that an object is hard, but at the same time telling us it's soft, too. Whatever can that mean? And the same is true for heavy and light. What can the distinction between heavy and light mean if our sensory faculties tell us that heavy is light and light is heavy? Well, Heraclitus is sure going to be happy, said Amantha. I love his phrase, life from death and death from life. But Socrates didn't take the provocative bait. He went on imperturbably. All the subject can do is call reasoning and pure thought to the rescue to try and determine whether these reports from the sense perceptions involve two different things or only one. If it appears to thought that there are in fact two different objects, then each of them must be one and distinct from the other. Insofar as each of the objects is one and only together with the other does it make two, the subject will think them as separate things, because if they were unseparated they wouldn't be thinkable as two but only as one. Let's apply these abstract remarks to the case of visual perception. We said that sight perceived large and small not as separate but as conjoined. To clear this all up a bit, pure thought is compelled to conceive of large and small as distinct, not as unseparated, and therefore to contradict sight. Here we have a patent contradiction between seeing and thinking. It's this contradiction that prompts us to try to find out what large and small really are, in their being. Moreover, we proceeded that way a little while ago when we made an epistemological break, as our old friend Bachelard 3 would say, between the perceptible and the thinkable. That's what I was trying to say when I distinguished between objects that stimulate the understanding and ones that leave it undisturbed. I define as stimulants those that saturate perception with two opposite characteristics, and as intellectually inert those that can be perceived unambiguously. Glaucon seemed at once relieved and puzzled. He explained why. I think I finally understand your definition. But what I don't get, and I mean really don't get, is what it has to do with arithmetic. In which class of objects do you put number and the unit? How the heck should I know? You can get some idea of it from what we said about the connection between perception and contradiction. If sight or any other sensory faculty allows for the one to be apprehended adequately, as it is in its being, it's because the one isn't likely to turn our desire toward that which, of being, is exposed to thought. It's the same case as with the finger we were talking about a moment ago. It may well be, however, that the case of the one is not the same as that of the finger. To ascertain the difference, we have to ask ourselves whether perceiving the one, in the form of an object, doesn't always produce some contradiction, such that it appears no more one than multiple. The consequence of this would be, as we saw, that the subject, faced with an aporia, would have to undertake a completely different sort of investigation in order to settle the matter. It would have to arouse the understanding within himself and ask himself what the one in itself really is. And, in light of this whole process, we could conclude that the study of the one is among those that turn individuals toward the vision in truth of that which is. Having listened to this speech with a skeptical look on her face, Amantha said, "Arithmetic so that the individual can become a subject? That's a pretty nervy move." "In any event," protested Glaucon, "the sight of an object, however clearly one it may be, is certainly riddled with contradictions. It crumbles into individual parts every time. We constantly see the same thing both as one and as an infinite multiplicity. And let's add," Socrates resumed, "that if that's true of the one, the same will be true of any integer, which is a combination of ones. Now, arithmetic and counting are concerned with numbers. So it follows that these subjects lead on toward a few truths. You see," Glaucon said to his sister, who was sitting there silently, smiling. "Wait for the argument to be finished before you put in your 2 cents worth. We proved that higher arithmetic is one of the subjects we've been looking for. For one thing, it's necessary in almost every sphere of collective action, to be able to marshal all of an army's troops as best as possible for a surprise attack, for example. And, for another, it's necessary for philosophers who, in order to become experts in number theory, have to learn how to overcome the power of becoming so they can grasp that which of being is exposed to thought. The guardians of our communist political community, the militants, the workers, the soldiers, the leaders, everyone, are both men of action and philosophers. So I think that you practically have to say that the study of higher, or even transcendental, arithmetic must be compulsory. Everyone who really wants to take part in our community and be able to hold their own when their turn comes to exercise a position of leadership will have to commit to studying it and work at it, not superficially, merely to take away a few practical formulas from it, but until they achieve a synthetic understanding of the nature of numbers through pure thought. Yes, the more I think about it, the more I see how much this subject must be an integral part of our political project." "Ah, the wonderful transports of youth!" cried Socrates. "But there are still some conditions, I think," grumbled Amantha. "After all, loads of people today have a real fetishism of number. Just look at elections, opinion polls, and of course money. Number rules all over the place. Point 4 I'm leery, yes, that's the word, I'm very leery of the cult of arithmetic. The most avaricious lackeys of capitalism, bank traders, are formidable arithmeticians. Need I say more? It's a far cry from communism, my friends. You've got a point, admitted Socrates. We're standing on a dividing line here. On my right there's a pragmatics of number, which ranks it with business, the banks, servile opinion, and stupid numerical majorities. On my left, there's the formal science of number, which helps the individual become incorporated into a universal subject and whose purpose is to make that which, of being, is exposed to thought be seen in truth. I have confidence in mathematics. It won't disappear in its enslavement to finance and business. The disinterested study of mathematics imparts a graceful upward lift to the subject by forcing him to reason dialectically about the being of numbers without ever allowing them, in the process of this dialectic, to refer to visible or tangible bodies or to social symbols such as wealth or celebrity. Oh boy! Exclaimed Glaucon. You know mathematicians all right. The numbers they talk about sure aren't the numbers used in business. They require delicate handling. For instance, if you claim you've found a rational way to divide the one, the mathematicians burst out laughing and flatly refuse to believe you. If you go ahead and try to divide the one anyway, they multiply it by the same amount, so that the one should never appear to be, not the one that it is, but a multiplicity of parts. That's a terrific description of them, said Socrates with obvious delight. What I recommend you do is put the following question to them, you most worthy experts: what numbers are you discussing that are such that the one they're made up of is absolutely equal to any other one that can be conceived of and can't be distinguished from it even by the slightest little difference? What do you think our beloved math experts would reply? That they're talking about numbers that we have no access to except through pure thought and that are impossible to use other than in the realm constituted by such thought. Just this once, Socrates, clearly proud of his young disciple, patted Glaucon's shoulder and said, "Perfect. So you see that higher arithmetic 5 is really necessary for us. It forces us, as subjects oriented toward the true, to make use of pure thought." "It sure does have that effect on me," said Amantha. Furthermore, Glaucon went on, guys with a knack for math are quick studies in other subjects too. And if the slow ones are forced to struggle over the proof of theorems and math problems, well, even if it seems to be of no use to them, you can still see that their minds become a lot sharper than they were before. Absolutely. The mere fact, moreover, that number theory is much more intellectually demanding than any of the other disciplines, both in terms of learning it and in terms of coming up with new solutions, is reason enough for everyone to have to get a taste of it. Without studying this subject, there's no hope of ever becoming a subtle thinker. Unfortunately, said Amantha with a smile. The matter's settled, then, said Socrates, rubbing his hands together. Number theory, compulsory for all young people. Let's go on now to the second required subject in our general education curriculum. It's got to be geometry, moaned Amantha. Bullseye. Geometry, of course, Glaucon said approvingly. In warfare it's essential. When it comes to pitching camp, besieging fortresses, deploying an army or closing up its ranks, in short, when it comes to all the complex maneuvers called for in battles and on the march, you can immediately see the difference between someone who's good at geometry and someone who doesn't get it at all. At this, Socrates made a face and said, "Frankly, for all that sort of thing you only need a very basic knowledge of arithmetic and geometry. Geometry as a whole should be examined instead, and in particular the most recent and difficult part of it, to determine whether it can be of use in achieving our fundamental goal, an easier grasp of the idea of the true. Because, let me remind you, to discover everything that forces an individual, once he's been incorporated into a subject, to turn toward the place where the aspect of being that imparts essential happiness lies, the aspect to which finally having access is the only imperative that can rightly be called philosophical, that's really the true aim of our philosophy." "So we're back to the theme of conversion," said Amantha dreamily. "Yes, absolutely. If geometry forces us to confront that which of being is exposed to thought, then it suits our purposes. If it's only concerned with becoming, then it doesn't. This issue is clouded by the view of elementary geometry held by many who use it. True geometers will agree with me about this. More often than not, an interpretation of this subject that's diametrically opposed to its true nature is bandied about. It's spoken about in terms that are truly ridiculous because they're strictly dependent on empirical necessities. Important sounding words like duplication, squaring, linear construction, addition of surfaces, and other expressions of the sort are tossed around, as though geometry were only a bunch of convenient gimmicks for skillfully manipulating figures on a plane surface. We, however, only pursue the study of mathematics for the sake of pure thought. Let's be even more precise and say, for the sake of the pure thought of what exists eternally and not of what merely arises and passes away at a given time. There's that phrase of Goethe's, Amantha said softly, all that comes into being deserves to perish. 6. For once, Socrates replied, a poet, and a German one at that, was right, even if he attributed this beautiful maxim to the devil. Exempt from the curse of birth and thus ordained for immortality, geometry turns the subject toward truth and gives form to the analytical aspect of philosophy by heralding the process whereby we turn upwards what we usually just let muddle along below. Conversion, as usual, murmured Amantha. In any event, we'll insist that none of the citizens of our fine communist country neglects geometry. Besides, it has some considerable incidental benefits. Such as? Amantha asked a little aggressively. The ones Glaucon listed, war, and all that sort of thing. But, in particular, when you look at the advancement of knowledge of any sort, you can see a world of difference between the scientists who've studied geometry in depth and those who are ignorant of it. So this will be the second subject, after arithmetic, that will require the young to study, Glaucon said in conclusion. Certainly, agreed Socrates. And the third one will be astronomy, right? Yes, said Glaucon enthusiastically. Because astronomy teaches us what time of the month and year it is. And that's something farmers, sailors, and generals on a military campaign absolutely need to know. You're so funny with all your practical justifications. You remind me of those magazines where you come across a piece of science news tucked away on a back page somewhere, such as, someone has discovered the solution to a problem of higher arithmetic that for 300 years had resisted all the efforts of the greatest mathematical geniuses to solve it. I know what you mean, said Amantha, her eyes wide. It's Fermat's last theorem, which was proven by the Englishman Wiles. I read all about it in Modern Woman. An excellent science magazine then, said Socrates, smiling. You must have noticed that, in those sorts of circumstances, the journalist invariably says two things. 1. Neither I nor my reader have the slightest chance of understanding anything about this. 2. Unfortunately, this is completely useless in practical life. As if creative thought weren't practical. It's more practical than anything else. That's why you shouldn't be afraid of your audience, dear Glaucon. If theoretical astronomy is of no use for harvesting bananas or for improving bicycle derailleur gears, we'll just have to deal with it. The subjects we're in the process of selecting for study have a kind of usefulness that's as essential as it is hard to conceive of. In every subject they purify and revive an organ that's been ruined and blinded by our usual occupations. It's much more important to take care of that organ than it would be to keep the giant Argus 100 eyes, if we had them, open day and night. For it's with this organ alone that we have the power to confront a truth. People who know about this subjective capacity have no need of your practical justifications. Those who know nothing about it at all are completely uninterested in subjects that no practical advantage can be gained from. You have to decide, Glaucon, my friend, who you're speaking to, the defenders of pure thought or the dyed-in-the-wool pragmatists. To neither of them, actually. They can all fend for themselves as to the advantages they get out of one subject or another. It's primarily for my own sake that I speak, ask questions, and answer. Sure, why not? Let's backtrack. We didn't choose the right subject, after geometry. It's not astronomy. Not right away. Remember, we talked about elementary geometry, the main educational illustrations of which are taken from plane geometry, triangles, circles, squares, parabolas, and so forth. All those figures are two-dimensional. But what are the heavenly bodies studied by astronomy? Three-dimensional objects in space. What's more, they're in motion, so you can say they have four dimensions, the three in space, plus time, which measures their movements. Things are actually even more complicated than that, since there are several possible types of space, which can be studied in any number of dimensions, not just two, plane, 3, space, or 4, space-time. To deal with these issues, mathematicians have come up with some very broad concepts, like the one, invented by the brilliant Riemann, of n-dimensional variety. Topological vector spaces, or fiber spaces, or Lie groups, and so on could also be mentioned. In the final analysis, you have objects that are much more fascinating than the planet Neptune or the constellation Cygnus, objects that combine topological, or localization, features, neighborhood, open/closed, cover, point, interior/exterior, etc., metric or measurement features, distance, size, etc., and algebraic or calculus features, fundamental group, decomposition, isomorphism, etc. These are the strangest and most complex objects of algebraic topology, the queen of contemporary mathematics. There are knots, whole or n-fold structures, hyperspheres, the Mobius strip, the Klein bottle, and so many other amazing things to be found in it. This is the level at which every single citizen should learn mathematics. The geometry of triangles and circles won't suffice for us. But what will become of poor astronomy amid all these abstract constructs? There's something you really need to understand. The only type of knowledge that can raise an individual to the level of the subject he's capable of becoming is the knowledge that deals with the aspect of being that remains hidden in withdrawal. Science, properly speaking, is unconcerned with mere sensory particularity. Of course, for the poet in each of us, the constellations shining in the heavens, albeit created out of sensible matter, are, by virtue of their very order, the epitome of beauty and sublime regularity. We'll nevertheless argue that they cannot bear comparison with the essential constellations, the true constellations underlying what appears to us of them, constellations whose speed and slowness are true and correspond to true figures, constellations that move with precision, in terms of the relationship they have both with one another and with themselves. The problem is that a rational, analytical grasp of all this exists, but no knowledge that can be directly deduced from the visible. But if that's the case, then what's the point of astronomers' observations, enormous refracting telescopes, radio telescopes, or satellites sent to the edge of the solar system? The myriad objects in the sky should serve as models for us to attain knowledge of the invisible idea. Suppose we found some abstract drawings made on the walls of a cave by the inspired hand of some artist from our prehistory. A modern mathematician might recognize figures of algebraic topology in them and admire how beautifully they were executed. But he wouldn't conclude that merely by gaping in amazement at these masterpieces any advance in the general theory of spaces could be made. Likewise, the true astronomer may go into raptures over the wonders of our sensible universe when he discovers new galaxies or records the background noise, the minute trace of the primordial explosion whose effects the universe has been copiously displaying for billions of years. But he won't think that this contemplative ecstasy, or making countless additional observations of the sort, can for a single moment amount to a comprehensive, consistent theory of the universe as it really is, in both its totality and its details. It's Rousseau, my beloved Jean-Jacques, who's right as usual, said Amantha. In order to think correctly, he says, let's set all the facts aside. 7. Sure, we'll study astronomy by setting problems, not by noting facts, just as we do with higher arithmetic, elementary geometry, and algebraic topology. Never going beyond visible facts prevents you from usefully activating what deserves the name of thought in a subject. But what you're talking about, said Glaucon worriedly, is quite a sublime sort of task. The only kind that can place these sciences at the service of a subject of truth. You've only given us a rapid sketch of that subject, though. That's because, while each of the sciences we've just singled out, taken by itself, can produce truths, they're nevertheless incapable of evaluating the being of these truths. Still, above and beyond the systematic study of all these sciences, Glaucon replied, we could isolate the element they have in common, the thing that makes all of them together comprise one specific type of thought. By a rigorous demonstration we could reveal the single place where all the sciences are located. If we were to do that, we'd have made some significant progress. Otherwise we'd have chattered away pointlessly. That would be an endless task, a very useful one actually. And yet, dear friend, even once the work was completed we'd still only be at the prelude to the music that philosophy has undertaken to play. We'd have only done epistemology, which isn't saying much. The whole problem is that, however great they may be, mathematicians and scientists are not yet true dialecticians. Although the sciences are necessary, just like the arts, political action, and transference love, they're not sufficient. Singular truths are merely the prelude to philosophy. Sure, without them our musical score wouldn't contain a single note. But the philosophical song, properly speaking, can only be sung by those who are able to carry a dialectical discussion through to its conclusion. I think we're back in the vicinity of our cosmic movie theater, observed Amantha. You're incredibly sensitive to all the shifts along our route. Yes, it's a question once again of what's empirical and what needs to be thought. Sight imitates thought when, first as a prisoner of the shadows of the place of bondage, of the totalitarian movie theater of images, then as an escaped prisoner under the guidance of those who return from on high, it starts out by seeing nothing at all, so dazzled is it by the outside world. It will first strive to make out the reflection of the trees in the evening, in the mirrored surface of a pond, then the stars standing out against the night sky, and then, at dawn, the big pine trees, the colorful birds taking flight, the blue of the sky, and finally the sun. Likewise, whenever we try, through the practice of dialectical reasoning, unaided by sense perception, solely by using rational arguments, to turn toward the true being of everything that exists, and we keep on going until such time as we've been able to construct a concept of truth through pure thought, you can say that we've reached the limits of the thinkable, just as the escaped prisoner of our fable reached the limits of the visible. And that's what you call the dialectical approach, said Amantha, full of enthusiasm again. Of course. Why does the study of the sciences, and especially of mathematics, constitute the obligatory prelude to the dialectic? It's because it shows us, without resorting to the fallacious obvious facts of immediate sensory experience, that truths exist. The existence of truths is the necessary basis for constructing a concept of what they are and how they're an exception to the usual order of appearing in our world. This awareness of the true exception is the highest point that can be attained by philosophical thought. Unlike his sister, every time Glaucon thought they were falling back into metaphysics, as he put it, he started to feel the instinctive hesitation of those tempted by pragmatism. I wish I could see things the way you do. And yet it often seems to me that it's practically impossible to agree with your view of what is. At the same time, I think to myself that, from another point of view, it's impossible not to agree with it. So I adopt a provisional ethics 8 for myself, since we're not going to settle the matter immediately and we'll have to do a lot more talking about it. Let's just assume you're right and move on from the prelude to the song itself. Let's discuss it with the same determination and precision as we did when only the prelude was concerned. Tell us about the nature of your famous dialectical reasoning, how many different forms it's divided into, and what paths they follow, because those are the paths that will lead us to the end of all our traveling, to the journey's destination, and therefore, after 24 grueling hours, to rest for us at last. You wouldn't be able to follow me any farther, dearest Glaucon, in that direction. I wouldn't lack any of the requisite determination, but what about you? Keep in mind, your intuition would then no longer be dealing with an image of what we're talking about but with the true as such. Or at least as it seems to me to be. I'm not going to assert dogmatically at this point that the being of the true is wholly consistent with my conception of it. But I do contend that it's possible to have the intuition that it's not all that different from it, and I do so all the more firmly as only the power of dialectical reasoning, to the exclusion of any other approach, can convince someone of it who's an expert in the sciences we mentioned. Okay, we'll grant you that mitigated dogmatism, dear teacher, said Amantha with a smile. There's one point, at any rate, that no one will quibble with us about. It's when we say that a thought process, not reducible to mathematics, exists that, no matter what the domain under consideration, endeavors to grasp, by the end of a methodical procedure, the true being of everything existing in that domain. But aside from your dialectic, objected Glaucon, there's still a considerable difference between the ordinary techniques and higher mathematics. Let's say that current techniques and disciplines are descriptive or empirical in the following way: either they deal with people's opinions and desires, as is the case with the so-called humanities and social sciences, or they're only concerned with the development and structure of visible things. I'm thinking of geology, botany, or zoology, or else they're about teaching people how to feed cattle or make plants grow, or even about their learning the rules for making and taking care of manufactured things, which is a matter of technology. As for the genuine sciences, physics, and especially mathematics, about which we said that they grasp something of being qua being, we've got to admit there, too, that at one level, since they proceed without any need for a thinking of their own process, they're a bit like the sudden appearance of truth in a dream, rather than like truth itself. They don't shed true light, the light of day, on their own conclusions. We can understand why this is so when we note, as we've already done, that these sciences make do with hypotheses or contingent observations that their practitioners say they'll leave untouched, given that they can't account for them rationally other than by asserting how very valuable their consequences are. Yet, if the intrinsic value of the first principle is unknown and both the conclusion and the intermediate steps leading to it are thereby compounded of ignorance, could we call science, in the unconditional or absolute tone implied by that word, the conventional organization of all this, however logical it might be? And yet they are really sciences, grumbled Glaucon. They're not just descriptions or observations that depend on our sensory perception of the world. Certainly. But philosophy, that is, dialectical reasoning, nevertheless has a unique objective that, even though it presupposes the sciences, distinguishes it absolutely from them. It's the only discipline of thought whose method consists in destroying hypotheses one by one so that, once it has arrived at the principle itself, it can confirm, by going back down from the principle, the validity of those hypotheses. It's the only one that can really pull the subject little by little out of the barbaric morass of individualism he's mired in and turn him upward toward his higher purpose. And naturally, in order to effect this difficult conversion, the dialectician makes use of the different sciences we spoke about as companions and aids. But the word science, as it's commonly used, is nevertheless ambiguous if it's used for both mathematics and the dialectic. We really need another term, one that implies more clarity than opinion and more obscurity than science, if that word's taken in its absolute sense. A little while ago I suggested abandoning science and distinguishing between analytical, or mathematical, thought and dialectical, or philosophical, thought. But I don't think now's the time to argue about words, when we need to examine speculative issues that have to do with things in themselves. Especially if we agree with Lacan, said Amantha, narrowing her eyes slyly, that the word is the murder of the thing 9. Which can also be expressed, retorted Socrates, as, once brought to light, the thing is indifferent to what it's called. At any rate, I'm sticking with my classification. There are two main types of mental activity: opinion, whose objects are the changes in a given world, and thought, which is concerned with trans-world being. Each of these types has two subtypes. Opinion is divided into assumption and certainty, while thought is either analytical or dialectical. I also proposed relationships among all these terms, on the basis of their ontological inscription. What being qua being is to the changes in a given world, thought is to opinion. What thought is to opinion, dialectical thought is to certainty, and analytical thought is to assumption. As for the details, and in particular the ontological deductions underpinning this construction, we've already spoken a bit about them and we won't repeat that now, it would take too long. Let's focus on the act of dialectical reasoning itself. We call a dialectician someone who grasps, in each existent, the rational kernel of its exposition to thought. Conversely, as regards someone who's incapable of doing as much, will you accept for us to declare him unable to truly think, dear Glaucon, precisely insofar as he can't give an account of what he claims to be thinking, either to himself or to other people? How could I not accept that assessment of things? What a yes man! Muttered Amantha under her breath. But Socrates ignored her sarcasm, which he had by no means failed to pick up on. He went on. It's exactly the same with regard to the true. If someone is incapable of defining the idea of truth by distinguishing it rationally from all the others and of battling his way, like a warrior of the concept, through all the so-called refutations by refuting such refutations, not, as his opponents have done, in the sphere of appearances but in that of being in itself, if our man therefore can't get through these verbal traps by countering them with implacable logic, then no one could claim that a guy of that sort knows truth in itself, or any other truth for that matter, and you'd even have to admit that, although he might be wielding a semblance of the true, it's only opinion, not thought, analytical any more than dialectical, and so the current life of someone incompetent like that is only a dreamy kind of drowsiness, and even before he awakens here on earth he'll have found himself in the realm of the dead, to sleep for eternity there. Point 10. Oh, there's another one of those sentences of our Socrates that no one can resist. Exclaimed Amantha, who was truly moved. Now suppose that each of you, dear children, have children in your turn, and that you bring them up and educate them. Suppose, God forbid, that, owing to some terrible circumstances, these children turn out to be total idiots, and that even you yourselves would say about them, with even more justification than it's said about the diagonal of a square 11, that they're completely irrational. I don't think you'd accept for young people like that to become heads of state and the top people in charge of making the most important decisions. Would you? That'd be tough, having to diss them, said Glaucon, because we'd love them, those idiots, our kids. But all the same, I think we'd try to find a tolerable vocation for them, some sort of job that would doubtless be limited in scope but still interesting. That's why, before a catastrophe like that struck, you'd do your best to educate your children so that they could at least ask and answer questions, whatever the topic, according to the demands of pure thought. Which means, practically speaking, that, as parents, you'd know that the dialectic is the capstone of all the different subjects and that no other subject can be set above it. And so we've reached the end of our discussion about what the people of our communist country need to be taught if we want them all to be able to hold the highest positions of leadership when it's their turn to do so. Well, if that isn't a perfect pro-family conclusion, declared Amantha. I'm really blown away. And, what's more, it's not a bad idea, not by a long shot. Everyone I know complains about how, whenever a guy and his girlfriend get into a fight, there's never a shortage of low blows. And when it comes to children, good luck trying to talk reasonably with them. Socrates has proved that the dialectic is the secret to family harmony. Congratulations. We could. Yeah, sure, Glaucon interrupted her, but there's a world of difference between the abstract curriculum and practical reality. How do we spread all these different subjects, including the dialectic, among the masses. For people to become convinced that the idea, in the sense we understand it, should guide the destiny of the country, we've got to take responsibility for and monitor the outcomes of the general education curriculum, as we defined its broad principles, and even a few of its details, last night and this morning. So it'll be assumed that all the virtues toward which such an education orients the masses and of which the philosophical determination is merely the synthesis have been acquired. After all, our curriculum is very simple. Anybody, without exception, can and must become a philosopher. Besides, if it were otherwise, philosophy's claim to universalism would be virtually meaningless. As far as this curriculum is concerned, let me remind you, the chief virtue, the one that makes it possible to stick with it to the end, is courage. But that's just it, said Glaucon worriedly. I was wondering how differences in people's memory abilities, and also disparities in personal stamina, the sort of endurance that enables you to have a love for work in all its forms, could be overcome. Right, said Amantha. Let's not forget that we're proposing that all social differences between manual and intellectual labor be abolished. That's a crucial point. Socrates agreed. If everyone's to become a dialectician, nobody should have only one good leg. I mean, do one thing eagerly and shirk another. We all know people today who are prepared to walk 20 miles, if need be, just to see a bicycle race go by in 1 minute, or who are crazy about the strenuous exertions of hunting and sailing, or who can replace a table leg or grow beautiful tomatoes, who are all honest and courageous in their own way but clam up when it comes to all the intellectual subjects, as they never go to the theater or read anything other than the racing results or the weather report in the paper. On the other hand, we all know experts in cellular biology or people who are unbeatable when it comes to possessive adjectives in the works of Sophocles, who talk about such things copiously with their colleagues, who have subscriptions to the opera, read the left-wing cultural journals and defend, courageously at times, the rights of foreign workers, but who are absolutely incapable of digging a ditch, fixing a motor scooter, or taking care of a rifle. Philosophy won't be able to be universalized as long as this lameness exists. It's the same when it comes to truth, exclaimed Amantha. There sure are a lot of gimpy people. One-legged subjects, you could even say. I know plenty of them. They claim to detest lying, but they're not in the least bothered by saying a bunch of crap and repeating opinions picked up in the gutter. They wallow in their ignorance like pigs in mud. Old Lacan was right to say that ignorance isn't a lack but a passion. 12 On the whole, they'd be better off telling a few more lies and being a little less ignorant. That's a difficult balance, said Socrates, smiling. But one thing's for sure, the necessary balance between all of people's aptitudes has got to be produced as early as possible. Children love to run, jump, fight, get angry about unfairness, and so forth. They hate tattling and conceitedness. That's great. The best thing to do, then, is to go heavy on arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy so as to introduce them as soon as possible to the dialectic. As for what form education should take, it would be better. I've got an idea about that, Amantha interrupted him. Down with authoritarian education. All it is following orders, boredom, and hot air. After a certain amount of time, all children, bar none, should study because they like to, as much as, or more than, they like climbing trees, watching pop stars on TV, or exchanging kisses on the sly. Otherwise, forget about it. You're right, after all, admitted Socrates. Can you be free, on the one hand, and then suddenly a slave, just because you're of school age? When someone is made to carry heavy rocks day after day they call it forced labor. It's a punishment, horrible and pointless. And yet the teaching of the sciences and the arts as a preparation for the power of the idea would be modeled on forced labor? That's totally absurd. Lessons that are crammed into an individual's head can never mold a subject. Hurrah! Cried Amantha. Never use force on children, Socrates continued. When it comes to their studies, my friends. Education should be as free and exciting as their games. Even more so, as Amantha would have it. It's the teacher's responsibility to kindle in our human young the creative spark they all have within them. Only in an atmosphere of active freedom like this will everyone find the path to the dialectic that's most natural to him. A dialectician is someone whose thinking is able to see the big picture. But, for any given state of the world, there's an infinite number of paths to constructing the big picture of that state. Education is worthless if it doesn't give everyone the means of choosing the best path for himself so that, with the help of circumstances and as a subject, he can become the dialectician that as an individual he was capable of becoming. But isn't dialectical reasoning corrupted by all those pseudo-debates on TV, the idiotic philosophers, opinion polls, and all that stuff? Asked Amantha. Doesn't the pervasiveness of discussion about anything whatsoever, people chatting on the internet, that whole bit, establish a solid dictatorship of idle chatter and opinion? You're inciting me to make another of my famous detours. Imagine a child, adopted by some very wealthy people, who lives a peaceful life of idleness surrounded by a bunch of sycophants and freeloaders. His adoptive parents have carefully hidden from him the fact that his biological parents were poor workers whose child was virtually snatched away from them by a rich bourgeois couple who couldn't have kids, while those poor people, who were seriously ill and penniless, had all they could do just to stay alive in total poverty with the child. The whole time when he doesn't know he's being lied to, the adopted child respects, as best he can, at least when it comes to the essentials, the people he believes to be his biological parents. He doesn't put much trust in the cynical young sycophants who want to take advantage of him. But then he suddenly finds out about the lie his parents have been telling him. As a result, feeling confused, having been kept for too long in the dark about the truth of his origins to be able to chart a rational course of action, and convinced that traditional law is a lie, the adolescent he's become is very likely to be tempted, at least for a certain time, by the nihilistic principles of instant gratification and no future spread by his friends. But what does that have to do with the corruption of the dialectic? A very surprised Amantha asked. Right from childhood we have a few guiding principles where justice is concerned. These principles are like parents in the sense that they teach us what's right, and even if we're far from always applying them, any more than we always obey our parents, we still have genuine respect for them. There are, naturally, other rules of action, too, diametrically opposed to these principles and often a lot more appealing, which tempt and attract us but which we resist, for the most part, because it's still the original principles, which could be called the paternal ones, that generally carry the day. Suppose, though, that a young person is constantly asked where his or her principles of justice come from and who this famous father is who taught them to him or her, that this paternity is mocked and refuted in 1,000 ways, that the poor young man or the sweet young woman is harassed until they're gradually forced to think that justice, as they conceive of it, is no more just than injustice, that what they were convinced was true may well be false, that everything here on earth is in flux and relative, and so on. Then the respect they had for strong principles ever since they were children is very likely to crumble. They'll no longer be able to recognize the connection they'd felt between these principles and their own ability to become real subjects. Their whole lives will become confused. No longer knowing which way to turn, they'll follow the seductive principles of the sycophants and freeloaders they're surrounded with and will ultimately confuse the dialectic with the chattering of opinion. In short, you're making excuses for today's phony dialecticians, exclaimed Amantha. They've been confused and corrupted, but they weren't all that bad at first. The communist conviction is that people are good and it's the pathologies of society, the family, and the state, in a nutshell, bad systems of government, that corrupt them. That's Rousseau all over. Yes, I suppose it is. That's why our phony philosophers inspire more pity in me than terror. This is all just a digression, if you don't mind my saying so, Glaucon lectured them. I'd like to have a precise educational curriculum. Oh, of course, said Socrates good-naturedly. After the basic education we talked about, literature, music, basic arithmetic, languages, physical education, and so forth, which will take 10 years, we'll have all the young people go back down into the counterpart of our famous underground movie theater, so that they can fill every possible position there, including the hardest ones, male or female unskilled laborer, lumberjack, or Jill, checkout woman or man, delivery man or woman, male or female soldier, and so on, with the sole aim of rallying to our system of government all the stragglers, the ignorant, and the foreigners, so that no one, and I mean no one, languishes in the pit of images, and so that they can all understand, amid life's storms, what life is like when the idea illuminates its purpose and power. They'll remain young artisans of the visible idea for 5 years. Then, for another 10 years, they'll exercise their analytical thinking with higher mathematics, theoretical physics, and astronomy, until they master the most recent discoveries in those fields. Then, for 5 years, they'll mentally construct the dialectical synthesis of all the foregoing, and they'll all be philosophers. Amantha, however, frowned and said, "But they won't be very young anymore by then. They'll be about 30. They'll have completed what it takes for an individual to have the greatest chance of becoming incorporated into one or several different truth processes, and thereby of becoming a subject. They'll be able to lift their eyes upon everything that exists, toward that which, revealing as it does the being underlying this existence, is like its hidden light. When their turn comes, guided by that light, they'll tackle the difficulties imposed by positions of leadership in politics. They'll have nothing but the public welfare in mind, and will regard such an activity not as an honor but as a necessary duty. They'll use their position, which is temporary anyway, only to further reinforce by their example the education of their successors, the people who, when their turn comes, will be responsible for the supreme guardianship of the communist system of government, in any and all circumstances." "Exemplary leaders!" exclaimed Glaucon. "Male and female leaders," Socrates reminded him. "Remember, once and for all, that nothing we're saying applies any more to men than to women. That's also because the word leader," added Amantha, "designates positions that each and every one of the country's citizens are to hold, and thus the word can have no gender, or color, or social class, or any predicate of the sort." "It does have age as a predicate, though," observed Glaucon. "People will already be 30 when they start taking their turn as guardians in the political field. Neither you nor I would be considered capable of doing so yet. In any event," said Socrates in conclusion, "I think we've said enough for the time being about the education appropriate to our fifth system of government and about the character type that corresponds to it. Maybe we should take a little break?" Everyone agreed, and they all began to knock back the drinks. 13. Critique of the four pre-communist systems of government. I. Timocracy and Oligarchy, 541b, 555b. By the time the break was over, everyone, helped along by the drinks and a bit of napping, had overcome the exhaustion brought on by the long metaphysical or scientific commentaries and the constant tension of the philosophical construction. Socrates, full of vim and vigor, a cup of milk with honey in hand, summarized the basic features of a public community dedicated to justice, that is, the features of the fifth system of government. If the country is governed by the standards of political perfection as we conceive it, we'll accept, for example, that children, and more generally everything connected with mental and physical education, will be the responsibility of a much larger collective than the family. All the important occupations, whether in peace or in war, will also be deprivatized and assigned to communal life. In keeping with our policies, those who are old enough to fight or promote our ideals in unfriendly countries will live, at all times, whenever war is unavoidable, but as often as possible in peacetime, too, in houses of the people where they'll own absolutely nothing of their own. For all things must belong to all the people. Unlike the professional athletes who are celebrated in our press and make astronomical salaries, Our citizen soldiers will receive from the political community only what's necessary to live comfortably and will thus devote themselves completely to developing their talents in every sphere of creative activity, and all the more purposefully in that they'll dedicate them to the growth and prestige of the communist community. Amantha jumped at the chance to get in a dig at him. "You've got to admit it's odd," she said. "In a few crystal clear sentences you summarize what your first presentation of the subject took you a whole night of arguments, and occasionally pretty muddled ones, too, if you'll permit me this impertinence, to do. Shouldn't you have begun with what you just said? Dear Amantha, when you've managed to supervise a bunch of 5 kids one way or another while continuing to do your work, you'll be able to distinguish between the investigative method we used last night to construct and solve a new problem and the method of exposition I'm using this morning, whose only purpose is to convey already proven conclusions. You and Glaucon ought to remind me, instead, of the exact point in our session where we took the path that led us where we are now. I'd like to go back to that crossroads, actually, so as to go down the other path, the one we didn't take then, with you. And then we can all go to sleep, feeling sure that we've been absolutely thorough." Glaucon loved summaries, classifications, and quandaries. He regarded them as a chance for him to hold forth in the somewhat obsessive way he had a knack for. "I remember that crossroads, Socrates," he said, as if we were still cooling our heels there. "You just said that if a given system of government has been determined to be an excellent one it must be so relative to other, inferior systems of government. There are 4 such systems of government, you said, ranging from poor to bad, so that, in all, including the one we're in the process of defining, we're conceiving of a field in which 5 different possibilities can be noted. I remember thinking at the time that the 4 systems of government you contrasted with your own were the ones we're all familiar with. The first and most famous is the one in which empires came to the fore and whose basic principle is military glory. I even dreamed of coming up with the abstract name for it that it lacks, something like timocracy or timarchy. The second system of government sanctions the authority of a small group of wealthy people, and it's called oligarchy. The third is the one based on the decisions of a majority of the assembled people, its name is democracy. And the fourth is the erratic dictatorship of a single man, or of a single woman, Amantha cut in affably. Don't forget that, as far as Socrates is concerned, whether it's a man or a woman, provided philosophy's involved, makes no difference. Whatever, grumbled Glaucon. Anyway, its name is tyranny. Perfect, said Socrates. Tyranny is indeed the worst disease of the body politic. But you still haven't told me where the team of horses pulling our dialogue took one fork in the road rather than the other. That's because, before you could expound on the classification of the systems of government, Polemarchus and my sister hit you with a really tough question. To answer it, you went on to something else having to do with women, children, and the family, which took hours. And that's why our discussion is where it is now. Thanks to your excellent memory, you're tossing the ball back to me at exactly the point where we changed direction during the night. Okay, I've caught it now. Let's start with a common sense remark. To each political community there corresponds a specific character type. I'm going to take cover behind the poet of poets, our national poet Homer, on this issue. You recall how they asked Odysseus, "From where do you hail and what is your stock? For you are neither from oak nor from rock." The places subjects come from aren't trees or rocks but their homeland, their country, their political community. So, if there are 5 major forms of government, there must also be 5 major categories of subjective organization into which specific individuals fall, depending on where they come from. As regards the subject who comes from our system of government, egalitarian aristocratism, we already studied his nature closely, and we set out all the arguments necessary to describe him. He's just in accordance with the idea. In accordance with the idea. No more, said Amantha facetiously, but no less. So let's study the subjective character types that correspond to the other 4 systems of government. Carefully, one after the other. We'll begin with the one Glaucon dubbed Timarchy. Its subject is obsessed with honor and victory. Then there'll come the oligarchic subject, the democratic subject, and the tyrannical subject. We'll see which of the four is the most unjust, the one that deserves to be identified as the absolute negation of our men, who's just in accordance with the idea. We'll then have a complete view of the relationship between pure justice and pure injustice, on the one hand, and happiness and unhappiness, on the other. We'll be able to bring our humongous discussion to a close because we'll have the means to decide whether we should follow the path of injustice, as Thrasymachus argued last night with his customary verve, or whether it's to the path of justice that this morning's arguments are leading us. That way, Amantha remarked, we'll be able to confirm your principle that, with the thought process, only the completion can produce a new measure. I'm impressed. And Socrates was really impressed by the young woman. He paused for a moment, then said, to give ourselves every chance for success in the intellectual process of creating a new political measure, we'll proceed as we did before, by seeing things in the large before coming around to the small, examining the practices of political communities before judging those of individuals. But won't we just be going round in circles then? Asked Glaucon worriedly. Of course not. We'll start with your Timarchy, and then we'll describe the individual who's like it, the Timarchian, or the Timocrat. And the same for the other three. Our thinking will proceed from the formal political place to the subject that's constituted within it. As curious, if not recalcitrant, as ever, Amantha then put in. But why start with timocracy? That's totally arbitrary. Good question, dear girl. Exclaimed Socrates. There's a reason for doing so that's very compelling, albeit hard to grasp, namely that timocracy is the form of community that comes directly from our fifth system of government. It's the very first form of corruption of the latter. So it takes precedence over the other three. And then we'll go from bad to worse? Exactly. That's a very mysterious origin, though, said Glaucon, taking his sister's side. How can imperfection emerge from something that's consistent with the idea? I just don't get it. The theory of transitions is always the hardest thing. But let's give it a try anyway. A very simple starting point is to restate what one of our group called the primacy of internal causes. A body politic will change only if a sort of civil war pits different factions within it against each other. However large, or rather, however small, the group of real leaders may be, so long as they have the same vision of things, the body politic will remain impervious to change. Consequently, dear Glaucon, if a community united by our fifth system of government can nevertheless change for the worse, it means that the spirit of civil war has infected and divided its leaders, including its military leaders, and has set them against each other. But how is that possible? Our rational principles virtually dictate everyone's having the same political vision. Yes, that's true. Our discussion has hit a snag. I think that, like old Homer at the beginning of the Iliad, we have no choice but to beg the muses to share a big secret with us, the origin of civil wars, or, in other words, the origin of negation, which resides in every existent, however perfect it may be. Amantha, who liked difficult moments, had no qualms about making the one they were going through even worse. To judge by how many boring poets, mendacious historians, and dancers who can't get off the ground there are, the muses aren't easy to win over, she remarked. Well, I, for one, Socrates shot back, am going to invoke those melodious daughters and make them come alive in my words, as if they were playing and chatting with us, albeit with the seriousness of tragic poetry. What will they talk to us about? Asked a very excited Glaucon. Listen carefully to them, kids. It is difficult to bring about any change for the worse in a body politic like the one you have founded. However, as Amantha, citing Goethe, said a little while ago, everything that comes into being deserves to perish. Thus, your political order will not last indefinitely. It, too, will eventually break down. Why? For reasons having to do with both arithmetic and demographics. 1 The count of its parts, or neighborhoods, which is correlated to the fertility of couples, will gradually malfunction. Indeed, we know that, for plants as well as for animals, for men as well as the gods, the life cycle and the perpetuation of essential symbols is regulated by numbers. In the case of the gods, everything is a mirror image of a perfect infinite number. As regards the human species, in the most perfect case, the body politic you are in the process of formalizing, things are much less certain. The base number is 6. 6 is actually twice 3, it is therefore the product of male perfection, the 2, the emblem of separation or of symbolic abstraction, and female perfection, the 3, the emblem of production or creative intuition. That is why the perfect symbol of fertility is composed of 6 human beings, a woman, a man, and 4 children. To such sets is assigned a nuptial number, which, in order to indicate the end of all solitude, is always greater than 1. We call the idea of the nuptial number not this number itself but the number that results from it, taken first according to its latent femininity, that is, repeated 3 times, or raised to the power of 3, and then taken according to the rest of the nuptial set, that is, the male principle and the 4 children, which makes 5 times the number. If I'm following you correctly, said Glaucon, very intent, assuming that n is a nuptial number, its idea is n3 plus 5n. Exactly, Socrates remarked. And it gets its ideational perfection from the fact that it's always divisible by 6, the base number. Regardless of what number n is. Glaucon, said Socrates with a smile. You've interrupted the muses twice now? Here's what they answer: yes, whatever the nuptial number n is, its idea, n3 plus 5n, is always divisible by 6. You can prove this, dear interrupter, by recursion on n. Nevertheless, to ensure the survival of your political community, the number of nuptial sets in any given neighborhood of the community should also be a multiple of the base number 6. And, furthermore, there should be a special nuptial number called the iris of the neighborhood, such that its idea is equal to the total number of nuptial sets, which, let us repeat, are units of 6 members, 2 parents and 4 children. 4. If the law is egalitarian and communistic, any political number must also be a factor of that of which it is the number. I note, said Glaucon, that at any rate both of them, the total number of nuptial sets and the idea of the nuptial number that's the iris of the neighborhood, are divisible by 6. But the muses invoked by Socrates would not allow themselves to be interrupted by this correct observation and continued with what they were saying. They went over in silence to an enormous blackboard and chanted as they wrote the following observations in purple chalk on it. If n is the total number of nuptial sets of a neighborhood, and if n is the nuptial number that is the iris, the number whose idea is equal to the whole, then n3 plus 5n equals n, which can also be expressed as n2 plus 5, equals n. It follows that the iris number n is a divisor of the total number n, just as is the iris number squared plus 5. This is what the comrades in charge of the size of the neighborhoods must be unwaveringly concerned with, and what, one day or other, centuries from now, they will forget, namely that the number of nuptial sets of a neighborhood and the nuptial numbers assigned to these sets must be such that an iris number and its idea equal to the whole can really exist. The rule of divisibility by 6 is so simple and so obviously linked to the sexual symbols 2 and 3 that the risk of forgetting is very slight. But the same cannot be said for the subtle connection between the nuptial numbers and the total number of sets they define, a connection represented by the idea of the iris number. Suppose, for example, that the number of nuptial sets of a neighborhood is 150. Then the idea of the number 5, which is assumed to be nuptial, is 53 plus 5x5 or 125 plus 25 equals 150, and 5 is indeed the iris number of the neighborhood. But suppose that the comrades in charge haven't assigned the number 5 as the nuptial number. What will happen then? The neighborhood will not have any iris number at all. Another example, those in charge have carelessly set the acceptable number of nuptial sets of the neighborhood at 78, which is in fact divisible by 6, because 78 equals 6x 13. Then, carried away by the dogmatic cult of the 6, they only assigned multiples of 6 as nuptial numbers. They thought they were doing the right thing, blessing nuptial fertility in this way with the fundamental number of sex. But what happens? If n3 plus 5n equals 78, which requires n to be iris, we get n2 plus 5, equals 78. But if n is divisible by 6, or n equals 6q, we'll get 6q, 36q2 plus 5, equals 78, or, simplifying by 6, q, 36q2 plus 5, equals 13, which is completely impossible. Because, since 13 is a prime number, either q, the divisor of 13, is equal to 1, which gives 41 equals 13, or q equals 13, which gives 79,157 equals 13, something that's even more atrocious. Which means that the neighborhood won't have any iris at all. These are the omissions and errors that, over the long term, will deprive your political community of the astral equilibrium that can only be guaranteed to it by the existence, neighborhood by neighborhood, of an iris number. The first symptom of decline will be the emergence of a broad current of public opinion favoring spectacular games, the idolization of sports, the sexual misadventures of celebrities, and TV shows for ignorant viewers, to the detriment of everything that belongs to thought, deductive and experimental sciences, intense loves, egalitarian political organization, the shifting of the dividing line between the formal and the formless in art, and so forth. Future generations will acquire a taste for instant gratification, superficial trivialities, and the listless cult of non-being. On this subjective breeding ground will bloom the showy, artificial flowers of proudly proclaimed dissimilarity, of minor self-centered differences, of discord, at once furtive and passionate, and ultimately of the desire for the most abject inequality to take root. What tragic eloquence these muses have! Said Amantha, full of admiration. Well, of course, said Socrates in his normal bass baritone voice. No one expects them to chatter like magpies. But what will happen next? Asked a breathless Glaucon. Let's listen to what the muses have to say for another moment. That desire for inequality, as historical experience shows, gives rise to hatred and war on all sides. The body politic tends to split into two. On the one hand, there are those who adopt profit as the norm. Taking advantage of an already ruinous state of affairs in many neighboring countries, they amass, more or less surreptitiously, money, land, objets d'art, stocks, bonds, drafts, and so on. In contrast to these nouveaux riches, there are those who continue to hold on, albeit feebly, to the idea that the only true wealth lies in what a subject is capable of, and who attempt to keep the communist idea and its corresponding civil organization alive. The conflict breaks out in the open and the country's political unity is shattered. This is the start of a ruthless class struggle, with much violence. But the very impetus of this struggle gradually slackens because, under the pretext of military necessities, the civil war leads to the emergence, on both sides, of ruling cliques that are seemingly pitted against each other when viewed in terms of the day-to-day situation, but that, contaminated as they both are by the intoxication of power and the worship of brute force, actually share the same belief in inequality. On that basis, since the people are weary of these endless bloody episodes, a fatal compromise is invariably reached, the divvying up of land, houses, and money, in short, the restoration, to the advantage of both cliques, of private property. These people, who then take power and who, back in the days of the old communist order, regarded everyone as free friends and militants in the same cause, can now only think about maintaining their dominance and subjugating the people, whom they treat as if they were comprised only of clients or servants. At the same time, this new brand of leaders, maintaining a monopoly on war and weapons, split this monopoly off altogether from ordinary collective life and create a machine of state fit for combat but divorced from any control by the people. Thus is born a new type of political community, midway, as it were, between communism and oligarchy. The Muses then fell silent, and it was in his ordinary voice that Socrates eventually broke the hush that, after such almost mystical solemnity, had for a few long minutes fallen over the room, softly illuminated as it was by the rays of the late morning sun. The fifth and second systems of government. Communism and oligarchy. That's a strange mixture. And yet this is precisely what emerged toward the end of the bureaucratized communist experiments in Russia and China, at the end of a misguided century. It's this sort of hybrid regime, asked Glaucon, that you call timocracy? You're the one who suggested the term a moment ago. This timocracy mimics the communism it comes from and the oligarchy that follows it. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the apparatchiks of the communist state, like their so-called enemies, became the super-rich oligarchs of post-communist capitalism. Oligarchs, let me stress the word, that's the name they're given. That speaks volumes. The difficulty, for us, is how to define the distinctive features of the timocratic regime, the first product of a long period of decline. From what you've said, Amantha remarked, the timocratic state is built on the monopoly it has on war. That point must have far-reaching consequences. Yes, unfortunately it does. Because of the climate of civil war and intellectual decline, the prevailing taste will be for dynamic, impetuous, rough people born for war rather than peace. In a nutshell, those dominated by what I called in the middle of the night last night the second agency of the subject, that enigmatic spirit, which I prefer to call affect, the seat of reckless, brutal action. As for the third agency, thought, what timocrats value above all are the ruses of war, cunning tactics, the spirit of ambush. And the most highly prized practice is to be armed at all times. At the same time, these rough and ready men, who at first were not without a kind of warrior-like integrity, become used to giving orders to hierarchy, inequality, and the intrigues of power. As a result, they become greedy for money, just as in oligarchic states. They end up worshipping this monetary fetish, albeit on the sly. They have secret storehouses and fortunes hidden away in big villas concealed from view behind high walls and armed to the gills with surveillance cameras. Believing they're protected from rumors this way, they spend incredible amounts of money at home on banquets, booze, music, miscellaneous drugs, and especially on willing, naked women. These people actually have a conflictual relationship with their own wealth. On the one hand they're miserly, since their adoration of wealth increases due to the fact that they possess it illegally and can only make use of it in secret. But on the other hand they're spendthrifts, goaded on as they are by desire. They're like children trying to avoid the law of the father. Why? Because their upbringing was based not on persuasion but on force. They deserted the muse of truth, the muse of rational argumentation and philosophy. They showered honors on jogging, gymnastics, fitness training, Thai boxing, cyclocross racing, volleyball, ping pong, and even sumo wrestling, rather than on the arts and sciences. And all that, said Glaucon, no doubt gives rise to governments like those of Sparta, Imperial Rome, the Turkey of the Janissaries, the Mongols at the height of their power, Japan after the Meiji era, the United States in its twilight years, or even Nazi Germany, doesn't it? Some of your examples are over the top. Let's not lose sight of the fact that this political paradigm is a mixture of good and evil. As a matter of fact, it owes its characteristic feature to the fact that reckless aggressiveness, the second agency of the subject, predominates in it. I'm talking about competitive ambition, about the love of fame and glory. That feature epitomizes the origins and nature of this type of political community. This is oversimplified, I admit. But, since our only aim, as far as this matter is concerned, is to decide about the just and unjust man, it would be pointless and tedious to go over our 5 systems of government and their corresponding character types in minute detail. Yeah, this is already taking long enough as it is. Agreed Amantha the snide. Oh, so maybe you could describe for us in nothing flat the character type that corresponds to the timocratic system of government? Socrates countered. That's easy. He's a blowhard, a guy on the make, and a hedonist who could be the twin of my brother Glaucon here. You've got a point, said Socrates with a smile. But there are nevertheless a few little differences between the timocratic man and your brother. Oh yeah? Like what, for instance? Amantha retorted skeptically. The timocrat's more arrogant than our friend Glaucon and far less cultured, even if it's an exaggeration to call him an ignorant boor, as the Athenians claim the Spartans are. The timocrat might enjoy conversation, but his debating ability is as mediocre as can be. He's rude to people he considers his inferiors instead of disdaining all that social status business, the way well-bred people should. On the other hand, he has a tendency to grovel before anybody who's anybody in his country, and especially before the big shots in the state apparatus. That's because he loves power and glory. His ambition can't be based on any talent as an orator or intellectual superiority, however, since the only things that matter for him are great military feats and, more broadly speaking, anything connected with war. That's no doubt why he's an inveterate athlete and a fanatic hunter. You haven't described his relationship with money for us. That's important, after all, for us who advocate equality, even at the price of a certain asceticism. When he's young, the timocrat often disdains wealth. But as he grows older he craves it more and more, for two reasons. First, his secret natural affinity, which we've already mentioned, with that extremely common character type, the miser, and, second, on account of the fact that his moral compass comes and goes, as a consequence of his lacking a supreme master in his life. What master is that? Asked the hysteric lurking within the avid Amantha. Reason, once it's been supplemented by scientific, artistic, literary, historical, or even quite simply existential culture. It's the only thing that can safeguard the virtues to which the whole life of the subject is devoted. Well, that's a very impersonal master, said Amantha, disappointed. But you can see this young timocrat, the very image of the system of government whose name he bears, as if he were right before your eyes, can't you? Yeah, sure. But I wonder how he got to be what he is. Oh, let's try and imagine. Let's see. Maybe he's the young son of a decent man, in a country under the rule of a bad system of government. The father wants nothing to do with honors, positions of power, lawsuits, and the whole wheeler-dealer scene. He prefers anonymity to social success. He couldn't be any less of a celebrity. His favorite saying is, "The quiet life is the happy life too." I don't see the connection between a father like that and the young guy on the make we were talking about. Well, we need to trace things back to his mother's complaints. Throughout our timocrat's childhood, she griped about how her husband didn't have one of the top jobs in the government, which made her be regarded as less than nothing by the other women in polite society. She moaned that he never so much as lifted a finger to acquire apartment buildings, villas, iPods and iPhones and iTunes, horses, horsepower, horseradish, bearskin coats, stocks, coupons, bonds, masterpieces, master keys, master cylinders, or master plans, nothing. Less than nothing. She deplored her husband's weakness, his total ineptness when it came to picking a fight with an opponent and insulting him in court or in the People's Assembly. She bitterly rued the fact that he bore such affronts with the patience of a saint. From all this she came to the conclusion that he was wrapped up in himself and felt neither genuine respect nor any particular contempt for his wife. He was indifference personified. So she was choked with indignation, the mom was, when she told all this to her darling son, and she had to tell him, his father wasn't a real man, he was too easygoing, he was too this, he was too that. All the sorts of things that women like to say in such cases. Oh, right. It's women's fault, said a furious Amantha. Yes, but not just theirs, Socrates said in an attempt to placate her, not just theirs. All the people who hover around a young man of good family tell him, sometimes on the sly, the same thing. The chauffeur, the cook, the gardener, the bodyguards, they all do it. Let's say they've seen someone who owed the young man's father money, a really big amount. Well, his father didn't do a thing about it, no lawsuit, no threats. Nothing. Less than nothing. So they all tell the young master that he shouldn't be like his dad, that he should use strong-arm tactics. Yes, little guy, they all say in unison, you've got to be a man, a real man, not like your old man. And if our young man, the future Timocrat, leaves the house, if he goes downtown, if he hangs out in the streets, he hears the same sort of thing again. People who mind their own business are called idiots and held in low regard, while people who are trendy and involved in a million different things are flattered and showered with praise. That's the experience of the young man in the world. But, at the same time, he listens to his father, he sees from up close how he leads his life, he compares him with what the others say and do. That's why he's inwardly conflicted. On the one hand, his father feeds and waters the rational agency of the subject, thought, like a precious plant. But, on the other hand, his mother and public opinion encourage the opposite agency, indiscriminate desire. As our young man is not naturally inclined to evil, he splits the difference, he entrusts the direction of his life to neither thought nor desire but to the agency in between the two, the one that's irascible, irritable, and unstable, which I call affect. Since this agency, in his case, consists mainly of ambition and a hot-tempered spirit, he becomes a supremely arrogant adult who's primarily enamored of fame, a Timocrat. He's a marvelous dialectical balancing act between the father and the mother, that son is. Remarked Amantha. What about the others, Glaucon added, the democratic, oligarchic, and tyrannical teenagers? How do they manage to extricate themselves from that quagmire of the family? We need to study the other bad systems of government now. As Aeschylus says in the Seven Against Thebes, and here Glaucon's delight in being able to prove he was as cultured as Socrates gave him credit for was only too apparent. Another champion before another gate. Point 3. You're really putting the screws on me, said Socrates good-naturedly. Well, all right, let's turn to oligarchy and the oligarchic man. Let's say that oligarchy's the system of government that's based on wealth. Voting eligibility is based on the cens. The wealthy, those who are able to pay the cens, take over leadership of the country and the poor have no part in it. So how do you get from timocracy to oligarchy? Asked Glaucon. Silly boy. Even a blind man could see how that happens. The big banks in which they anxiously deposit enormous fortunes, that's what destroys the Timocrats. First they find very expensive pleasures to enjoy, and, in order to be able to indulge in them, they get around the laws or flout them altogether. And in this regard high society women lead the way. Then, since everyone observes everyone else and engages in mimetic competition with one another, the people as a whole become like the pioneers before them in pursuing extravagant pleasures. From then on, all they can think about is getting rich. The more powerful the cult of money becomes, the weaker that of civic virtue becomes. For wealth and virtue are so different that they invariably orient the same person's life in opposite directions. But what happens then? Queried Glaucon, ever the aficionado of sociology, anthropology, archaeology, and positivist history. How does the new form of the state take hold? When some desire holds sway over public opinion, people look all over for the things to satisfy it, and they abandon the actions and subjective dispositions whose prominence other opinions, now obsolete, used to ensure. By the end of this whole process, the citizens of a timocracy, the lovers of fame and victory, become at once greedy and stingy. They praise the rich man every chance they get and raise him to power, leaving to the poor man only despair and a wasted life. But what about the state, the law, the constitution? Glaucon, as excited as could be, begged to know. They pass laws defining who has a right to engage in political activity in the new oligarchic order and, as a qualification, they set a certain amount of wealth. The more powerful the oligarchy, the bigger the amount, below which you're excluded from having any share in power. These laws are often imposed by force of arms. At any rate, this type of government can only be established in a climate of fear. I'd like further details, Glaucon insisted. What's the dominant character type in this new context? And what's the main defect of a system of government like this? Its main defect, or just about, is that the very principle it's based on is wrong. Imagine if airplane pilots were chosen only according to how wealthy they were and no plane were ever allowed to be flown by a poor pilot, no matter how skilled he was. You can bet we'd see plenty of planes idling on the runway. As the Red Guards used to say during the Cultural Revolution in China, and they obviously had Mao in mind, to sail the high seas, you need a helmsman. Ships, planes, systems of government, states. In the final analysis, it makes no difference. The only things that matter are talent and confidence. Wealth counts for nothing. But, in addition, every oligarchic regime is afflicted with a fatal disease because the country where it holds sway is no longer one country but two and is always threatened by civil war. In one and the same territory there are the country of the rich and the country of the poor. Each side wears itself out plotting against the other. But that's not all. An oligarchic country can hardly wage war against an enemy country. Either the government of the wealthy has to arm the masses of poor people, and then it'll be more afraid of them than of the enemy, or else it will refuse to do so, and then the only thing the mere handful of soldiers on the battlefield will be able to do is take cover behind their useless sacks of gold. Actually, the oligarchic government is so stingy that it won't pay for weapons for anyone. Amantha then seemed to take an interest in the discussion, remarking, "They'd do what that guy from some little backwater town or other that was threatened by Rome did. There was talk of mobilization, of national defense, all that stuff. And he, a rich guy, in actual fact, suggested reducing the army to a single soldier who'd be posted on the border and who'd be able to say in Latin, 'We surrender unconditionally.' That way, he argued, they'd save a ton of money." Wealth and treason do often go hand in hand, Socrates agreed. But, on top of that, poverty, in an oligarchy, is often associated with trafficking, corruption, and crime. The concentration of wealth in only a few hands and the cautious restrictions placed on productive activity lead to lots of people just being there, on the outskirts of big cities, with nothing to do, since they obviously can't be the idle rich, nor can they be shopkeepers, soldiers, office employees, or even, and this is the worst of all, workers. Their designation is just poor people. In Muslim countries they're called the disinherited. As for Marx, he called them the lumpenproletariat. How is it, asked Glaucon, that the oligarchs don't take any action against such a state of affairs? Because if they did, there wouldn't be such a stark contrast between a handful of extremely wealthy people and a totally impoverished mass of people. Let's take a close look at your problem. The only thing the wealthy cared about back when, in the framework of timocracy, they were merely citizens, was spending their fortunes. Do you think that just because they're in power they'll have changed? That now they'll render great services to the country? They only seem to be rulers. They go on being neither real leaders of the state nor its true servants. Their only concern is still the wealthy and their wealth. They are agents of capitalism, as Marx puts it. That's why they're categorically opposed to the idea of greater equality in people's material lives. What the oligarch primarily wants, concluded Glaucon, is for the oligarchic government to help him remain an oligarch. Exactly. And just as the drone is born among the bees in the hive to be a parasite and a blight on it, we can say that a fat cat of that sort is like a drone in the public sphere, a blight on the government and the country. But the drones in the hive, the other saw to this, have wings but no stinger, whereas two-legged drones, the ones in oligarchic regimes, are of two different sorts. Some of them, an old man dying in poverty, a woman reduced to begging in order to raise her children, a girl forced into prostitution by her lover, a disabled man on his crutches, for example, have no stinger either. But the others, the criminals, do have one, and it can hurt like hell, they're hornets. It's a fact that in every country where there's a large contingent of poor people, of déclasses, a huge lumpenproletariat, you find petty thieves, drug dealers, mafia enforcers, and bank robbers. So there must be loads of them in oligarchic countries, given that everyone in them is poor, except for the ruling clique. You said it. The drones with stingers abound there, and it's only with large numbers of police roundups and grim prisons that the government manages to cope with the situation. What a great description! But what's the oligarchic man, the subject of this system of government, like? Take the son of an eminent Timocrat. At first, owing to his Oedipus complex, he competes with his father. He follows him around like a puppy. But then one day he sees his father suddenly wrecked by the state, like a ship struck by one of Zeus' thunderbolts. His poor father. Here's a man who'd put everything he possessed, indeed his very life, at the disposal of the state, a man who'd been chief of staff of the armies, a man with enormous power, suddenly dragged before the court, slandered by informers, dishonored, forced to choose between exile and death, all his possessions auctioned off. I've read some incredible stories like that in the paper, Glaucon remarked, especially about Sparta. So the son sees his father's come down, he feels it viscerally. What's more, he himself is completely bankrupt now. He panics. He who wanted to become incorporated into a subject whose life would be ruled by honor and courage now changes completely. It's like a coup d'état in his soul. He feels so demeaned by poverty that money becomes his only god. Like a snake before the onset of winter, with a lot of arduous crawling and miserly frugality he accumulates enough to live without worry. He then relinquishes all power over himself to insatiable desire and boundless greed. On this great king of his soul he bestows the crown, the ceremonial chains, and the holy saber. Careful, dear Socrates. I'm putting up a sign, danger, poetry ahead, joked Amantha. As for the power of reason and the emotional, irritable, unstable, and spirited faculty, he forces them to prostrate themselves at the feet of this new king, on either side of the throne, like lowly slaves. The former he only allows to calculate his fortune and consider how to increase it. As for the latter, it may only admire and revere wealth and the wealthy and, where fame is concerned, just stick to the wealth already amassed and the means for acquiring even more. He plunges, recapped Glaucon a tad pedantically, from the loftiest ambition to the most abject avarice. He's thus formatted for an oligarchic computer. Let's examine in detail what you call his formatting, which, being less up-to-date than you, I'd translate as, his drives are suited to what the political regime demands of the individuals under its control. First of all, he values wealth above all else. His motto is work and save. Second of all, he only allows himself to satisfy desires that are strictly necessary, all the rest he treats as frivolous requests, and he abstains from spending anything at all on them. He's really stingy, said Amantha indignantly. You can say that again. It's especially for him that money becomes, as good old Marx puts it, a general equivalent, because the desire to accumulate wealth drives him to turn everything into money. He's incorporated alive, so to speak, into capital. By the way, that's also the fate awaiting the budget of the state in this type of regime. Society and individuals alike are mere components of the circulation of money. I suppose, Glaucon then said, that this sort of character paid no attention to the literary and philosophical teaching dispensed in the later years of high school. Had he been properly educated, he would never have allowed his desires to be dictated by the money whose stupid blindness for he worships. Right? Said Socrates admiringly. It's because our fellow is a victim of what Marx, Yes, him again, calls the fetishism of merchandise. But careful. The fact that the oligarch is usually ignorant has a lot of other consequences. In particular, drone-like desires, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, crop up in the dark recesses of his soul. These desires, both beggarly and criminal, are usually kept in check in the oligarchic man by the care he devotes to his own best interests. And therefore, to see how powerful they are, you have to observe him when he's in charge of managing the fortune of a minor, an old man, or a mental patient, and he thinks he can operate with impunity. It's then that we'll understand what went on when this kind of guy abided scrupulously by contracts, thanks to which he acquired a reputation as an honest and just man. Sure, he suppressed his evil desires, but the inner violence that he used to that end has nothing at all to do with his believing that that was the path of the good, or even with the kind of self-restraint that's dictated by reason. He merely obeyed the murky necessities entailed by cynicism. He dreaded losing all the possessions he'd already heaped up through fraud and extortion. But when it comes to spending other people's money, well, then, sheesh, the whole swarm of his drone-like desires comes flying out with nothing to stop it. And so the oligarch becomes a drone through and through, concluded Glaucon, with the sort of suspicious satisfaction that the sight of a disaster always affords. Not at all, my boy. There's no way that kind of man can avoid having an inner civil war. Inwardly, he's not one but two. As Jacques Lacan would say, he's a split subject. His subjective self's motto is actually, desire against desire. But you've got to give him credit for the fact that the good desires prevail over the evil ones in most cases. That's why he's more attractive than many other character types. But our man will always remain very far removed from unity and immanent harmony, which are the norm of the subject once it comes into being as such in the element of truth. Amantha then piped up. Couldn't you conclude, dear Socrates, with one of those short, colorful portraits you once used to have a knack for? Ignoring her snide remark, Socrates said. The oligarch's stinginess makes him incapable of publicly competing with his fellow citizens, of sharing with them a generous vision of life, which consists of victories because it is inspired by a keen sense of honor. As his greatest fear is of having to stir up a bunch of spendthrift desires in order to defeat his rivals, he refuses to spend money on any fights in which only his fame is at stake. Thus, he commits only a measly share of his resources to fighting and, like a typical oligarch, he prefers the fate of a man who, though defeated and dishonored, is nevertheless content merely because he can go on sitting on his pile of gold. Not bad. Not bad. Amantha opined. Anyway, added Glaucon, there's no doubt that a man like that is strictly isomorphic with the type of government he's both the cause and the effect of, the one in which wealth alone is the measure of power. Maybe we've said enough about this kind of guy, concluded Amantha with a comical look of disgust on her face. 14. Critique of the four pre-communist systems of government. 2. Democracy and Tyranny, 555b, 573b. I think, Glaucon went on, that we can turn to democracy now, its origins, its nature, and its corresponding character type. First, dear Socrates, tell us, how the change from oligarchy to democracy, historically speaking, comes about. The impetus for that transition is none other than an infinite desire, aroused by the only object in an oligarchic regime that's identified with the good, money. The shift from oligarchy to democracy occurs when the imperative to enjoy, along the lines of a 19th-century French minister's dictum get rich, one becomes an unlimited general imperative. But how does it happen in actual practice? Glaucon's empiricist Damon queried. The leaders of an oligarchic state are only in power owing to their enormous fortunes. So they don't want any harsh laws cracking down on the segment of youth called gilded youth, who squander the family fortune on gambling, horse racing, fashion shows, cocaine, or high-class brothels. Why are they so lenient? Because the old oligarchs in power are determined to buy up, at dirt cheap prices, the property these young people will have to sell off to pay their debts, and then, when they practically bankrupted them, loan them money at exorbitant interest rates, which will force these young people to mortgage what little they have left. Thanks to these underhanded tactics, the rich leaders will become super rich. But it won't be long before the effects are felt. In any state, it's impossible for people to worship money and at the same time acquire the self-discipline required for an even minimally sensible collective life. One or the other will definitely have to be sacrificed. In the case of an oligarchy, what happens is that, as a result of the oligarch's self-serving leniency, young people who are doubtless weak but gifted, or even exceptionally brilliant minds, are eventually reduced to poverty. Excessive spending, nihilism, brothels, debts, and even prison. People of the stature of Tolstoy and Rimbaud experienced things like that in their youth, didn't they? Sure, said Amantha. But I can hardly imagine Socrates making Rimbaud the model for the philosophical life. That's because you have a stereotypical academic image of me. Rimbaud, sure, by all means. He epitomizes the burning desire for a life lived in accordance with the idea, Rimbaud does. As he was very young, he looked in every direction, he kept at it relentlessly, he took every experience to the extreme. And at last he was saved, by work, concentration, dedication, and anonymity. He's the perfect Socratic man. But where on earth were we? You were observing, said Glaucon the Serious, that an oligarchic regime throws scores of intelligent people out on the streets, people who've become aggressive like your so-called drones and armed to the teeth, some of them crippled with debt, others disgraced, and all of them knowing they have nothing left to lose. Oh, right. These people hate the regime in power that bankrupted them. They secretly plot against those who seized their property and, even beyond them, against the whole ruling class, which they consider to be complicit in that plunder. In short, these fallen petits bourgeois now long for a revolution. Seeing bankers, hedge fund managers, and other such multimillionaire bigwigs grandstanding on television as if they were the great benefactors of a liberal society is the last straw. Galled by the flaunting of these people's newfound wealth and the ubiquitous publicity showered day after day on people with fabulous fortunes, the entire middle class, its members having slowly become paupers, is ready to give in to political adventurism. There's nothing worse, said Glaucon sententiously, than devoting your whole life to the bountiful joys of the market only to end up being in constant, nagging financial difficulties. The evil then becomes like an invisible fire raging throughout the country, spreading far and wide. And yet the ruling class absolutely rejects every means of putting it out. They obviously won't use the method that we communists have always been suggesting, the collective ownership of all private property. But neither will they accept reforms that would nonetheless be compatible with the oligarchic system, such as passing a law that would eliminate the speculative excesses of modern finance. But, as you yourself said, objected Amantha, the appetite for gain, the lust for money, are unlimited desires. How can you expect to restrict them with a law? We can still conceive of laws that would introduce certain limits on the aberrations of financial circulation. That's called market regulation. For example, you could prohibit granting loans to people who are notoriously insolvent. It would require loans having to be made at the lender's risk, too, not just the borrower's. Then people would think twice about getting rich by ruining any chance of there being a sort of social harmony, even if it were inegalitarian. And therefore unacceptable in our eyes, Amantha interrupted him. But it seems to me, she continued, that you're buying into the theory of a virtuous financial market. That's really like talking about the squared circle. I have to admit that the oligarchy won't hear of my reforms. It regards poor people, its subjects, the losers, as, pardon my French, shit. And as for itself, it just keeps on getting richer with a show of superfluous, vulgar ostentation. The spoiled rich kids live each day as it comes, incapable of making any intellectual effort, needless to say, but hardly any better off when it comes to sports either. Arrogant and lazy in equal measure, they acquire no discipline, not even the discipline of pleasure, let alone that imposed by adversity and conflicts. As for the fathers, who care about nothing but stocks, bonds, bank accounts, complex securities, takeover bids, and the current price of commodities, they're less concerned about virtue than the lousiest crook. I still don't see, said Amantha, frowning, how all that amounts to a transition from oligarchy to democracy. Draw the conclusions from what I just said, from class hatred, in a word. Look at the cases where the rulers and the broad masses of their subjects take part in the same collective action. You mean a trip? Or a migration somewhere? Yes, or any other situation of that sort, a mission to some distant country, a military expedition, when the officers and soldiers embark aboard the same ship or fight side by side. When they're thrown together in a dangerous situation, they observe one another, don't they? And it's never the rich who look down on the poor. It's the exact opposite. Very often, the vagaries of a battle will throw some poor, skinny, dark-skinned fellow together with a fair-complexioned rich guy with a prominent paunch. And what does the ordinary soldier see? That the other guy is completely worn out, miserable, unable to go on fighting. He then thinks to himself that such people only manage to stay in power owing to the cowardice of the dominated classes, the mental corruption that prevents the formation of a victorious organization of farmers, workers, employees, and their allies among the intellectuals. And so, when the ordinary soldiers are back together again, out of earshot of the high command, in the great twilight in which every battle ends, word goes around pretty much like this: the people we thought were powerful are really at our mercy. They derive their existence only from our weakness. By themselves, they're nothing. And then, said Glaucon, revolution's in the making. You bet. All it takes is a slight outside influence for a living organism, if it's weak, to become critically ill. It can sometimes even come into mortal conflict with itself without any outside action at all. A state like the one we've just described can similarly fall ill and unleash a civil war within itself on the flimsiest of pretexts. Each side calls in help from foreign powers, the oligarchs from oligarchies and the democrats from democracies. The rebellion sometimes even plunges the whole country into a bloodbath without the slightest outside intervention. If I understand correctly, said Amantha, democracy arises when the lower classes, led by the political leaders of the middle classes that are becoming paupers, are ultimately victorious. They kill some of the oligarchs, they exile others, and they share the responsibilities of power and governing with the people who are left. Moreover, as we know, these responsibilities are eventually assigned by lottery. But don't the poor end up being duped by the quasi-rich in this process? That's another story. At any rate, this is really how democracy is established, through originary violence, and then through a sort of secret terror that makes the former rulers, even those who rallied to the cause at first, take flight. What we need to do now, said Glaucon a tad pedantically, is to take a close look at how these democrats govern themselves and at what the true nature of this much vaunted democratic system of government is. As for the character type corresponding to it, I think, dear Socrates, that you'd call it purely and simply the democratic man. Of course I would, said an amused Socrates. You know, there's practically only one word that matters on the lips of our democrats, the word freedom. In a democratic country, they claim, you're free to say and do whatever you like. All they do is peddle what the propaganda of the democratic countries, our beloved Western powers, is always drumming into us, Amantha remarked scathingly. We're free at any rate to make money and become billionaires on the backs of poor people the world over. But that really needs to be examined a bit more closely. That's just what we intend to do, Glaucon announced in a self-important tone. Oh, so now you talk about yourself in the plural? Said Amantha sarcastically. Quiet, kids, Socrates cut in. Let's note, to begin with, that wherever people have the right, at least theoretically, to do pretty much whatever they please, each person chooses the model of life he likes and tries to make his own life match it? So in a country with a democratic government there'll be people with remarkably varied outward appearances. Which doesn't stop them, grumbled Amantha, from being oddly alike and repeating things like parrots as soon as you broach real issues. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's nonetheless true that this type of state has all sorts of charms. The big cities, bursting with goods, are like a multicolored garment, dazzling the eyes of amazed foreigners with every possible and conceivable shade and hue. So they have a tendency to exclaim, "Isn't democracy wonderful?" And it may well be that most people, beginning with the ones who are like children or the fashion-conscious, inasmuch as their desire is aroused by variety, consider the democratic state to be the most attractive and desirable one of all. What's more, the freedom that Democrats pride themselves on extends to many aspects of the state's constitutional structure as well. It may be federal or centralized, consist of 2, or even 3, legislative chambers, or only one, and either have or not have a constitutional council that judges the laws without consulting anyone else. In addition to the head of government and his ministers, there may even be kings and queens. Democracy and republic are not synonymous. There are an extraordinary number of methods used to organize the basic right of this type of system of government, the election of representatives. Voting can be either direct or indirect, by majority or proportional, by the largest remainder or the highest average method, by one round of voting or by 2, by a list of candidates or by individual candidates, held at a national level or narrowed down to tiny constituencies, etc. It's all very simple. It's perfectly possible to demonstrate that, with one type of voting, a given party will win, and with another type the opposing party will win, while the number of votes obtained by one or the other of them remains unchanged. You can also have popular referendums on the Constitution, on international treaties, on secular schools, and on climate change, but also on the right to carry a revolver on one's belt or on the odor of pig excrements given off on the plains. In short, there's something a bit like a constitutional supermarket about democratic countries. But how does it work? Who makes the decisions, with all these overlapping methods? Most of the important decisions, the ones regarding the police, war, alliances, and the big financial and industrial groups, are secret decisions, made in meetings that are not provided for in the Constitution and that the public doesn't know about. Meanwhile, only for show, there are heated debates on minor issues, like the marriage of gay priests or the protection of blue whales. But don't worry, they've still got their so-called freedom. If someone has real leadership ability, he's not in the least obliged to exercise authority, nor to submit to it either, for that matter, if he doesn't want to. War is fought only by volunteers, mercenaries of sorts. No one else can be bothered. If some small, powerful group thinks war is in its own interest, and even if the majority of people might want peace, there's a good chance that war will occur. If the law bars you from being a representative or a senator, you can become one anyway, provided you're determined, patient, rich, and well connected with the majority in power. That's because justice is variable. Criminal defendants, provided they're part of the political establishment or the financial or media elite, have nothing to worry about. You see people who are likely to cop the maximum sentence, especially for corruption, and who normally could only avoid prison by going into exile, walking around without a care in the world on the streets of their provincial hometowns, or even appearing on the benches of the National Assembly or the Senate, as if they'd become invisible heroes. Naturally, if you're poor and your skin's the least bit dark, it's a whole other story. You're constantly stopped by the police and you get 3 years in prison for some trifling offenses. When it comes to knowledge and pure thought, people are perfectly free, too. We argued, you remember, that to become an enlightened citizen, a guardian, as we call it, of our communist country, it was necessary to be immersed in high culture right from the games of childhood and for kids' minds to be taken over, as it were, by what really matters. Well, in our democracies, they couldn't care less about any of that. they don't even wonder what a leader does or doesn't know, what his experience of the world and of truths is. He just has to say he's everyone's friend, which is no sweat off his back, and he's a shoo-in in the elections. You've got to admit that's a pretty enjoyable way to live, said Glaucon. The Democrats like a little god. For someone who's only concerned with the passing moment, or for someone who's got money, it can be pretty good. In the long run, though, if you want to live by an idea and, even more, if you're at the bottom of the social ladder, it's another kettle of fish. Anyway, those are the advantages of this kind of state. You've got a government with an anarchic, many-splendored appearance. In addition to this freedom, so dizzying that it boggles the mind, there's a sort of purely formal equality that actually lumps equality and inequality together. All I have to do now, said Glaucon, is ask my eternal question. How will you describe the man who corresponds to this paradoxical system of government? And, to begin with, how on earth does he emerge, if I can put it this way, from the belly of the oligarch? It's a long and fascinating story. Let's take an oligarch's son. His dad, a man who's very tight with his money, raised him in line with the principles we're familiar with: get rich and save. Like his dad, the son makes a tremendous effort to control his fondness for the pleasure afforded by the cities, pleasures that are all the more expensive in that they're less natural. By the way, so as not to neglect a whole part of the explanation, do you want us to distinguish between desires that are necessary and those that aren't? Yes, said Amantha. And since it's going to be about desires, don't be prudish just because a young woman is participating in the discussion for once. Fine, fine, replied Socrates with a suspicious little laugh. Let's start with the obvious. We'll say a desire is necessary if it has to be satisfied simply in order for us to go on living. But can't we expand the definition? Glaucon put in. We could argue, for example, that a desire is necessary if it's really beneficial for human beings to satisfy it, without it necessarily being obligatory. Okay. Let's say a desire is unnecessary, or artificial, if satisfying it, however pleasant that may be, is neither obligatory nor even beneficial for what my colleague Spinoza calls the conatus. Huh? What the hell does that mean? Asked a startled Amantha. The inclination of every living individual to strive to continue to exist. So, said Amantha, a desire is artificial if it's not directly entailed by the life force? If, in short, it belongs to the symbolic order? Oh, that Lacan. A lot of women love Lacan, I really wonder why. Okay, the symbolic order it is. But let's take an example closer to Freud. The desire to copulate is certainly a desire that's necessary for the continuation of the species in question, even if it's the noble human species. The desire for a few little peripheral turn-ons, kissing on the mouth, stroking the breasts, touching the genitals, and other such caresses, to the extent that satisfying it helps get the two copulation partners in gear, could also still be said to be necessary by proxy, if we adopt our dear Glaucon's broader definition. Right? I think so, said Glaucon, blushing. But if, for example, I ask a woman to put on a black corset and boots, to whip me mercilessly then give me a blowjob and, when I come in her mouth, to swallow my sperm, I doubt that that desire can be qualified as necessary, even by proxy. Oh! Exclaimed a shocked Glaucon. A certain lady, who I see is not saying a word, ordered me not to be prudish. I always obey the ladies. Anyway, this type of desire probably belongs to what the lady in question calls the symbolic order. If you go to professional women, paid experts of the symbolic order, to satisfy it, it can be quite expensive. It's the taste for that sort of thing, or even for far more complicated, far more symbolic things, that the son of the oligarchic dad has been trying to repress in himself ever since he was a child, because the tight with his money dad told him that all that stuff was harmful to the body, bad for the soul, and, on top of that, prohibitively expensive. However, the dad's not the only one giving advice. Remember the drones we were talking about? In an oligarchic world, they're actually the people who adore the symbolic order. The more sophisticated, artificial, unrelated to any necessity a pleasure is, the more they love it. Aren't we getting off the track of how the democratic character type is created? Not at all. Let's get back to our kid who was raised by his dad to love making money and not to know anything about expensive vices. Now, as a teenager, he starts hanging out with gangs of young drones, those hot-blooded, venomous insects who can introduce him to every variety of pleasure, everything from snorting coke to orgies by way of psychedelic music, costume parties, orangina mixed with vodka, joyrides in a Ford Mustang and what have you. This is when his oligarchic superego starts turning into a democratic one. Just as in a long civil war the balance of power can suddenly shift if one of the factions gets assistance from outside allies who share its political ideology, the young man's character can change when powerful unconscious desires, counterbalanced up till then by family pressure, get assistance from kindred desires outside him. Naturally, there may be a counterattack from the oligarchic habits, if outside allies of that party come to the aid of what, in our young man, still remains attached to them. These might be the bitter reproaches and high-handed lectures given him by his father or other family members. The upshot is that a war with himself will be declared within him, and, with regard to the family values, he'll be torn by a terrible inner conflict between rebellion and conservatism. In some cases the counter-revolution is victorious. The conservative principles will restrict, or even eliminate, the democratic rebellion. Some of the unconscious desires that had come to light will be repressed, others will disappear, and a sort of guilt will haunt the young hero's conscience, enabling the old order to regain its hold over him. What a disgraceful victory! Amantha exclaimed disapprovingly. But a precarious one. Because it frequently happens that, after this initial defeat of the artificial desires, other desires of the same kind, multifarious and powerful, take advantage of a kind of helplessness of the name of the father and suddenly surge forth from the inexhaustible reserves of the unconscious. These new desires dragoon him into a sort of acceptance of everything the rich city has to offer, beautiful, superfluous objects, scrumptious food, high-tech gadgets, trips to the other side of the world, fancy scarves and striped dresses, drugs and cars, roofs and bulldogs, and so forth. Life becomes an, often clandestine, expedition of sorts through the infinite variety of little pleasures. In the end, these materialistic impulses storm the citadel of principles that made the young man or woman a subject. That's because all resistance was impossible. Up against the temptations of capitalism, what can subjects devoid of any knowledge or useful practices, subjects for whom the road to truths is now blocked, do, except disintegrate and dissolve into the individuals who are their life supports? In such circumstances, it's clear that fallacious arguments and false opinions have invaded the stronghold. As a result, it's as if these young people were living in a world of criminals whose only principle was to be able to afford consuming whatever they like. Of course, there are occasionally subjective counter-offensives from their families or some of their friends. The thrifty, respectable party that ruled the oligarchic world makes its voice heard in their inner deliberations. But the fraudulent rhetoric within them shuts the gates of the royal citadel of their souls, and neither the rescue forces of thought that might come from outside to defend the failing principles nor the wise counsel, the fruit of long experience, dispensed by their elders can gain entry any longer. The discourse of personal fulfillment, as the resident sophists put it, wins the battle. Modesty is regarded as the height of stupidity. Women who cover their hair or aren't inclined to wear skirts that come up to their ass are persecuted. Reserve, a reflective temperament, rational argumentation are considered by the trendy loudmouths as forms of cowardice and by the big shots on TV as being about as worthy of media attention as a burned-out candle. And as for spending moderately and refusing to live on credit, well, that's just a load of backwoods bullshit. The violence behind all this is basically that of the swarm of unnecessary desires aroused by the inexhaustible supply of objects dumped on the market, even though they're as ugly, destructive, and strident as a swarm of locusts. "Oh, Socrates! You raging poet!" said Amantha, full of emotion. "The temptations of consumerism and money can drain the subject of its virtues and leave it naked and utterly alone. It's the Eleusinian mysteries in reverse. The subject thus purified is then filled to the brim with pointless insolence, authoritarian anarchy, miserly extravagance, and meek shamelessness. With crowns on their heads, all these splendid attitudes march forward amid a fiendish procession where the latest radio hits blare out over the bass going boom boom boom, as though the earth were quaking from such a racket. Names change things. Disregard for everything that's not your own little self is called the autonomy of the human subject. Being rid of every principle connected with collective life is called personal freedom. The most ruthless careerism adopts the sweet name of social success. Being even the least bit concerned about workers, lower-level employees, or small farmers is denounced as populism. Advocating outrageous inequalities, the competition of all against all, and police repression of the poorest people in society is called the courage to start from realities. Obviously, with lessons like these, a young person will quickly progress from the, no doubt too narrow, world of necessary desires in which he was raised to the heady world of unnecessary desires, to satisfy which he'll be prepared to sacrifice every universal truth won by human thought since the dawn of time. "I can practically continue for you," said Amantha excitedly. "And what's more, I can do it in a contemporary style. The girls in countries like those will invest as much money, time, and trouble in the trivia of looks and luxury as in all the serious things in life. Some of them will eventually fall into nihilism. They'll end up dead on a sidewalk somewhere, with their straight purple hair, surrounded by a bunch of wasted companions and stray dogs. Most of them, though, when they get older, will give up the craziest of the risks they'd been taking and settle into a humdrum routine of little indulgences. Taking refuge in their precious female self, they'll clear out the clutter in their heads. A little old-fashioned concern with security and a little promiscuity, a little career, family balancing act and a little vacationing in the nude in Spain, a big dollop of careerism and a pinch of social discontent, a reliable husband and a few hook UPS on the sly, lots of idiotic celebrity magazines and a smidgen of the latest novels, a theoretical love of others and a practical hatred of women wearing headscarves or burqas. It's all about being for the equality of everything galore, except for whatever you don't happen to like. These gals surrender their subjective selves to the first stupid thing that comes along, worry about whether it will affect their emotional stability, then give it up and enthusiastically move on to the next stupid thing. Not bad, said Socrates appreciatively. Let's also mention all these young people's relationship to truths and rational arguments. Those sorts of things put them off, and they won't allow them into the citadel of their soul. Suppose we tell them, dear friends, there are joys that draw their force from universally valid desires, and pleasures that correspond only to our selfish desires. On the level of conscious choices, at any rate, we should give priority to the former and at the very least acknowledge their superiority. The latter we need to beware of, and there are many situations where it's necessary to give them up. Do you know what they'd reply? They're going to give you hell. I can already hear them. And so saying, Amantha put on her aggressive tough girl act. Socrates. You're just an old stick in the mud. All our desires are great. They're all good, because they're my desires, not yours. And what's really awesome is enjoying everything at the same time. Long live the equality of everything in myself. There you go. That is in fact the life led by someone for whom everything's equal to everything else, observed Glaucon. I'm afraid so. The man of the worldwide exchange and instant communication of everything. In what he calls his incomparable, his irreplaceable self, a man like that combines 100 different, ever-changing personalities. He's so attractive and versatile, this democratic individual. He's so like the state with the same name. It's easy to understand how loads of people, men and women alike, all of them like eternal adolescents, can't imagine any better system of government than this illustrious democracy. All you have to do now, if I understand correctly, is present tyranny and the corresponding character type to us. The tyrant, Socrates began. The fascist, no. Amantha interrupted him. The fascist tyrant, if you like. What a great subject for a talented portrait painter. But how is it that we go from democracy to this kind of tyranny? Glaucon inquired. Didn't Mussolini, Hitler, and Salazar all come to power in a democratic context? After being elected? And so did Pétain, Amantha remarked. Isn't the overthrow of freedom, even corrupt, enslaved freedom, even when it's assented to, paradoxical? Asked Glaucon. To get around that problem we can perhaps recall the means by which the transition from oligarchy to democracy takes place. When carried to extremes, the norm of oligarchy is a relentless concentration of wealth. The indifference to anything but wealth, the absence of any real principles lead to the destruction of that regime. But what's the norm of democracy, in the ordinary sense of the word, that is? Freedom, suggested Glaucon. No, it's not. Protested Amantha. Not freedom like that, crude freedom, freedom reduced to the compulsory gratification of personal desires through the objects available on the market. The norm is in fact normless freedom, meaning sheer animality, because the essence of such normless personal freedom is, quite simply, private interest. Okay, said Socrates. And the competitive fury of private interest, the indifference to anything else, including any principle, or even any truth, that's what destroys our third system of government, democracy, from within and replaces it with one version or another of the fourth, a fascist-like tyranny. How so? Said Glaucon, who was a bit lost. The leaders of democratic countries gradually become run-of-the-mill demagogues who, under cover of freedom, destroy all reference to any norm other than the ruthlessness of private appetites. Anyone who wants to curb the expansion of these appetites and the absolute value of satisfying them is called a communist, a totalitarian, and an enemy of freedoms. Those who call for the collectivization of everything in the public interest, medicine, education, means of transportation, energy sources, drinkable water, banks, are deemed to be old-fashioned, people stupidly opposed to modern methods of production and exchange. For the political leaders to be ruled by their own self-interest, to remain at all costs in power, be re-elected indefinitely, profit from the ambient corruption, and for the people they govern to have no relationship with the leaders other than one of envy and curiosity, photos in celebrity magazines, absurd opinion polls, gossip and anecdotes, is all it takes to destroy public spirit and to transform politics, which is a thought, into mere shadow play. But they still have freedom, said Glaucon stubbornly. Even in families. With the old symbolic authority of the father gone, the son is naturally anxious, but he's free, he can do whatever he wants. Except there's nothing he wants to do, Amantha cut in. Oh, come on. You're exaggerating. Fathers, who were once real dictators, often end up being afraid of their sons. Isn't that a kind of liberation? And look at foreigners, too, aren't they free? If they've got money, at any rate, they're just as free as other citizens. And if they're poor, they're no more nor less free than the bum down the street. But in a democracy, it's not like in hereditary oligarchies. Poor people are still free to become rich someday. You can't really believe that? Said Amantha with supreme contempt. In any case, Socrates resumed, the truth is that, in this sort of democracy, as our good old Marx said, all the relations of authority have been dissolved in the icy waters of egotistical calculation too, even in places that are theoretically safe from corruption by money, schools, for example, some teachers. Oh, I know a thing or two about that, cried Amantha. A lot of teachers are scared of the students, so they play up to them and only make them read or study the latest trendy bullshit. The students, moreover, don't give a damn about anything. They're on a first-name basis with the teachers, who joke around ridiculously to avoid being heckled in class. I've even seen some of them sing rock or rap songs and shimmy to the music on their desks. "You're such a pessimist," protested Glaucon. "There are some really great teachers." "Yeah, but they're few and far between. A really firm grip is required, or else older guys who have an incredible aura of authority about them. I happen to have my own theory about all this, incidentally. Fathers, teachers, even policemen, even judges or presidents are worthless now, and respect for them is gone, because, in democracy, they've become merely the equals of us girls." "What do you mean?" said a shocked Glaucon. "How can you, a woman, say such a thing? After all these decades of feminism?" "Precisely because I know women, today's women in particular. They're not worth a damn. All they think about is getting ahead by stepping on men and their girlfriends. And on top of that they make everyone feel sorry for them, the poor dears. If the world were run by women it would be like a beehive, a nest of ants, termites. What an awful thought." "I have a feeling Amantha's trying to provoke us with this," said Socrates, attempting to arbitrate. "But let's put this burning issue aside, at least for the time being." "But," persisted Glaucon, "we agreed that under communism men and women are the same." "Obviously," said Amantha with a shrug. "Did I say anything different?" "Well, I don't get you," confessed a frustrated Glaucon. "At any rate," said Socrates, smiling, "men, who've already got their hands full with women, are no better off when it comes to animals. In a democracy, a pet is as free as its owners. And, what's more, it eats better than an African, its food is top quality. Horses and donkeys, if there were any left, would walk proudly through the streets with their heads held high, jostling anyone who got in their way. In a democracy, the horses neigh that they're free," Amantha snickered, "and the donkeys bray the same thing." "Oh, that's idiotic," said a disheartened Glaucon. Socrates thought they should really be a bit more serious and said, "The truth is that the war of private interests makes everyone become irritable and overworked. At the slightest obstacle, the slightest hindrance, people protest, they cry, they accuse, they sue. Everyone's a victim of everyone else. General victim protection laws are passed, on the basis of isolated incidents that TV has transformed into public scandals. These arbitrary laws that keep piling up, detached from any principle, are only of use to the police, so that they can persecute the weakest in society. All this legal and law enforcement chaos, like the lack of any strong political conviction among the people, creates an environment in which the fascists will thrive." "So how do they gain strength?" Glaucon asked worriedly. "How is it that in certain circumstances they manage to take power? We saw that a disease intrinsic to oligarchy inevitably leads to its destruction. Similarly, the obsession with individual free will, once it has spread like a disease to all spheres of the public interest, leads, virulently and insidiously, to democracy's enslavement. Dialectics, in the ordinary sense of the term, teaches us that an extreme action in one direction causes a violent reaction in the opposite direction. This phenomenon has been observed with respect to climate, plant life, and all living organisms. It seems that the same thing has also been proven true as regards a country's political organization. If personal freedom, in large quantities, remains foreign to any truth, it can only turn into slavery. It seems to me," remarked Amantha, that same dialectical reversal affects individuals as well as communities." "Absolutely. And, as a result, tyrannies and fascisms, exemplifying the fact that freedom, albeit sophisticated but lacking either principle or concept, reverses into brute slavery, always arise in circumstances that are claimed to be democratic or republican. That's a historical fact, agreed Glaucon. Think about Caesar and Augustus, Mussolini, Salazar, Hitler, and so on. But I had a different question in mind. What's the disease, common to both democracy and oligarchy, that ultimately puts everyone in chains? I think it's the group of people who are both extravagant and lazy, the parasites, in a word. A few loudmouths among them march in the lead, and the troop of cowards follows behind them. We called them the drones of a political community, remember? But only the leaders, the caudellos, the Führers have stingers, Glaucon reminded him. Yet it's still the case that they behave in the collective body the way an infectious microbe does in the individual body. Good leaders, on the model of good doctors, need to monitor this parasitic social group very carefully. You can also think of a savvy beekeeper. He prevents drones like these from arising in the hive. If he sees any, he destroys them mercilessly and throws the honeycombs they live in into the fire. "Wow, you've turned into a man of terror now," exclaimed Amantha. "I'm getting carried away. You're right, it's an easy way out. Let's get back to analytical methods. A country of our liberal West can be divided into three classes. The first of these is the class of evil drones, those parasites who, owing to the combination of economic liberalism and their own laziness, proliferate in democratic countries at least as much as they did in the old feudal oligarchies. What's more, this group of parasites is a lot more active in the new environment than it was in the oligarchic one. And why is that?" grumbled Amantha. "Because the oligarchic regime, set in its ways, looks down on upstarts like them and won't give them any positions of power, whereas in a democracy their scope of action is, so to speak, unlimited. In the assemblies and during electoral campaigns, ruthless ringleaders and shrewd orators hold forth, while the backbenchers and provincial VIPs sit on the benches and merely applaud. Under these circumstances, almost all business falls into the hands of a few cliques of wheeler-dealers." "So what are the other two classes?" asked the impatient Glaucon. "The capitalists, first of all, whose determination to hold on to and increase their assets keeps them away from the turmoil and risks of getting involved in politics. It's from them that the drones, who secretly promise them that they'll protect their established fortunes, get most of their honey. They're obviously not going to try to get it from people who have nothing." Amantha joked. "And what about the third class?" "It's the working people, the great mass of workers, farmers, employees, minor civil servants, and so on. They'd be the most powerful group if they united under the banner of an idea. But they only rarely do," observed Glaucon. "They don't constitute an organized political force. They're kept from doing so in every way possible. And, to begin with, they're divided by bribery. The self-proclaimed popular leaders distribute to a segment of the working people, whom they call the middle class, what they've managed to screw the rich out of, keeping a big share of it for themselves while they're at it. That way, said middle classes, whose chief concern is to hold on to their ill-gotten standard of living, will flat out refuse to be aligned with the poorest and most vulnerable workers, who also happen to be, always and everywhere, the ones most eager to unite under the banner of a new egalitarian politics. Not to mention that the capitalists, too, will defend themselves," Glaucon said. "They'll establish political parties, buy up newspapers, engage in large-scale corruption. Of course. And even though they have neither the means, nor the intention moreover, of overthrowing the established order, the rumor will be spread that it's them, not the drones, who are plotting against the people. They'll be made to appear like raging oligarchs. And they'll inevitably become ones." Glaucon added. "When they see the corrupt middle class, the populist demagogues, and the most ignorant segment of the working people turning against them, their old oligarchic, feudal reflexes will return and, with the help, they hope, of the army, the police, the clergy, and the courts, they'll set their sights on a conservative revolution. There'll then be a period of social unrest, with trials, factional struggles, shock troops, the army divided, enormous demonstrations, conspiracies of every kind, and so forth. And it's then, I think, that a charismatic leader will make his appearance, right? He's the man of the hour. The motley conglomeration of the corrupt middle classes and the deluded people will install as its leader some guy who was created out of nothing and whose power only comes from this alliance, against a backdrop of social unrest and fears. This creature of circumstance will declare himself to be the nation's savior and will combat conservative moderation, of course, but he will especially combat any independent popular organization whose aim is to unleash the people's political power and bring its scattered masses back together. So is it the savior, asked Amantha, who'll become a tyrant or a fascist leader? Every time. His transformation reminds me of a story told by Pausanias. If you sample human entrails cut up in pieces and mixed with bull, calf, and goat innards, you'll be instantly changed into a wolf. When the nation's savior sees the crowds mesmerized by his speeches, he won't be able to keep from sampling the bloody entrails of his own people. Look at how, only a year after taking power, Hitler had the whole wing of his party that believed in a true fascist popular revolution murdered, the SA stormtroopers of his old buddy Rome, whom he went to insult and humiliate in prison before they executed him. That's how it always is. While claiming to be reducing the debt, bringing the bankers under control, making the nation stronger and getting rid of unemployment, the fascist leader turns over to the police torturers everyone in his own camp whom he doesn't like or who's stealing his thunder. He appoints special courts, where paid informers get innocent people sentenced to death. With his big voracious wolf's tongue he greedily laps up the blood of his parents, whom he sends into exile or murders. It's an inexorable law that such a man will either die from the blows dealt him by his innumerable enemies or else build up absolute tyrannical power, a ruthless fascist dictatorship. For that, remarked Amantha, he'll need an enormous, loyal personal bodyguard, a ubiquitous secret police. I think he'll always be able to find enough thugs, replied Glaucon, if he gives them permission to loot one category or other of the population, Chinese merchants, Armenians, Jews, Arabs, Gypsies, Communists, and so on. And even a lot of middle-class types who are hostile to that kind of regime, Socrates added. If someone who's fairly well off is suspected of being an enemy of the fascists, he'd be well advised to obey what the Delphic oracle, according to Herodotus, revealed to Croesus, since a mule has become the king of the Medes, my friend, may your tender feet not prevent you from fleeing along Hermus' pebbled shore, without for a second fearing that you'll be regarded as a coward. It's a safe bet that if the fascists catch him they'll hang him, after methodically torturing him. No doubt about it. And, unlike our old Homer, we won't say about the nation's savior that his greatness was lying there in repose, like a great recumbent effigy. On the contrary, after turning lots of his enemies into recumbent effigies, he'll stand alone in the chariot of the state and, with his savior disguise tossed aside, he'll appear in his true guise as a fascist dictator. Not right away, though, objected Amantha. The build-up of his power and the display of his blood-soaked happiness come about more slowly, in my opinion. In the early days, at the beginning of his reign, he's all smiles with everyone, he kowtows to everyone he meets. He loudly proclaims how much he hates dictatorship and makes a lot of promises, both to his entourage and in his public declarations. He announces a moratorium on debts, he nationalizes a few factories and turns their management over to his friends, he confiscates a few abandoned estates and gives the land to the farmers who supported him. He's all sweetness and light. Socrates was amazed. You took the words right out of my mouth, he said. And then what happens? Once he has disposed of his sworn enemies by bribing some and destroying the others and he thinks he's got nothing more to worry about on that front, he immediately stirs up wars, because he knows that if there's a war the people will accept to obey a leader. He also knows that, since war requires very high taxes, the citizens, reduced to poverty, will be preoccupied with daily survival and will have neither the time nor the will to plot against him. Brilliant, commented an ecstatic Socrates. And what then? If he suspects any people of having too free a spirit to tolerate his absolute power, war is a good pretext for eliminating them. You send them off to the front where there's next to no chance of getting out alive, or you simply hand them over to the enemy. For all these reasons dictatorships of this sort need war. But all these underhand tactics, objected Socrates, won't make him very popular. How will he be able to go on? He'll have to crack down even harder, over and over again. Inevitably, in his immediate entourage, among the people who gave him a boost in his march to power, there will be a few who say what they think amongst themselves, or even in his presence. The bravest ones will openly criticize his policies. So he'll have to get rid of those people if he wants to preserve his monopoly on making all the important decisions. As a result, there will be no strong personalities left in the end, either in his own camp or in his enemies. It will be the universal reign of the mediocre and the losers. But Socrates had admired the beautiful Amantha's eloquence long enough and wanted to regain control now. That means the dictator and his cronies will have to keep a sharp eye out for any people who have even so much as an ounce of courage, intelligence, or high-mindedness, he said. The happiness promised by the fascists, whether they like it or not, inevitably involves declaring war on all these people of merit, setting traps for them until the country is totally purged of them. That's the kind of purge that'll kill the patient, said Glaucon sardonically. I'm afraid so, said Socrates with a smile. The fascist dictator is the opposite of the doctor. The doctor removes the worst from the individual body in order to save the best. The fascist works the other way around. As far as the collective body is concerned, he eradicates the best to save the worst, which he rules over. But Amantha wasn't about to give up trying to outdo Socrates. In short, the fascist is hostage to a beautiful necessity, she said. Either he spends his life among a bunch of despicable people who hate him, or he ends up being murdered. Socrates, however, determined to take charge again, replied. Given these circumstances, the more he's despised by his fellow citizens, the more he'll need a large, loyal police force under his orders. And I don't think there'll be a shortage of candidates from the social classes destabilized by the crisis of democracy. All the drones we were talking about will see it as a great opportunity for them to live the good life at the expense of the masses. Amantha didn't consider herself to be out of the running quite yet, though, and added. Let alone the foreign mercenaries attracted by the pay. And even some workers, yanked out of the factory and relocated to the Führer's palaces, so bedazzled that they can't imagine ever going back to work. That's what the great leader's new buddies, his crowd, are like, surrounded by the hatred of all those who haven't given up on a modicum of integrity. At one extreme, there's the corruption and heinous practices of the mercenaries, and, at the other, the total, absolute refusal of any compromise with the regime. Socrates, amazed by such a precise description, now turned to one of his favorite subjects. If what you say is true, this might make us doubt the wisdom of the poets, even Sophocles, because in Ajax the Locrian he writes, wise the tyrants who from tyrants more wise have chosen their friends and seek their advice. Point 3. Amantha then returned to the charge, saying, Euripides, dear Socrates, is not to be outdone either. In the Trojan women he praises tyranny as making one godlike. Socrates, though, wouldn't let her overtake him. Well, what about in the Phoenician women, then? He said. Do you remember? For laws to be broken and crime succeed. The tyrant, in whom ferocious joys breed, seeks the unjust as the man he will need. Point 4. But Amantha wasn't defeated yet. She said. I know. You're going to tell me that as soon as the poets have a chance to take advantage of the ruler's benevolence, they rush in, gather the people together, and, making use of their beautiful, sonorous, persuasive voices, sway them over to seemingly democratic but actually despotic forms of government. You're of course going to point out that they're paid a lot of money by tyrants as well as by parliamentary leaders, and that it's only when they're in the vicinity of truly popular governments incorporating an idea that they suddenly run out of breath. Trust me, though, our great poets are charitable enough to forgive you for your speculative fury toward their artistic innocence. Are you done yet? Asked Socrates, irritated. This is all just a digression, after all, said Amantha, backing off. Let's get back to the issue at hand. How will the fascist leader come up with enough money to maintain a secret police force, his personal bodyguard, his underground residences and his conquering army? If the state has reserves, particularly in the form of gold or foreign currency, he'll sell all of that off. Nor will he have any compunction about selling to the top bidder national treasures like paintings or sculptures from the museums or the vast quantity of sacred objects found in churches. Every little bit will help the police budget, and taxes won't even have to be raised. That's all very well, objected Amantha, but once he's sold everything off, he'll be flat broke. The bitter, hard-up cops will start plotting behind the scenes. No problem, Glaucon, throwing up his hands, replied to his sister. The great leader, the guide, will then sponge off the people who put him on the throne. They'll have to pay for his entourage, his minions, his secret advisors, his mistresses, his cops, his executioners, and his court jesters. Do you mean, Socrates shot back, that the people who, owing to their confusion and passivity, enabled the fascist gangs to take over the state will now have to support this whole crew as well? They won't have any choice. But come on, the people will rebel. A lot of people will say that once a political creature of the people, a son of the people, in short, has grown up and been elevated to a position of absolute power, his people father can't go on supporting him, his lackeys, his snitches, his whores, and the whole bunch of thugs around him indefinitely. For a father to become the slave of his son's slaves, perish the thought. The people wanted to be rid of the oppressive domination of the rich, of the self-proclaimed democrats, or civilized people. They didn't want to be plundered by a bloodthirsty mafia. So they'll order the usurper, him and his whole coterie, to leave the country, the way a father kicks out of his house an ungrateful son and all the disreputable freeloaders the son has invited into it. Just let the people father try to kick out the dictator born from their own womb. They'll soon realize how great their misfortune is. They'll rue the day they fathered, cuddled, and raised such a baby. It's too late now, though. He's stronger than they are. Good God! Exclaimed Socrates. According to you, the tyrant is a parricide? He slits his old parents' throats and tramples on their dead bodies. That's precisely, and Glaucon was thrilled to be steering the discussion, what everyone calls fascist tyranny. The people have fallen from the frying pan into the fire. They tried to avoid the suffocating smoke of the upper middle class's secret despotism but ended up in the boiling pot of the rabid lower middle class's despotism. Before, they had all the deadlocks and illusions of confused freedom, but now they've had to don the uniform of the harshest and bitterest kind of slavery, that of those who are slaves of other slaves. Amantha, not wanting to be left out, commented. That's what the colonized people of African countries are like, too, when the poor whites from the mainland look down on them and abuse them, calling them camel jockeys, Arabs, jungle bunnies, and other lovely things of the sort. Yes, said Glaucon pedantically, as Hannah Arendt correctly observed, there's a historical continuity between the imperial savagery of the Democrats and the cruelty of the fascists. Great job, dear friends. Socrates congratulated them. Thanks to you two, I think that we can take pride in having brilliantly described the transition from democracy to fascist tyranny and, while we were at it, the overall form of that type of system of government. But we still need to examine the corresponding character type. The prototype of the tyrant, Amantha agreed. Only here's the thing, we're missing a conceptual tool. After so many hours of discussion, Glaucon moaned, we're still missing a tool? Which one? A rigorous analysis of the different kinds of desires. Tyranny is the point where political violence and libidinal violence become impossible to tell apart. Glaucon, anticipating an enormous digression, felt depressed and said glumly, "Well, go on then, if you must. We've already distinguished between pleasures that are necessary and those that aren't. Let's take it one step further. Of the pleasures and desires that aren't necessary, there are some that seem to be positively exempt from any law. They exist in every person right from the start, lurking in the depths of the unconscious. But they're partly repressed by the law, itself driven by the desires, with which it has a dialectical relationship. In some individuals, with the help of rational thought, these rogue desires can be rendered harmless for the most part. In other people, though, they remain plentiful and strong. Could you be more precise about these rogue desires?" asked a wary Amantha. "You, like everyone else, know what they are, since they're the ones that wake up when you're asleep. The agency of the subject that's associated with the supreme calmness of rational thought is precisely the one whose rest is ensured by sleep. However, that's when the wild, animal-like agency, the one that ferociously demands its daily ration of food and drink, rears up. It fights off sleep and tries to give free rein to its own inclinations. This is what are called the drives. In this drive state, the agency of the subject called desire will stop at nothing. It breaks all bonds, whether of morality or thought. As Freud correctly observed, the subject's liberated desire is then the desire to have sex with the mother and, through object transference, with all sorts of things, men, garter belts, prostitutes, goats, panties, gods, or children. By the same token, this desire is also the desire to murder the father, and, through transference, it becomes an aggressive drive that nothing can stop. In a nutshell, in the middle of night the drive combines a free-floating object with unlimited transgression. In response to this colorful description, Amantha struck an ironic pose. Glaucon was pensive for a moment, then asked, "But what can we do when sleep, that irresistible force, delivers us over to our drives? How about a good psychoanalysis?" said Amantha facetiously. "Hey!" Socrates retorted. "Didn't your great French thinker Jacques Lacan say that I, Socrates, was the forerunner of all psychoanalysts? 5 After all, even if we hadn't discovered the ideal political constitution, since we'd have become, by virtue of speaking, intellectually nimbler, more capable of being positive and creative and less focused on brief, destructive pleasures, we'd fall asleep, after practicing mental concentration this way, armed with a rational agency full of beautiful proofs illustrated by conclusive examples, and meanwhile we'd have taken care not to subject the desiring agency either to pure abstinence or to the vain, all-consuming quest for total gratification, so that it might settle down and not disturb the thought agency with either its sorrows or joys, thereby helping that agency preserve its ability to attempt on its own, with only its own resources, the difficult investigation of what it does not yet know about what the past erases, the present dissipates, or the future obscures. And all this we'd have done at the same time as, on the verge of sleep, we'd have soothed the agency of affect enough for us not to be angry at anyone, so that, having kept in check the drive aspect to which desire and affect are exposed and having given a strong impetus to the third agency, thought, we'd be able to give in to true rest, when dreams have finally stopped communicating only forbidden desires disguised as enigmatic images, and we then have a chance to make it through the night to our truth. Well, we at any rate have made it through one hell of a sentence," exclaimed Amantha. Even if at the beginning I held my breath, and I was sure that by the time you got to the so that at the end I'd die of suffocation. I was trying to say things the way I see them, in the totality of their immanent relationships. Let's just keep in mind what's going to be of use to us. Deep within each of us there lie astonishing, wild, rogue desires. Those of us who consider ourselves to be in the small minority of sensible people are no safer than anyone else, as our dreams prove. All right, said Glaucon impatiently. But where does politics come into all this? Remember what we said about the democratic man now. Brought up by a rather tight-fisted oligarchic father who hated unnecessary desires like parties, luxury, gambling, prostitutes, etc., he was given a counter-upbringing by the gang of kids he hung out with once he became a teenager. His friends, who were already corrupt, loved the desires that are considered sophisticated and subversive at that age. Under their influence, our young man, motivated in fact by a very understandable hatred of his father's stinginess, gave in to every excess. Since he was endowed with a sounder character than that of his corruptors, however, a fierce struggle raged within him. Pulled in opposite directions, he chose a middle way between two fundamentally incompatible lifestyles. Making use of both of them, stinginess and extravagance, respect and insolence, family discipline and debauch, and so forth, he believed he was behaving sensibly. And in fact his life was neither completely dissolute nor completely law-abiding. That's how he went from being an oligarch, like his father was, to being a democrat. Yeah, right, grumbled Amantha. The middle ground, the happy medium, not this but not that either. That's what democracy's all about, neither fish nor fowl. No doubt, admitted Socrates. If we've got the communist idea in mind, that sort of democracy is certainly not the best thing there is. But remember that it's not the worst thing either. And so it's back to tyranny, fascism. Which are democracy's offspring. Suppose our young democrat has grown older, faithful as ever to his fragile existential compromise. He has children and he naturally brings them up in accordance with his happy medium principle. As they grow up, these children will rebel, as usual, against the paternal principle. But their inner defenses will be a lot weaker than those of an oligarch's son. Boys and girls alike will indulge in a chaotic lifestyle that's vehemently defended by their corruptors as freedom, rebellion, or nihilism. Try as the old Democrat might to come to the aid of the happy medium desires, to preach the ordinary Democrat's noble eclectic wisdom, the faction of boundless, lethal desires will win out. This time, the corruptors will resort to a sort of unrecognizable erotic passion with increasingly repulsive objects, so that this desire, as the lead drone, will bring along with it a taste for looting, brutality, and ultimately racial hatred, torture, and murder. Hewing as closely as possible to the mindset of the fascist gang's future members, the corruptors will naturally begin with the ordinary forms of corruption. Although it's only an accomplice of the other desires at first, the eroticism I'm talking about will buzz around among the clouds of incense, the mind-numbing music, the hashish smoke, the gambling for money boozed up with beer and vodka, the ridiculous, drunken choruses, the impromptu hook ups, and so on. But little by little the stinger of boundless desire and its demand for absolute power over the others and for readily available means for its instant gratification will be implanted deep within the young democrat's flesh. Propelled by a sort of fatal dark drive, their self will then fall prey to true madness, pushed to the point where, if they detect any opinions or desires in themselves that are ordinarily regarded as respectable and requiring a vestige of modesty or personal restraint, they'll kill them all off and expel them from their psyche, to such an extent that, having now become subjects devoted to the cult of death, they'll end up purged of every acceptable standard of behavior, and this will leave the place wide open for a madness that has come from somewhere else. That's some vivid portrait of the young fascist, said Amantha, full of admiration. The literally pornographic drive whose effects I'm trying to describe can be called the subject's tyrant. But this same sort of insanity can also be found in intoxication, alcohol and drugs, or in pathological rage, when people think they can order the gods around. So, said Glaucon in conclusion, a young adult like me will be prone to joining the ranks of a tyrant or a fascist leader when, with his own natural disposition and incidental corruption reinforcing each other, he becomes drive-ridden, an addict, and aggressive. Ultimately, remarked Amantha, aren't you talking about what Freud calls the death drive? Isn't that what prevails in the fascist subjectivity? Absolutely. And that's why we can now describe the inner life of the tyrannical or fascistic character type, so as to gradually get to the portrait of the great leader, of the Führer, who always rules a state given over to this type of government. Can I try? The question had come from Amantha, who immediately launched into the description without waiting to be asked. He feasts, he fucks, he smokes, he drinks. Where money's in abundance, hookers, mafiosi, and informers are superabundant. He sends his servants packing, abuses his cronies, humiliates his acquaintances, holds women in contempt, gets blowjobs in the corridors, struts around in his underwear in the early morning in the dining room of a luxury hotel. But immediately thereafter he dons a military uniform covered with medals and clicks the heels of his big shiny black boots on the parquet floor. He wants to have power over everyone, men and women alike, since he doesn't have any over himself. At this rate, he goes through all his money. He borrows, he sells. But one fine day he's really and truly broke. And then the aggressive bitterness of the bankrupt petit bourgeois hits him. The host of desires within him, under the sway of the great drone then Ados, drive him here and there like a maniac, looking all over for anyone he can squeeze money out of. He gets used to things like blackmail, mugging the elderly and the disabled, and the most sordid shenanigans as though they were self-evident. Money. He's got to have money. And power. Or else all his anxiety and suffering will come back, with the voice of death. Nor are his parents spared. So he squandered his share of the family estate? Big deal. The rest of it will be his, too, one way or another. Destroy his mother and father? Why not, if it means he can go on enjoying other people's fear, their obedience, the look of simultaneous complicity and fear in their eyes. If it means he can screw willing bimbos and be wiped out at roulette at the casino one evening, surrounded by all the low-cut dresses and tuxedos. If his old mom and pop should put up a struggle, why not scream, hit them, threaten to throw himself out of the window right before their eyes? What's a shriveled, tearful old mother next to an alluring top model with naked thighs, discreetly siliconed boobs, and a juicy pussy? What's a bald father bent over by arthritis next to a pretty boy with his shirt open to his navel, a wiggly little ass, and a big dick? Only, at this rate, the father and the mother will have no money left either, while the swarm of drone desires, the death horde, buzzes louder than ever. Won't our young hero be tempted, for lack of anything better, to break into an ATM, snatch an old lady's purse in the street, or sell some impure heroin on dark street corners? As a result, the old ideas he used to think were right, even if he didn't comply with them, the ideas that enable you to distinguish between what's honorable and what's despicable, will die a definitive death within him. The new ideas, the ones accompanying the death instinct, will win a decisive victory. Yes, an enthusiastic Socrates cut in, yes. Previously, those new ideas only appeared in his dreams, when, for a few hours, sleep lifted the censorship imposed on his conscious mind by the law of the Father, when democracy, despite its mediocrity, its worship of the happy medium, prevented the death drive from entering the paths of the conscious mind. This is precisely, what the tyrannical man, the convinced fascist, is like, in his waking state, and all the time now, he's what he only occasionally was as a young Democrat in his nightmares in the middle of the night. Now he doesn't shrink from any horrific crime and seeks out every sort of pleasure, even the most loathsome ones. The drive he harbors within him, which fosters an oppressive state of inner lawlessness, controls the poor guy the way a tyrant rules the state. He'll stop at nothing to gratify his corrupt self's obscene desires, both the desires that were put there by the group mentality of his teenage years and those that were lying dormant in his unconscious, whose chains have gradually been broken by his life choices and their criminal energy set free. The question is how all that's connected, overall, with the origins of a fascist state, Glaucon mused. If, in a given country, people whose subjectivity is of the fascist type, the type we've just described, are few in number and average opinion has no liking for their machinations, they'll probably join a foreign tyrant's Praetorian Guard or lend their assistance, as mercenaries, to some imperial power in dirty wars. If they can't find a fascist country prepared to take them in or a war in which they can give free rein to their death drive, all they can do is remain in their own country and commit a bunch of loathsome minor crimes. Of what sort? Spraying walls with anti-Semitic graffiti, attacking blacks or Arabs with iron bars on dark street corners, desecrating graves, insulting women, forming commando units in the service of the state or the bosses in order to break strikes, and so forth. They also love informing on people, like writing to the police that their neighbor is an undocumented African worker. They're born snitches, who commit perjury with a straight face in exchange for an envelope stuffed full of dollars. And that's what you call minor crimes. Well, it's because all these crimes can seem almost petty compared with the disaster that the fascists coming to power represents. And, in order for that disaster to come to pass, the tyrannical character type has to have proliferated, and all these people together, realizing how many of them there are and aided by the popular masses' inertia and the so-called left-wing party's stupid conservatism, have to bring to power the one person among them who expresses the most complete conviction in his speeches. They make a tyrant of him. From then on, either a popular revolt led, if possible, by some supporters of a new system of government sympathetic to the communist idea will sweep out the tyrant and his henchmen, or else the tyrant, bringing in, if need be, foreign mercenaries as corrupt as he is, will drown the rebellion in blood and mercilessly punish his fatherland, or his motherland, as the Cretans, perhaps more correctly, put it, in the same way as he once abused his parents without a qualm. Unfortunately, there are more instances of the second possibility than of the first, said Glaucon gloomily. Note that these people were exactly the same in their private lives as they are when they exercise power. Either they surrounded themselves with sycophants who were prepared to go all out to assist them in their vile deeds, or, if they needed a favor from someone, they were the ones who groveled like an obedient dog, ingratiating themselves with the person on whom the favor depended and playing all the roles of the loyal lackey, only to disappear and behave like perfect strangers, or even ruthless enemies, once they got what they wanted. That's why these people, throughout their lives, neither love nor are loved, since they're always either tyrants or slaves. A fascist will never be able to taste either freedom or friendship. In short, Amantha, who was finding all this a bit long, summed up, it's a dog's life, ferocious and or obedient. But Socrates, for the time being, didn't care about the young woman's gloomy reaction. He had, moreover, turned toward Glaucon and seemed to be speaking only for him. Can't we say that it's absolutely impossible to trust these people about anything? Absolutely's the word, all right. And that they take injustice to its extreme. Given our agreement on the definition of justice, there's no doubt about it. So let's sum up. The worst of men is the one who, in his waking state and all the time, is what the good man is only in his dreams, and only rarely even then. In order to fall to such a sorry state, this sort of man, being a fascist character type from early on, has to have succeeded, through intrigues and violence, in wielding power all alone. And the longer that solitude lasts and grows, the more the subject will be devoured by the tyrannical corruption harbored within him. Tyranny is the solitude of the person who has lost the power to love and thus can only wield the sterile power to doom both himself and others to death. 15. Justice and Happiness, 573b, 592b. Socrates seemed troubled by his own words. He sat there silently, with his eyes closed, in that strange light that, in brightest day, hints by a sort of clear paleness at the still distant evening. Was he perhaps thinking that what he just said about the tyrant, that a long period of solitude shackles him to his self, applied equally well to the philosopher? Doesn't philosophy issue from skepticism, the way tyranny issues from democracy? But then Amantha got things underway again, saying, "Here's your chance, dear Socrates, if you still have the strength, to return to the difficult problem of happiness. Your vivid description of the tyrant's life would seem to suggest that his solitary ferocity leads to a sort of inexpressible misery in the depths of his soul, and that the more time goes on, the more the exercise of absolute power exacerbates the secret misery. Can that relationship between objective injustice and subjective dereliction be generalized? I mean, if the relationship is examined in the element of truth, since I'm well aware that public opinion, when it comes to how happy the rich and powerful are, is very volatile. Just look at the celebrity magazines. Socrates looked at the girl inquisitively, as if he had awoken to find her standing at his bedside. "What you're suggesting," he said, "is that I climb a huge mountain on crutches, with no beaten path to follow. Well, I'm going to put questions to you. You asked for it? Okay, dear teacher. I'm all ears." We agreed that there was a sort of isomorphism between the form of political regime and the type of individual who lives in it, right? Absolutely. It can also be argued that what one political regime is to another, the individual corresponding to the former is to the individual corresponding to the latter. In essence, said Amantha, this diagram, she drew it right on the table, and this is only an example, shows a structural parallelism. And, she added, the diagram is commutative. I can't compete with that. At any rate, I'm sure you can answer the following question. From the point of view of virtue, and therefore, ultimately, of immanence to the idea of the true, what is the relationship between the tyrannical system of government and the communist system of government as we briefly described it? It's a relation of opposition. One is the worst of systems of governments, the other is the best. Right, but you've got to admit, dear girl, that the question was too easy. The relation you're talking about is self-evident, since we defined our communism precisely in terms of the norm of the true. As soon as it's a question of happiness and unhappiness, though, things become much more complicated. I see the problem, dear teacher. As regards happiness and unhappiness, principles won't suffice. We'll have to conduct an empirical investigation. Exactly. And not let ourselves be dazzled by the sight of the tyrant, who's only one solitude among others, or by the sight of the little clique around him. We need to penetrate into the interior of the country, examine it as a whole, and, like spies of the idea, burrow our way right into its heart of hearts before we can draw any conclusions. I'm sure a spy like that would come to the conclusion that no country is more forlorn and wretched than the country ruled by a tyrant, and that, in terms of collective happiness, none could compete with a country that was run by a true communist system of government. Well, you said so, not me. I have something a little different in mind. I think we'd need to resort to the same type of intellectual espionage when it's a matter not of systems of government but individuals. Now, who is able to judge who someone is? In my opinion, it's a person who can penetrate, solely by deductive reasoning, into the structure governing someone's psychology. A true spy in the service of the idea won't be fooled, like a child who only sees things from the outside, by all the deceptive trappings tyrants intentionally put on display for suckers. Our spy can see what's behind the scenes. He's the one we should all pay attention to. He's never a dupe of the deliberate confusions between being and appearing. He's shared the tyrant's life, he's witnessed what goes on in his private life, he's observed his behavior in the tight little circle of his close friends and family, when he takes off his stage mask for a moment. Like Shakespeare devoting his theatre to king's fears, our spy has studied the tyrant's reactions when a threat is developing, when fatal conspiracies are taking shape. Sultry nights, invisible daggers, poisons, and nightmares. The person who's seen all this can tell us about the bliss or misery of the tyrant, as compared with other figures of individuality. Sure. But do you have a spy of that caliber among your friends and acquaintances? Yes, I do, and you know him well, your brother Plato. He saw Dionysius I and Dionysius II, successive tyrants of Syracuse, up close. Even too close. but your brother's away on a trip at the moment. So let's pretend to be those spies ourselves," said Amantha enthusiastically. "Let's imagine that we've feasted and slept with tyrants." "Oh, really, Amantha?" said Glaucon indignantly. "Yes, yes. And let's answer our own questions this way." "Fine," said Socrates, smiling. "Just remember that the state and the individual are alike. As you move freely from one to the other, tell me what each of them experiences, in historical time as well as in private space." "Well, to begin with," said Amantha hesitantly, "it seems to me that if we accept that a country ruled by a tyrant is a country that's enslaved, then an individual who tolerates or, worse yet, supports, tyranny must himself be, subjectively, inwardly, reduced to slavery." "Bravo, well done!" exclaimed Socrates. "But try to be more precise. Even in a country with a despotic government you can find people who claim to be free in that they have the outward appearance of the figure of the master, right?" "Yeah, but they're very few and far between. Virtually all the people, and especially those whose convictions obey the dictates of reason, of moderation, are plunged into the most abject slavery, and they're fully aware of it." "Your remark about reason is very helpful. What can you deduce from it in light of the relation of isomorphism between state and individual?" "Well, if we begin with the similarity between state and individual, we should be able to show that the inner being of both of them has the same structure. Which means that, instead of the potential greatness of a subject, there are only abjection and a lack of freedom in both the individual and the state. And, to complete the analogy, Socrates stressed, we should refer to the three agencies of the subject, thought, affect, and desire, that we identified late last night. In the individual who corresponds to tyranny, the agency of thought is subservient to that little part of the desire agency that's ordinarily kept in check but that in this case runs rampant, the vilest desires, envy, informing on people, the outrageously exaggerated satisfaction of trampling on the weak. We can say about an individual whose subjective form has been affected in this way that he's not in the least free but has instead fallen into the paradoxical figure of someone who's the slave of himself. That's some diabolical dialectic," exclaimed Amantha enthusiastically. "At last, the portrait of the fascist. It's really the spitting image of him. In fact, no fascist state ever achieves its stated objectives, the Thousand-Year Reich, the Italian Empire, and all that millenarian rhetoric. The sputtering war machines the fascists serve sink into material and intellectual poverty and merely rust away after the defeat. And it's the same for the individual tyrannized by his basest desires, he always has the feeling he's failed. The fascist secretly regards himself as a failure and spends his whole life trying unsuccessfully to overcome the lethal duo of resentment and guilt. Because you equate tyranny with fascism, you're forced to tilt things in favor of Nietzsche. But that actually works pretty well. It seems to me, especially if we're talking about fascism, that the fear devastating the country and its citizens has to be emphasized. Under no other political regime do you find as many stifled wails, repressed moans, and cries of the tortured that secret prison cells keep from being heard. It's an accumulation of suffering that fear alone conceals. So, if the individual is prey to the same ills as the country, said Glaucon, who couldn't stand keeping quiet any longer, we can already conclude that he's the most miserable of men. You're jumping the gun, protested Socrates. There's something even worse than a person who's subject to the rule of tyranny, or fascism, if you prefer. There's the person born under such a rule who has the misfortune to be torn by the convulsive circumstances of the fascist system of government from an undeniably wretched, yet anonymous, life and propelled to the top of the state. I guess you can consider that that's worse, said Glaucon lamely. Guess. We shouldn't be guessing anything. We're not propping up beliefs here. We have to deal with this issue by purely rational means, because it's the most important issue of all, how to distinguish between a life lived in accordance with the true and a life doomed to failure. Oh, of course, said Glaucon, embarrassed to have blown it. And, to shed some light on the extent of the problem, I'll use an analogy. Take one of those wealthy landowners who own a very large number of slaves, let's say 50, or even more. On the scale of the family and property, they're like what tyrants are on the scale of the state, at least in one respect, they wield absolute power over a lot of people. Qualitatively, it's the same thing. It's only quantitatively that the tyrant has it over them. Yet, what we observe is that these landowners live in complete security on their estates as a rule and aren't obsessed with the fear of a slave revolt. Do you know why that is? I think, replied Glaucon, ever the sociology buff, it's because they know that in case of trouble they can count on all the other landowners in the area, who are armed and organized in militias, and, if that's not sufficient, on the military might of the central state. There you go. Now suppose an evil genie whisks one of these wealthy landowners, one who has 50 or more slaves, away from his country and its government. He deposits him, along with his family, all his belongings, and all his servants and slaves, in a deserted place where he can't hope for assistance from any other free man, and by free man we naturally mean a slave owner. Can you imagine how enormous and intense his terror would be at the thought of himself, his wife, and his children being quite simply massacred by the slaves? He'd shudder in fear night and day, Glaucon agreed. The only way he could escape his plight would be to curry favor with some of those slaves, promising them 1,000 different things and summarily decreeing that he'll free a small number of them. In order to divide his class enemies, he'd be forced to kiss up to those of his slaves who were prepared to cooperate. It would be even worse if the evil genie settled a bunch of neighbors, all staunch Democrats, around his estate. In the name of human rights, these people wouldn't tolerate one person setting himself above the others and claiming to rule over them. If such were the case, they'd organize a devastating military expedition against the dictator, and they'd bomb his house and kill all the women, children, servants, and pets. And if they captured him, they'd have him tortured and murdered in secret prisons. Our man would in that case be imprisoned, as it were, by his neighbors. But doesn't the tyrant live in just such a prison? We described his distinctive psychological makeup, dominated by the merry-go-round of fears and drives. Though endowed with a greedy nature and curious about every new and unfamiliar sensation, he's the only one in his country who can't travel abroad and, as is every petit bourgeois' desire, see the sights with a flavor of mystery about them that are on offer in foreign countries. Shut away in his palace like a woman in the gyneceum, he envies ordinary people, who can go out whenever they feel like it and see colorful or unusual things. Nice, conceded Amantha. The terrible tyrant as a housewife, that's really something. Socrates, unsure whether she was admiring or making fun of him, shrugged his shoulders and went on. Those are the evils to which the character type with a deviant subjective orientation is exposed, the character type to whom Glaucon gave the title of the most miserable of human beings a little while ago, the tyrannical man. For all these terrible things to befall him, he just has to be compelled by fate to take power and become a tyrant himself rather than remain a private citizen. Although he's incapable of mastering his own drives, he's now the master of everyone else. He's like someone who's constantly sick, whose body is very weak, and who, instead of remaining quietly at home sipping herbal tea, is forced to spend his life taking on gangs of burly youths in the street and fighting well-trained gladiators in the arena. This man's suffering is then unutterable. Since he has effectively become a tyrant, his life is even worse than the one you considered to be the worst of all, the life of an ordinary private citizen plagued by fascist drives. Thus it's absolutely true, even if prevailing opinion maintains the contrary, that the real tyrant is nothing but a real slave. His life is an abyss of abjection and servility. He spends his time buttering up thugs. Unable to satisfy his desires, he forgoes anything of real worth and, to anyone who observes the appearances as a subject in truth, it's clear that the tyrant's a loser whose life is engulfed in the fear of what's going to happen and who, like Macbeth or Boris Godunov, rolls around on the ground beset by horrifying visions. Basically, said Glaucon, his psychic reality is like the state he rules, it's a mixture of poverty, informing, stupidity, and terror. You said it. And we can also ascribe to him the evils we mentioned earlier, those of the tyrannical character type. They were already in him virtually, but once he comes to power they spring into action: jealousy, treacherousness, injustice, bitter solitude, vulgarity, and all the different kinds of inner corruption he harbors and nurses. As a result, his fate is the most horrible one of all, and he turns everyone who comes near him into a wretch like himself. Enough already? Said Amantha ironically. Socrates, like a priest, then raised his hands heavenward, turned toward Glaucon, and in a solemn, perhaps slightly ironic tone, said, "Now, my friend, like the final judge in a prestigious music competition, reveal to our audience who, in your opinion, should be awarded first prize for happiness and who second. Then, in the same category, rank in order the 5 character types corresponding to the 5 different systems of government: the communist, the timocratic, the oligarchic, the democratic, and the tyrannical." Oh, I'm not going to rack my brains. In terms of happiness I declare them to be in descending order in the very order we examined them, which is the one you just mentioned. You're right, you didn't exactly put a lot of effort into it, protested Amantha. A more appropriate ranking might be, first, the communist, and then the democratic, the timocratic, the oligarchic, and, in very last place, the fascist. Except that modern democracies, Glaucon shot back, may well be merely oligarchies in disguise. Let's focus on the extreme cases only, suggested a conciliatory Socrates. Without any help from a herald blowing his horn, I proclaim what the 3 of us are all agreed on: the best and most just of men is also the happiest, and we equate him with the one whose country is ruled by our 5th system of government, the communist system. He's the one who's sovereign over situations, just as he's sovereign over himself. By the same token, the worst and most unjust man is also the unhappiest, and we equate him with the fascist tyrant, who reduces his people to slavery and is himself only the slave of the despicable means used to establish and maintain that slavery. I further add to this proclamation that our judgment is based on what really exists, and therefore the equation between justice and happiness is absolute and not contingent on the point of view, changeable as it is, and dependent on what they know or don't know, not only of men but even of the gods. Yea! Exclaimed Amantha, overjoyed especially because of that last point. This is just a first skirmish. Dear Amantha, time and again you've mocked my fervor in defending that paradoxical conviction of mine, namely that only the just man is happy. Well, I'm going to give you another chance to do so. I've been holding in reserve 2 additional proofs concerning this point. You have? What proofs? Asked Glaucon eagerly. You'll tell me whether they're good or not. The first one is based on what we established ages ago: just as a state is defined by 3 distinct functions, the subject is split into 3 different agencies. I really don't see how you can get from the 3-part division of the subject to the just man's happiness. That's precisely what I'm going to show you. Since there are 3 agencies of the subject, we can assume that there are 3 types of pleasure particular to each of them, just as there are 3 types of desires and 3 types of imperatives. Let me remind you what the 3 agencies are. The first is the one that allows people to have access to knowledge, and we call it thought. The second is the one that triggers anger, indignation, enthusiasm, that whole spirited component of the subject I suggested we call affect. The third is so multifarious that we weren't able to find one name to designate it. We did agree, though, that the word desire was a good match for what's most salient, most unchanging in this third agency, as can be seen in the experience of everything involving food, drink, or sex. We also retain the phrase love of money, because the desires we're talking about can hardly be satisfied without money. I want to stress that point, since it's essential to the argument that follows. It can be argued that desire, considered abstractly, is the desire for profit, which is the universal means of its gratification. In everything that follows, it will be both justifiable and convenient to associate this third agency with the phrase love of profit. The modern word to designate a guy who's controlled by that agency would just be capitalist, observed Amantha. Okay, sure, but where does the just man's happiness come into all this? Said Glaucon irritably. Patience, my friend, patience. As far as the irritable and touchy agency, that energy we call affect, is concerned, its characteristic desire is for power, victory, and fame. It's the passion for being the winner and for being showered with honors. Are we to understand that happiness is of the stuff of which greatness is made? Patience, I told you. Finally, the agency of knowing, thought, always and entirely leads on to the knowledge of truth as it is in itself, and, consequently, of the three agencies, it's the only one that, being essentially disinterested, is not in the least concerned about profit or conspicuous social success. Wouldn't it be appropriate to call it the passion for knowledge or the passion for wisdom? You already taught us that quite a while ago, said Amantha. The right phrase, if by wisdom is meant the condition we're put in by the process of a truth within us, is the love of wisdom, or, in Greek, philosophos, philosopher. A jubilant Glaucon cut in. A word, I dare say, destined for a great future, agreed Socrates. Anyway, now we're able to distinguish between three different categories of human beings: the philosophers, whose object cause of desire is a truth, the ambitious people, whose object is fame, and the capitalists, whose object is profit. But what about the communist? Asked a disappointed Amantha. I'd say he's the one whose glorious political energy is in the service of the passion for the true. We'll get back to him later, don't worry. For the time being, let's ask ourselves what the three sorts of pleasures particular to each of these three character types are. What do you think, Glaucon? It's clear for the last two, each will claim that his is the most enjoyable life. The capitalist will say that, compared to making profits, the pleasure of being talked about on TV, not to mention the pleasure of learning, is just a bunch of malarkey. The ambitious man will say that the pleasure of amassing money is vulgar and that the pleasure you get from knowledge, inasmuch it doesn't attract anyone's attention, is just idle nonsense. So what about the philosopher, then? That position strikes me as the hardest one to formalize. But we can assume that, in comparison with the joy you feel when you recognize the true as it is in itself and you construct a sort of eternal life for that joy through the process of thought, all other pleasures fade. The philosopher will consider them to be a far cry from true pleasure. He'll regard them only as strict necessity, for he'd have nothing at all to do with such pleasures if they weren't required by the pure obligation imposed on human beings to strive to continue to exist. I'm not sure, objected Amantha, whether you're giving a demonstration here or merely begging the question. True, all we're doing is repeating the natural position of our three human specimens. And the further difficulty is that we're judging their lives in relation to the different types of pleasure, so that our question doesn't have to do with which life is the most admirable or shameful, or even, more broadly speaking, which is the best or worst life. Our problem has to do with which life is the happiest, or at any rate which is the one least vulnerable to sadness. This is the point about which we need to determine which of our three guys, the capitalist, the ambitious man, or the philosopher, comes closest to the truth when he boasts about his own kind of life. Amantha, how would you proceed? I think we could start with one of your pet topics. You often ask, to whom should we give the task of judging what ought to be subjected to the most critical of judgments? And when no one says anything, you answer your own question. As usual, there are three possible judges: experience, wisdom, and reasoning. So we could measure the value of our three guys in terms of experience, wisdom, and reasoning capacity. But I can't say any more about it? Excellent. Wonderful, said Socrates enthusiastically. Which of our three fellows has the most experience when it comes to the pleasures we just mentioned? Suppose, and this is absurd, but never mind, that the capitalist stumbles upon the knowledge of a truth as it is in itself. Would we say that his experience of the pleasure afforded by such knowledge is greater than the experience a philosopher might have of the joys of profit and consumption? To tell the truth, Socrates, Amantha hesitantly began, It's totally different. Glaucon, as excited as could be, interrupted her. The philosopher has had the same sort of childhood as everyone else, so, way back then, he'd necessarily have acquired, even if only unconsciously, some experience of the other two kinds of pleasure, possession and pride. On the other hand, the capitalist, should he happen to stumble upon a knowledge of what truly is under no necessity to have a genuine experience of the pleasures associated with that type of knowledge. It'll leave him cold as ice and, what's more, that indifference will block any desire in him to become involved in a truth process. On the other hand, remarked Amantha, you're under an obvious necessity to interrupt me. Take it easy, kids. We agree on a first point. The philosopher has it over the capitalist when it comes to his experience of the two sorts of pleasure that are not specifically his own. Let's turn to the ambitious man, the lover of power and glory. Would we say, dear Amantha, that the experience the philosopher may have of pleasures that are contingent on honors and success is lesser than the experience the ambitious man may have of the pleasures to be derived from a life lived by the idea? I pass, said Amantha sulkily. Go ahead, Glaucon, go ahead. Honors, media hype? Glaucon took off. All three of our character types get to have them, provided they're successful. The rich man, the hero, and the wise man are all applauded by the crowd. So all three of them experience the pleasure of being recognized and admired. But when it comes to the pleasure of contemplation, it's impossible for anyone but the philosopher to enjoy it. As far as empirical knowledge, lived experience, goes, the philosopher is therefore the one who has the finest judgment. You bet he does. Besides, he's the only one who adds a healthy dose of pure thought to empirical knowledge. As a matter of fact, the instrument that's required to arrive at sound judgments is not at either the capitalist's or the ambitious man's disposal. Only the philosopher has it. What instrument are you talking about? Proofs, and, more broadly speaking, rational argumentation. That's the philosopher's tool par excellence. So we can now conclude. If wealth and profit were genuine criteria of judgment, whatever the capitalist declared to be good or bad would be immediately judged to be such by everyone. That's precisely the case in our Western democratic countries, grumbled Amantha. Whatever the capitalist says is right? But we don't think so. Socrates corrected her. Not any more than we think that the man on the make, the man of the social spectacle, can turn success and honors into the infallible criterion of the good, the true, and the beautiful. Anyway, capitalists and media personalities are 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Amantha added. Since the sole criterion of judgment is a combination of experience, pure thought, and rational argumentation, what the rationalist philosopher declares to be true is in fact most likely to be true. You never cease to amaze us, said Amantha, all smiles. And I've got more where that came from, Socrates gleefully replied. Of the 3 pleasures we've distinguished between, the one that's inherent in the agency of the subject on which our ability to think depends is the most enjoyable. As a result, those of us in whom this agency is prevalent have the most enjoyable lives? And so here we are back at the true life, murmured Amantha. I'm right to say the true life rather than just the most enjoyable life, because someone who's willing to think is a qualified judge when it comes to evaluating his own life's eligibility for the Excellence Award for the Happy Life. Amazed by this remark, Socrates looked affectionately at Amantha. But who'll get second prize? Said Glaucon anxiously. I think it should be the careerist, the scrappy guy on the make. He's closer to the true life, at least in terms of his courage, than the trust fund kid sitting on his pile of gold. And so, said Socrates in conclusion, in last place as far as the pleasures of life are concerned will be the capitalist. Those are two demonstrations that prove the just man's victory over the unjust man when it comes to happiness. There's a third one, so crucial that it could occupy the place of the Holy Spirit in the Christian's Trinitarian mythology. The Holy Spirit, as you know, speaks after the Father, who tells us about the superiority of the desire for truth to all the others, and after the Son, who tells us that the philosopher knows better than anyone else what a true pleasure is. So what does this fictitious third person tell us? Asked a suspicious Amantha. He says that only the pleasure of the person who gives himself up to thinking is pure and fully real. The other two sorts of pleasure, derived from wealth or media hype, are merely the nebulous sketch of a shadow. That's at any rate how I interpret the cryptic maxims of one of our ancient philosophers, who, we may surmise, transcribed the Holy Spirit's declarations. Anyway, if the Holy Spirit is right, it may well signal the final, irreversible defeat of the unjust man. But the Holy Spirit's just a convenient excuse. Exclaimed Amantha. You announced you were going to give us a third proof, and here you are foisting hermetic poetry on us again. Help! Cried Socrates. Glaucon, back me up. Your sister's maligning me. Answer my next few questions right away and as briefly as possible. Question 1, is pain the opposite of pleasure? Yes. Question 2, is there a subjective state in which we feel neither of the terms of this opposition, neither pain nor pleasure? Yes. Question 3, when the subject is in that neutral subjective state, equally distant from pleasure and pain, does he enjoy a sort of respite, or rest, yes or no? Yes. At this, Amantha burst out in anger. We promised, we swore we wouldn't play the role of the young yes-men that are in my brother Plato's so-called dialogues. I answered yes because I think the answer's yes, not because of any yes-manism on my part, Glaucon replied sharply. Go on, dear Socrates. Question 4, is it true or false that in many circumstances, illness in particular, what suffering people praise as most pleasurable is not pleasure but the cessation of suffering and the ensuing rest from it? That's true. But, added Glaucon with a cautious glance at his sister, maybe that's because the rest is no longer connected to a neutral intermediate state. It becomes a positive pleasure. And so you'd also say, I assume, that the cessation of pleasure and the ensuing rest constitute pain? Glaucon sensed that something was amiss. I'm not sure the symmetry between pain and pleasure really works. Yet you do seem to be arguing, aren't you, that the rest that's midway between pleasure and pain becomes pain when pleasure stops, and pleasure when pain stops? That is in fact my impression. Do you think it's possible for something that's neither a term nor its opposite, like the subjective rest relative to pleasure and pain, to become now one, now the other? I'd add that when pain and pleasure occur in a subject, they stir up violent internal motions in it. Yet the state in which we feel neither pleasure nor pain is rest, not motion. So we can easily see that the idea that the absence of pain, as rest, is pleasure, while the rest resulting from the cessation of pleasure is pain, is contrary to reason and groundless. The neutral state, as compared with pain, can seem like pleasure, but it isn't. And the appearance of pain that the cessation of pleasure brings about in relation to the neutral state has no true being pain. These similarities merely trick the subject. Your demonstration, I must say, is completely convincing. It can be bolstered by empirical observations. If you take, for example, pleasures that don't come after any pain, you'll immediately stop thinking that pleasure and pain are the inherent negation of each other. But Amantha remained skeptical. You still need to convince me, she said, that these pleasures that have no connection with any pain really exist. Oh, there are loads of them. Just think of sweet smells, for instance. Think about when the mimosa bursts into bloom, in February, on the shores of the seas in the south. Without our having felt any pain beforehand, their fragrance overwhelms us with an extraordinary intensity, and when we walk away from the tree all that's left in us is joy, we're not afflicted by any pain. Glory be to spring, said Amantha with a smile. Okay, let's not get carried away, though. The pleasures that come solely from the body's activity, intense, varied pleasures, are often akin to the cessation of a sort of gloomy apathy or painful tension. And there are also the pleasures and pains associated with future expectation, Amantha added, and with the anticipations that attempt to assuage that expectation. I propose a geometric image. Assume that on a given surface we can define three distinct areas such that only one of the three borders on the other two, and let's call them simply the top, the bottom, and the middle. Which requires, said Glaucon the pedant, that our surface be oriented in space, and that middle be the name of the one that borders on the other two. Let's not go into the topological details. It's the tricolor French flag, grumbled Amantha, with the white in the middle, that damn center where all the stupid sheep graze point to. Socrates, attempting to evade the young woman's sarcasm, went on. If someone, a point on the surface that has a few little flashes of insight, moves from the bottom to the middle, won't he quite naturally think he's at the top? Then, if he's blown by the wind toward the bottom, so that he lands back in it, he'll obviously have the feeling that he's fallen from the top to the bottom. And all this will be the case because he has no true knowledge of the spatial order governing the bottom, the middle, and the top. He's on the surface, but his way of being on it is confused. We shouldn't be surprised that so many people, kept at a distance from the true and conducting themselves with respect to virtually everything only by confused opinions, are unsure about pleasure, pain, and what lies in between the two. When they're in the pain zone, they really do suffer. But when they go from pain to the zone in between, they're instantly convinced they're experiencing pleasure at its peak. Just as if, knowing nothing about white, they were to regard gray as the opposite of black, they contrast the lessening of pain with pain, since they're ignorant about pleasure. That's what their mistake is. Top and bottom. Black and white. Those are pains, remarked Amantha, that are duly situated in space and colored. Socrates nodded but seemed eager, all of a sudden, to change the subject. Aren't hunger and thirst, things of that sort, voids prescribed by a certain condition of the body? By that standard, said Glaucon, ignorance and nonsense are voids prescribed by a certain condition of the subject. And, added Amantha, these voids can be filled either by stuffing yourself and drinking like a fish, or by learning 1,000 different things and marshalling thought. Excellent. But when there's a void, of any sort, what fills it best? Sensing a possible shift in the direction of the discussion, the two young people reflected. Amantha finally said. Whatever, with respect to a given void, has the most reality? Socrates then launched into an impassioned interrogation. If we take the whole sphere of being there into account, which existential modalities can we say participate unconditionally in that which, of being, is exposed to thought? Should we mention in this regard the way of existing that includes champagne, lobster à l'américaine, and, more generally, 3-star restaurants? Or should we instead emphasize the way of existing that features true opinion, rational knowledge, pure thought and, more generally, the intellectual capacities? Socrates paused, then, in rather solemn tones, continued. The question is at once simple and fundamental. Can we say, about that which, participating in universality, the self-identical, the immortal, and the true, belongs to the category prescribed by these attributes and which requires a subject incorporated into it to be in the same category, well, can we say, about it, it is in a more essential way than can be said about that which, in the ordinary sphere of being there, is never self-identical, arises only in order to pass away, and therefore belongs to the category prescribed by these negative attributes, as does any individual participating in it? As usual, protested Amantha, your question prescribes, I'm using your jargon, its own answer. But still. What my dear sister means, Glaucon piped up, is that, as we've known for ages, self-identity is a sign of pure being for you. And therefore constant change is a sign of something that, inasmuch as it falls short of rational knowledge, is ultimately only a sham being true. To please Amantha, let's use a different kind of language then, concluded Socrates. Let's say that, in a given world, what's limited to the repetitive care of bodies participates less in that which of being is exposed to thought, and is consequently less true, than what's incorporated into a subject. Can't we simplify all that even further, Glaucon suggested, by saying, bodies belong less to the idea of the true than subjects do? We'd still have to ask ourselves what, in a given world, a body of the true might be. But that's another story. Point 3. What we can say at any rate is this: the filling of a void whose being is more real and that is filled by beings whose being is also more real than is the filling, by beings whose being is less real, of a void whose being is also less real. You betcha. It's perfectly self-evident, that sentence, exclaimed Amantha mockingly. But Socrates took no notice of her remark and went on. If we call pleasure the fact of being filled with what belongs to our nature, then a filling whose being is more real by things whose being is also more real will define a pleasure that's more real and truer than the pleasure afforded by participating in something whose being is less real, and therefore by being filled in a less true and real way, such that the pleasure will be more doubtful and its participation in the true very inferior. Now there's a high-flown sentence for you, said Amantha, mocking him again. And I'm going to attempt another that's even worse, said an amused Socrates. Listen carefully, those who have had no access either to pure thought or to virtue and who can think about nothing but eating a good meal, frequenting child prostitutes in Thailand, or cheering wildly at some rigged soccer game are assigned, as it were, to the bottom. Then they sometimes come up to the middle and spend their whole life wandering from one to the other without ever crossing the border between the middle and the top, without ever being able to orient themselves by the latter, or even managing to look up to that true top, as a result of which, unable as they are to drink from the springs of being as it is in itself and thereby to taste an intense, pure pleasure, they go around with their heads down, looking at the ground like cattle, grazing at one table after another, trying to outdo one another, stuffing themselves and fornicating, which is why, competing fiercely over who'll get to have the most enjoyment, always greedy for more, they stamp the ground, but one another, fight one another with horns and iron hooves, and kill one another with ever more sophisticated weapons, all because they haven't filled with any real beings either their own being or the place where that being dwells. Fabulous, commented Glaucon. I'm going to attempt one that's just as long now. Listen carefully, I'm continuing. Therefore these people necessarily only have pleasures mixed with pain, poor copies of the true pleasures, sketches of sorts that always overlap and whose apparent intensity is only due to contrasts with the outside, such that the lack of true thought precipitates them into violent erotic drives, on behalf of which they fight like dogs over a bone, or the way the warriors who were ignorant of the truth fought over a mere image of Helen under the walls of Troy. If we're to believe Stesichorus, who wrote, "The Greeks and Trojans, to stir up war, had Helen's image and nothing more." Not only do you invent two miserable lines of poetry that Stesichorus wouldn't have dared write, cried Amantha, but, what's more, your sentence isn't really long or really useful. Well, try and do better yourself, said Glaucon, whose feelings were really hurt. When I feel like it, I'll let you know. Settle down, kids, said Socrates, attempting to arbitrate. Let's move on. Isn't what happens with individuals as regards affect necessarily similar to what happens to them with desire? Once the affect agency is set in motion, it will make them envious owing to ambition, aggressive out of vanity, and angry, so unstable is their temperament. And then all there will be is a desperate craving for honors and victory, and fury, devoid of all reason and foreign to all thought. So I'll say that desires, including those arising from private interest or motivated by the spirit of competition, may, provided they yield to the authority of rational knowledge and logical argumentation, aid in tasting the pleasures a thoughtful mind can lead them to. I claim that these originally dubious desires will then have access to the truest pleasures, simply because a truth is now guiding their existence. And I'll even add that these will be the pleasures best suited to their particular being, if it's true that what's best for a subject is none other than what defines its existence as being appropriate to a specific truth, not to an empty generality. Amantha could no longer contain herself, she just had to get in the long sentence of her own that would show her brother up. When the subject as a whole, without any neurotic inner split, places himself under the authority of what philosophy calls a truth, which is related to the agency of thought, what happens is that each of his three agencies becomes an active element of the truth process, thus an aid to justice, and each therefore enjoys the pleasures suited to its own particular function, hence the best pleasures, the truest among all the ones it can aspire to, and this is the exact opposite of what happens when desire or affect takes over and forces the other two agencies to pursue a pleasure foreign to their nature and detached from any truth, without, however, the dominant agencies achieving its own pleasure. And so we can safely say that what's furthest removed in an individual from what philosophers and rational argumentation designate as that individual's becoming subject by virtue of being incorporated into the becoming of a truth is at the same time what's most likely to produce effects of abandonment and devaluation of pleasure, a certainty from which it may be inferred that, since what's furthest removed from rational argumentation is what's foreign to any universal principle and order. Since, for their part, fascinating, tyrannical desires are the things most indifferent to universal principles, and finally, since, by contrast, the desires of a communist subject as we've defined him inspire such principles, the necessary consequence of all this is that the person furthest removed from the true pleasure proper to human beings is the fascist tyrant. And the people the least far removed from that pleasure are those men or women who participate in the process of a system of government corresponding to the communist idea, or, to put it more simply, we know for a fact that the bleakest life is that of the fascist tyrant and the most joyful life that of the communist citizen, as we've produced its concept, obviously, although we don't yet know if it can find its real in the tormented history of countries and governments. Amantha was out of breath. Socrates applauded enthusiastically, as if a beautiful actress had just set one of Sophocles' speeches on fire. Glaucon, being a good sport, joined in the clapping with the others, then gave his sister, who blushed with pleasure, a hug. After this emotional moment, Socrates, with a somewhat Mephistophelian smile on his face, took over the dialogue again. Do you know, dear friends, exactly how much better the best life is than the worst? I can't even see how to make sense out of your question, said Glaucon brusquely. The basic arithmetical facts are seemingly very simple. There are only three agencies of the subject and there are only three types of pleasure, that of the top, that of the middle, and that of the bottom. Now, 3 times 3 equals 9. Okay, but so what? So nothing, that's the whole problem. What do you mean, nothing? Glaucon, bewildered, continued. The fascist tyrant crossed the border between the middle and the bottom and lives as far as possible from the top. But he resides in his realm with such a retinue of degrading pleasures that to say he's 9 times unhappier than the communist citizen seems way too easy. The problem needs to be approached some other way. Under the wrathful eye of his sister, Glaucon, too intrigued to react, agreed to play the part of the uncritical interlocutor again. There then began a long dialogue between Socrates and Glaucon during which Amantha almost fell asleep. So how should we go about it? There are 5 different systems of government, said Socrates. In descending order: communism, timocracy, oligarchy, democracy, and tyranny, also known as fascism. Right. Each of them can be said to be removed from the first one by as many degrees as is implied by its distance from it. That makes sense. So the tyrannico-fascist system of government is at a remove of 5 degrees from the communist system of government. Okay. But that tells us nothing if we don't know anything about the specific intensity of the pleasures inherent in communism. Nothing, it's true. As a matter of fact, we know that that intensity is measured by a factor of 6. I believe you, but I have no idea why. Because 6 is the first perfect number, that is, a number that's equal to the sum of its divisors other than itself, as is shown by 6 equals 3 plus 2 plus 1. That is in fact a sign of perfection. Now we can say that the pleasure associated with a given system of government is less than the communist system of government's pleasure by as many degrees as the number measuring that same inferiority to communist pleasure of the system of government just above the one being considered, multiplied by the latter's rank. I confess I don't understand a thing. Well, for example, timocracy comes right after communism. The degree of inferiority of its own specific pleasure to the pleasure of communism, located just above it, will thus be 1 times 2 equals 2. Why 1? Why 2? Because the degree of inferiority of the communist system of government to itself is the number that measures identity, or 1. And because timocracy is in second place. Okay, now I get it. The degree of inferiority of tyranny is then 1 times 5 equals 5. No, not at all, Glaucon, not at all. You have to multiply a system of government's rank by the degree of inferiority to communism of the system of government just above it, not directly by the number 1 assigned to communism. The formula's simple. Let Ri be the rank of a system of government, and, since there are 5 systems of government, 1 less than or equal to I less than or equal to 5. Let d, Ri, be the degree of inferiority of the pleasure associated with the system of government of rank I relative to the pleasure associated with the communist system of government, which ranks in first place. We then have 2 rules defining the recursive computation of the number d, Ri. 1, d, R1, equals 1. 2, d, Ri plus 1, equals d, Ri, times I. So you can see that in the case of timocracy, which is in second place, we get d, R2, equals d, R1, times 2 equals 1 times 2 equals 2. Oh, please. Give me another example. Let's take democracy, which is in fourth place. The rules require that in order to compute d, R4, you have to know what d, R3, is. We know that d, R2, equals 2. We apply the second rule and get d, R3, equals d, R2, times 3 equals 2 times 3 equals 6. So oligarchic pleasure is 6 times less than communist pleasure. I agree with that calculation. Since we've got d, R3, rule 2 will give us d, R4. I can do it, cried Glaucon delightedly. The formula is d, R4, equals d, R3, times 4 equals 6 times 4 equals 24. Democratic pleasure is 24 times less than communist pleasure. Good job, my boy. So now we can easily get to fascist tyranny. We have d, R5, equals d, R4, times 5 equals 24 times 5 equals 120. The pleasure associated with fascist life is thus 120 times less than the pleasure that will one day be associated with communist life. The pleasure you get from living in a tyrannized country sure isn't great. We know the exact measure of its intensity. How is that possible? We said that the perfection of the pleasure associated with future communist life equaled 6. If the pleasure of fascist life is 120 times less than that, it equals 6 divided by 120, or 0.05. What an amazing number. It's no more than a little prick of satisfaction. In fact, the only great pleasure you can feel that, in a sense, a despotic regime would be the cause of is the one you get from the collapse of that regime, when the boundless sufferings it has caused finally end. But you taught us that the essence of pleasure can't be the cessation of pain. The top is not the negation of the bottom. You've got a good memory, my dear Glaucon. In that case, and in that case alone, there's often the pleasure of a liberation. But that pleasure, however great it may be, is fragile, sometimes uncertain or non-existent. Because liberations of that sort, especially if they come from outside, herald periods of unrest. Think about the liberation of France by the Anglo-American troops in 1944-5 or, even worse, the liberation of Iraq by the Anglo-American troops in 2002. The Iraqi people's pleasure was zero, whereas the tyranny exercised by Saddam Hussein was fierce. At any rate, that's one question settled. That's actually why we have to go back to the strategic stakes of our discussion, namely the definition of justice and the question of the just life. If I remember correctly, our interlocutor, brilliantly played by Glaucon, argued the following thesis: injustice brings great advantages to a person who pushes it to the extreme of perfection, provided he's able to persuade prevailing opinion that he's someone who's perfectly just. Right? Yes, agreed Glaucon, that's right. Now that we've clarified the matter and that you and I agree, let's turn to that defender of the unjust life's advantages and try to find some new ways to convince him of his error. What new ways? We already knocked ourselves out trying to take him down a peg or two. To recapitulate our arguments, we need a beautiful, powerful metaphor. The lover of ideas, said Amantha suddenly waking up, always resorts to a metaphor when he's in trouble. Point 4. But not just any one, an unruffled Socrates replied. An integral metaphor of the subject. A metaphor as powerful as those of the gorgeous monsters told of in myth, the Minotaur, the Sphinx, Medusa, Cerberus, and so forth. Well, let's see then, said Amantha, whose curiosity always got the better of her sarcasm, calming down. Let's first imagine that a skilled sculptor of the contemporary school models, in a variety of materials, cardboard, clay, wood, or scrap metal, a form that can be regarded, depending on the viewer's point of view or the lighting, as representing one existing animal or another, from the most monstrous or ferocious, such as the giant squid, the shark, or the vulture, to the most ordinary and docile, such as the sheep or the domestic rabbit. Then an excellent sculptor of the Baroque period creates a magnificent lion in bronze. And then the greatest virtuoso of classical sculptors carves, out of black marble streaked with white and yellow, a human form so indeterminate that you can't tell if it's a man or a woman. Finally, an anonymous artist from no particular period and who isn't the least bit concerned about imitation, I like him for that, wraps the composite animal, the lion, and the human being in a big tarpaulin to which he, too, gives a human form, but one that's even more stylized, vague, undecidable than the one that's under the tarpaulin. What a weird kind of work, said Amantha, intrigued. From the outside you can't see any of the forms that are inside. Someone who has no way of making a hole in the tarpaulin thinks that there's only one form inside, that of a human being. Whatever kind of comment can we possibly make about a wrapping like this for our bosom enemy, the defender of injustice? Asked Glaucon, scratching his head. Here's what we'll say to him: dear defender of injustice, your position amounts to saying that it's advantageous for the human form, of which the big tarpaulin is the model, to fatten the composite animal and the mighty lion inside it while starving and weakening the human figure that's the third component of what's inside. You consider it good for human nature, as it appears in the world, that animalistic chaos and the wild beast's ferocity should run the show within, doing whatever they like to the man inside. Instead of their seeing to the harmony of the three components, you'd like them to shake up the human tarpaulin, biting and devouring one another in a bloody free-for-all. Our own thesis is obviously more reasonable. To submit to a principle of justice is tantamount to thinking that you ought to say and do only what will give the inner human form the means to guide the overall human form, the one that can be seen from the outside, means by which the man inside will, for one thing, be able to look after the composite animal form, as a farmer does when he feeds and tames the docile species while keeping the wild, bad ones from increasing, and, for another, make an ally of the lion's nobility, so that, by sharing his responsibilities with all the inhabitants of the human tarpaulin, he's able to get them to be on good terms both with each other, inside, and with the himself that is merely the total exterior of that multifaceted inner being. That's at least a metaphor whose didactic function alone explains what can be understood about it. Because in itself, just as a metaphor, you've got to admit it's goddamn enigmatic. Well done, dear teacher. Amantha congratulated him. Metaphor or no metaphor, Socrates calmly went on, and however we approach the problem, it's certain, in any case, that someone who praises justice speaks truthfully, while someone who praises injustice is totally wrong. Regardless of whether you adopt as your criterion pleasure, the reputation one enjoys, or advantage, it turns out that a person who's on the side of justice is also on the side of truth, while someone who disparages justice not only speaks in a hateful way but also knows nothing about the very thing he's disparaging. That's you all over, dear Socrates, said Amantha fondly. If someone were to slit his own son's throat, you'd patiently explain that he only did so because he didn't know where truth was. I've given proofs many times about the correctness of that point of view, said Socrates a little testily. And I'll continue to do so. Gently and patiently is how we'll disabuse someone who's all for injustice, because he's not getting it wrong on purpose. We'll say to him, dear friend, don't custom and law agree on the distinction between what's shameful and what's honorable? We act honorably when the strictly animal part of our nature is under the control of what attests to the properly human aspect in us. We could almost say, under the control of the divine spark, or the share of eternity implied by our acts. We act shamefully when our serene inner being falls under the yoke of our latent savagery. Won't he have to agree? Of course, Glaucon hastened to agree. Anyway, once he's swallowed that, all the rest will have to follow, muttered Amantha. Socrates, who was perhaps aware of this subtle warning, attempted to beef up his position. If the commonest opinion has always and everywhere condemned total existential anarchy, it's because the person who indulges in it gives a lot more power than he should to the great, terrible beast of protean desire. Similarly, we rebuke the arrogance and bad temper of someone who has let the lion of affect grow and get stronger within him to an unnatural degree. If we come down hard on the extravagant spending and sterile ostentation of the idle rich, it's because they actually weaken the lion so much that it results in intolerable cowardice. If flattery and servility are frowned upon, it's because they enslave that same lion of affect to the protean beast of desire, which, due to its overweening love of wealth, eventually turns the lion into an ape. And, finally, why do the rich scorn poor workers and have no qualms about calling them barbarians or poorly integrated into society, or about passing criminal legislation against them, parking them in filthy housing projects and checking their documents, beating them, arresting them, even executing them, as soon as they act as though they might rebel? It's because the rich and their parliamentary parties are terribly afraid that the lion of worker effect, once inspired by the sheer humanity of the idea, will subjugate the beast's cowardly acts, and the result of this will be a political force and courage all the more threatening to the power of the rich in that the latter are in reality corrupt and cowardly. I still don't see how the danger that all these vices represent can be avoided, said Glaucon, rather upset. The empirical individual must submit to the man within him, the man who's capable of truth and is thus inhabited by a flame that can be allegorically described as divine. This sort of obedience doesn't work to the detriment of the individual, as Thrasymachus, who, by the way, is peacefully snoring away without listening to us, thinks. On the contrary, nothing is more beneficial to him, to such an extent that the rule also applies to the external form of power, the communist community, which must be, like the man within, that which in the political order, and unlike any social group pursuing nothing but its own interest, is capable of truth. So, regardless of whether we are dealing with his political commitment or his private life, is your thesis, asked Amantha, that a human being will be said to truly think only if he devotes all his energy to the discipline that must be consented to, since it establishes the power of a superhuman ability in people? That's a bit of a stretch, young lady, secretly in love as you are with transcendence. But overall you're right. So what becomes of the body in all this business? Inquired Glaucon. As far as the physical condition of the body, food, gymnastics, all that sort of thing, is concerned, we won't accept as the only rule for our lives the irrational, animal instinct that requires survival, gratification, and enjoyment. The best thing would be to worry about health and place a high value on being strong and attractive only to the extent that those things are potential means of acquiring sound good sense. Physical equilibrium should only be sought after if it serves to interpret the subject's immanent symphony brilliantly. You want us to be the musicians of our subjective harmony, concluded Amantha. That's a nice phrase. Let's also keep a sense of harmony when it comes to the extremely pressing, difficult question of money and spending. Let's not let ourselves be dazzled by what opinion, in this capitalist world that is the world of corruption, regards as happiness. Never stop increasing your wealth and buy all that glitters on the great global marketplace. If we turn toward our inner government, we'll find in it what we need in order to make these money matters subordinate to the development of our capacity for creating something that has universal meaning beyond our immediate desires. We'll do the same with regard to public recognition, willingly accepting the kind we think will bolster what's best in us and avoiding, in our private lives as in our obligations on the world stage, the people who might disturb our becoming subject. Then it's likely, noted Glaucon, not without a certain melancholy, that we'll have to refuse to be involved in any political activity. No, by the dog, 5 will be very involved in politics among the people of our country. But not at the level of official positions, not in the state, on the contrary, at a distance from the state. Except in unpredictable revolutionary circumstances. Circumstances that would establish a political order like the one we've been talking about since yesterday? Glaucon asked. Is that what you mean? Because for the time being that order only exists in our theories. I don't think a single example of it exists anywhere in reality. And yet it's likely that many very real political movements, in many different countries, are sympathetic to our idea, since the scope of the idea is universal. However, regardless of whether those movements are powerful or have only recently gotten off the ground, are numerous, or are few and far between, that's not what determines us as subjects. Naturally, we hope that someday there will be systems of government that will provide the idea with the real it's based on. But, even if that's not yet the case, it's nevertheless this idea and none other that we'll attempt to remain faithful to in everything we undertake. 16. Poetry and Thought, 592b, 608b. Socrates gloated. This political order we're founding is the best. The best, not in itself, which is meaningless, but the best of all the ones that we can extract by thought from the field of possibilities. The arguments in its favor are legion, but none is more compelling than the one that hinges on our considered relationship with poetry, since we've required that its mimetic aspect must never be tolerated. That requirement is imperative, let's even say that it acquires the status of self-evidence, now that we've distinguished between the various agencies of the subject and conceived of each one's distinct nature. Dear Amantha and Glaucon, you're the brother and sister of my friend Plato, the inspired and rather concise stenographer of our freewheeling speech. So you can't be dirty informers in the pay of tragic poets and other such mimetic eons, can you? I can speak to you with complete confidence, can't I? Let me risk my all. Without further ado, I contend that poetry that's excessively characterized by imitation causes extensive damage to the formal intelligence of its audience if they don't have the antidote, namely the knowledge of what that poetry really is, in its being. Glaucon, finding these statements to be very muddled or overly cautious, took the risk of making an unsolicited remark. It seems to me, dear teacher, that you're getting all worked up over very little. It's because I still have a sort of respectful fondness for Homer going back to childhood when I first studied him, and because Homer really does seem to have been the original teacher, the guide, of all our fine tragic poets. But it's inappropriate to respect a man more than the truth. Whence it can be inferred that I need to speak. Hey! Amantha interrupted him. Stop beating around the bush. All right, I'll get to it. But let me at least, in such sensitive circumstances, use the famous Socratic dialogue, in which getting to the answer requires taking a roundabout way from the question. Okay, I'm waiting for your questions, said Glaucon with a sigh. Can you two give me a general definition of mimesis? I don't quite understand what the point of it is. What kind of question is that? Exclaimed Amantha in her soft, high-pitched voice. You don't understand, and you think I can? There'd be nothing so strange about that. Very often, people with poor eyesight understand what's going on better than people with sharp eyes. That does happen, it's true, said Glaucon. But, even if I have an idea that I think is brilliant, all it takes is for you to be here, and my eagerness to express it fizzles out. You go first, dear teacher. Well, pay careful attention then, Socrates continued, quite pleased with himself. Do both of you want us begin our philosophical inquiry in accordance with our usual method? Usually, for any multiplicity made up of elements to which we give the same name, we posit the unity of a form. This time as well, if it's okay with you, let's choose from among any of the multiples in this room. We can see that there are loads of beds and tables. But, so far as all these pieces of furniture are concerned, there are only two ideas, the bed idea and the table idea. Still in line with our usual conceptual procedure, we posit that a craftsman can only make these pieces of furniture, which we'll later use, by looking toward their particular ideas, toward the bed idea for a bed and toward the table idea for a table. As for the idea itself, no craftsman has the ability to make it. How on earth would he go about it? Yet there actually is a kind of universal craftsman, who's able to make all the objects that each of the specialized craftsmen manufacture on the basis of one given idea. What a man he must be, that specialist of all things! Said Amantha, full of admiration. How right you are! Continued Socrates. Not only can he make every kind of furniture, but he makes everything that grows from the earth, too. And he makes all living organisms, himself as well as the others. Everything, to tell the truth, is within his creative purview, the earth, the heavens, the gods, all the stars that shine at night, everything in the subterranean gloom of the underworld, he can make all of that. Who are you trying to kid, Socrates? Protested Amantha. You don't believe me? What exactly do you doubt, dearest friend? Do you think there's no way a universal craftsman of this sort could ever exist? Or is your idea, more specifically, that there's one kind of existence such that, in it, it's possible to be the creator of everything, and another in which that's in fact impossible? Let me tell you something. You yourself, from a certain point of view, could be that all-powerful craftsman, a creator of universes. That'll be the day. It's quick and easy. Very quick and easy, even. Take your mirror, women all have one, and turn it around night and day in every direction. In no time at all you'll make the sun and the stars of the sky in it, in no time at all the earth, in no time at all yourself and other living creatures and plants and furniture. And, finally, you'll make beds and tables too. Sure, said Glaucon, but I'd only be producing the appearance of objects, not what they are in truth. Now we're getting somewhere, said Socrates gleefully. You hit on my point exactly. Because the painter is one of the craftsmen we were talking about, isn't he? So you'll tell me that what the painter creates has no truth to it? Yet one can say that if he paints a bed on the wall of this house of Cephalus where we've spent a night of passionate philosophizing and an entire day of interminable discussions, he is really creating a bed on the wall. A bed that's only an appearance of a bed. Well, what about the carpenter, then? You were saying a moment ago that, when he makes a particular bed, he isn't making the bed form that we maintain is what a bed really is. If he doesn't make the bed that really is, he doesn't make a being bed, but a bed that's like the being bed, although not actually being it. In that case, anyone who says that the work of a carpenter or, more broadly speaking, the work of a craftsman is in the perfect order of being is very likely not telling the truth. We shouldn't be surprised that material products of this sort are complicated, in terms of their relationship with truth. Then let's not be surprised, muttered Glaucon, looking bewildered. Now let's try to understand, on the basis of these examples, what that famous mimesis might be. Aren't there ultimately three beds, as far as thought's concerned, rather than just one? The first is the one whose being lies naturally in itself and about which we'd say, I think, that it's the work of the big other. Otherwise, where would its eternal life come from? I haven't got a clue, confessed a beleaguered Glaucon. The second bed is the woodworker's. I guess so. The third is the painter's. Right? All right. And what next? There's no next. There are only three beds. The painter, the carpenter, and the other, that's the holy trinity that reigns over the threeness of the instances of the bed. What elegance there is, Amantha exclaimed, in that Trinitarian scheme. Provided, however, that it's connected with the other essential numbers, like the 1 and the 2. Take the big other. Regardless of whether it was a free choice or whether some higher necessity required that more than one bed, of the sort whose being lies naturally in themselves, should not be made, the fact remains that it made only one copy of this bed, that is. Bringing two, or even more, of them into existence is something the big other didn't do, and will never do. Amantha was now passionately involved in the argument. How can you be so sure? She asked. Well, if it made two and no more, we'd still already have a multiplicity. And, since any multiplicity requires an additional term that supports the unity of that multiplicity, there would have to be a third bed, which would possess the formal unity of the other two. But then it, not the other two, would be the bed that is. Amantha was full of admiration for him. You're really outdoing yourself, Socrates, she said. That's a truly amazing argument. Someday they'll call it the third man argument 1 and they'll use it against my own doctrine. At any rate, we can be sure that the other was aware of this when it dealt with the bed and the beds, and, as it absolutely wanted to be the one who makes the bed that absolutely is, not the particular maker of a particular bed, it created the true bed's natural uniqueness. So would you agree to our calling the other the father of the bed, or some such thing? That would be fitting, said Glaucon, since it created both that form and all the others in the natural order. We could also call the carpenter the manufacturer of the bed. Amantha put in. That way we'd have the father and the manufacturer. But what name should we give the third guy of the Trinity, the painter? Neither manufacturer nor maker, in any case. Obviously not. But what's his share in the being of the bed, if it's neither the universality of the idea nor the particularity of the object? I think, said Amantha hesitantly, that the most fitting solution would be to call him the imitator of the real that the others are the manufacturers of. So you're deciding to call the person who's at 2 degrees of separation from the nature of the true an imitator, or, to sound erudite, a mimetician. Let's apply your definition to the tragic poets. Suppose that when they're describing a king their language, which aims at conveying verisimilitude, is basically mimetic. So first we'll distinguish the universal form of royal power, then, putting that form to the test in the real world, a king who has really existed, Agamemnon, for example, and, finally, the imitation of the latter by the poet. And there we find our 3 terms and our 2 degrees of separation again. But is 2 really appropriate? Objected Amantha. What the painter attempts to imitate, at least if he's reduced to the mimetic aspect of his art, is of course not the one truth of what he wants to reproduce. But it's not the multiple objects that the manufacturers make from that form, either. It's those objects not as they are but as they appear, and so I wonder if there aren't actually four terms, like when you presented the dialectical process to us in the guise of a divided line, the universal form, the particular object, the appearance of that object, and the imitation of that appearance. There would then be 3 degrees of separation between the artist and the big other, not 2. An amazed Socrates applauded. But Glaucon wasn't following any more and said as much. I can't follow you. So Socrates said. Dear Glaucon, think about our famous bed. You look at it sideways, or head on, or from underneath, each time you'd say it's different from itself. But isn't it really the case that, without differing at all from itself, it appears to be doing so? Now think about the painter. What's his aim, with respect to the objects he depicts? Is it their being as it actually is that he's imitating? Or their appearance as it appears instead? Is the imitation of an image or of a truth? Of an image, I think, Glaucon ventured. The mimetic therefore operates at a great remove from the truth, and if it seems able to reproduce everything, it's only to the extent that the share of each thing it grasps is exceedingly small. It's actually only a simulacrum. Let's say the painter, without knowing a thing about woodworking, is going to paint a carpenter. It's clear that he'll then be operating completely from the outside of what characterizes a carpenter. If he's a skillful painter, in terms of the mimetic, his carpenter will fool children and naive people. It just needs to be seen from a distance and to have the superficial characteristics of a real carpenter. The lesson in all this, dear friends, is clear. If someone tells us he's met a great guy who knows all the craftsman's skills without exception better than the craftsmen themselves, we'll instantly reply that that's sheer gullibility. Our interlocutor has come across a charlatan, an imitator whom he was taken in by. If he thought the guy knew absolutely everything, it's a safe bet that he can't tell knowledge from ignorance and imitation. Glaucon exclaimed. Yeah, absolutely, that's for sure. We'll shut his trap for him. Unless it's the tragic poets or our old Homer, the father of all poets, whose traps, as you put it, we have to shut. That's another kettle of fish. Lots of people actually say that the poets, Homer first and foremost, are masters of all the skills, of all things human that are connected with vice and virtue, if not of all things divine. Their argument is brief and to the point. A good poet, they say, motivated by the desire to express to perfection what he puts into poetry, can only write a poem about what he knows or he'll show himself to be incapable of putting his subject matter into poetry. What should we think about this demonstration? One possibility is that our interlocutors have run into some crafty mimetic Ians who've snowed them with a lot of fine words. Mentally conditioned like this, even when they came into direct contact with these mimeticians' works, they couldn't sense at what an enormous remove, 3 degrees, these works were from real being. They didn't realize that, for people with no knowledge of the truth, putting things into poetry is easy. They put imitations, not real beings, into poetry. The other possibility is of course that our interlocutors are right. Good poets actually do have genuine knowledge about everything that all their readers say they speak so admirably about. But how can we decide? Glaucon wondered. Imagine someone who can do both, the real and its imitation. Do you think he'd devote all his energy to becoming exclusively a manufacturer of images? That such craftsmanship would constitute the entire glorious meaning of his life, as if he'd never had anything better to do? Well, why not? Muttered Amantha rather ironically. Oh, come on. If he really knew the truth of what he's imitating, or representing, he'd devote himself to producing that truth rather than imitating something that's merely its support. He'd leave behind him, as monuments to his memory, as many sublime works as he could. He'd want to be someone who's praised himself rather than someone who sings the praises of others. Assuming, said Amantha who still had reservations, that personal prestige and social utility are in actual fact something that the former can lay claim to. That's debatable. Let's not split hairs. Said Socrates, annoyed. Let's simplify things. We won't hold Homer or any other poet accountable for everything they write about. Take the art of medicine. We could ask, was that famous poet who writes poetry about diseases and their cures ever a real doctor, or did he just settle for a pastiche of medical talk? And what about that other poet, whether ancient or modern, with his verses on the great health? Would we say he really cured real patients, the way Fleming or even Claude Bernard too did? Or what about that other one, who uses charming cadences to teach the merits of a healthy life? Did he, like Pasteur, establish a whole school dedicated to the study of severe infections and the defenses that vaccination combats them with? We could go on like this, but I suggest we drop this line of questioning. We'll spare the poets and won't torture them anymore about anything having to do with technique. We'll concentrate instead on the most important and difficult subjects about which Homer chose to express himself: war, strategy, government, education, and so on. As far as those are concerned, we do perhaps have the right to say to him, "Dear Homer, if, as regards the truth of a virtue, you're not idling at 3 degrees of separation from it, if you're not what we call a mimetician, that is to say, a manufacturer of images, if you've managed to be at only 2 degrees of separation from the true, and if, finally, you're able to distinguish between the forms that constitute a model for bettering men's lives, both public and private, and all the ones that make it worse, then tell us, dear poet, what political community owes its radical transformation to you, the way Russia owed its to Lenin, and the way many others, big or small, owed theirs to many others, both in the past and today, from Robespierre to Mandela, by way of Toussaint Louverture and Mao Zedong? What country regards you as an outstanding legislator? Sparta had Lycurgus and Athens had Solon. But what about you? Where is that country? I don't think he'd be able to answer, said Glaucon. Even his disciples and descendants, the Homerids, are silent on that subject. Does anyone remember a war from which Homer emerged victorious, either as chief of staff or as the main advisor and strategist of the general staff? Is Homer ranked among those distinguished by their practical achievements? Can anyone cite Homer's many ingenious technical inventions, in any field of activity, the way people do for Sostratus of Cnidus, the builder of the lighthouse of Alexandria, or for Papin of France, who made a steam-activated engine run? And if he didn't accomplish anything on behalf of the state, did Homer at least work for the benefit of private individuals? Have the memories of a single person whose education he directed during his lifetime come down to us? A single one who appreciated seeing Homer on a daily basis and who bequeathed to subsequent generations a life orientation that could be called Homeric? That's what Pythagoras, who's beloved precisely for teaching of that sort, is credited with. Even today, the master's remote disciples call Pythagorean a way of life that, according to them, is different from any other. But what about Homer? Tradition, said Glaucon, is very silent about that as well. Of course, people do talk about one of Homer's disciples, who was allegedly his son-in-law, according to the countless gossipy stories that have gone around about the life of the tremendous blind poet. Some guy named Busphilus. But when it comes to this cow lover 3, it's hard to decide which is funnier, his name or the outcome of his education, because they say that throughout his life Busphilus regarded Homer, his father-in-law and Greece's greatest poet, as a complete nobody. Those stories are well known. But let's get serious. Suppose Homer were really capable of being humanity's mentor along the road to its progressive betterment. Suppose that, as far as these matters go, he weren't a mere imitator but a truly learned man. Wouldn't he then have had countless acolytes who loved and honored him? Inveterate sophists like Protagoras, Prodicus, and so many others are always persuading all sorts of respectable people, in private sessions, that they won't be able to manage, as Engels would say, private property, the family, or the state if they don't knuckle under to the educational authority of the aforementioned sophists. the disciples of these peculiar teachers worship their talents so fervently that they all but carry them around triumphantly on their shoulders. So, would the people of Homer's time, knowing that such a man could help them learn true virtue, have allowed him, like Hesiod, I might add, to travel far and wide, all on his own, declaiming his poems in dusty village squares in order to earn his living? That's completely implausible. Wouldn't they have preferred the company of mentors like them to all the gold in the world? Wouldn't they have gone to great lengths to keep them at home with them for good? And if they'd failed in their efforts to entice, or bribe, them, wouldn't they have followed these phenomenal professors to the ends of the earth to avail themselves of their lessons, until they'd gotten all they could out of them? Amantha then said, "When it comes to Homer, dear Socrates, you speak in such eloquent tones. Prose versus poetry, huh?" Socrates replied rather testily. "All I'm trying to do is establish that none of the poets from Homer on, whether it's virtue they write poetry about or anything else, have any grasp of the truth. Let's go back to our comparison between painting and poetry. A painter who's absolutely incapable of mending a shoe will nevertheless be able to produce a completely convincing shoemaker on his canvas, at least as far as those who are as ignorant as he is are concerned. Why? Because for these ignoramuses looking at the painting, a shoemaker is only an assemblage of shapes and colors. Similarly, a poet covers all the crafts with the colors given them by words and phrases, without being a master of any of them, except for imitation. And so those who enjoy the enchanting show of words imagine that when a poet speaks about shoes with holes in them, or military tactics, or maritime crossings, or whatever it may be, he speaks extremely well about them, since that poet will have imparted an irresistible charm to language by using intonation, rhythm, and melody. But if poets' works are stripped of everything connected with their musical coloration, you know what happens, nude, the poem is crude." Amantha said snarkily. "Nice turn of phrase, Socrates. Totally musical and colorful. But you still need to explain what intellectual processes are needed to strip a poem." But Socrates, pretending he hadn't heard her, went on. "Let's get back to the broader question of the difference between being and appearing. The poet of imitations, the mimetician, has no grasp whatsoever of what is. He settles for what appears. So let's not stop midstream, let's deal with the problem thoroughly. Let's use the painter once more." "Once too often, perhaps," Amantha interjected. "Is language a painting?" "Let's take it point by point," said Socrates good-naturedly. "At every step of the way, young lady, tell me whether you agree or not. The painter depicts a hunting rifle or a violin, say. But when it comes to making one of those things, you've got to go to a gunsmith or a violin maker. Right?" "Of course you do," said Amantha. "But is the person who truly understands the construction of these objects, whether a rifle or a violin, the painter? Or is it the person who makes them, the gunsmith, or the violin maker? Or is it only the person who knows how to use them, the hunter, or the violinist?" "Probably the user, but only provided that by construction you meant." "Let's generalize then," Socrates interrupted her. "For each object of this sort, there are 3 different skills involved: using it, making it, and representing it. Do you agree? It'd be hard not to. Nevertheless, the virtue, beauty, and aptness of singular things, whether we are talking about a musical instrument, an animal, or an action, lie in the use for which each of the things is intended, when it's manufactured, if it's something man-made, when the decision about it is made, if it's a matter of something practical, or when it's born, if it's something natural. It therefore follows necessarily that the person who has the most experience of a given object is its user, and that he's the one who should inform the maker about the positive or negative features he finds in the object he uses when he uses it. The user, the violinist, say, can discern the qualities and defects of an object, a violin, because he knows from experience what he's talking about. By relying on him, the maker, the violin maker, can do his job. As a result, when it comes to this instrument, we can see that the maker has an informed belief about the qualities and defects of what he produces, because he associates with someone who knows, because he's forced to listen to someone who knows. But the user alone possesses the knowledge. Right, Amantha? You said I was to give my opinion after each point, but you're making a long, complicated argument. So why don't you just go right through to the end, and then we'll see. It's poetry we're interested in, after all, not any business about shoes with holes in them, Viennese waltzes, or duck hunting. Precisely. I'm going to go back to the imitator, hence the poet. Since he's satisfied with merely representing an object, he doesn't acquire any knowledge of its beauty or its aptness, which only the object's use can provide, nor does he acquire the informed opinion about these matters that you get by being around someone who knows and tells you how to depict the object properly. In a nutshell, the mimetician will have neither true knowledge nor an informed opinion about the beauty or defects of the object he's copying. His mimetic competence is reduced to this double lack. He'll nonetheless go on copying objects in spite of his not being able to discern their qualities and defects at all. In imitating, his guide, for sure, will be that purely apparent, and I'd even say commercial, beauty that servile public opinion and those who have no knowledge whatsoever chase after. If you say so. In any case, I think I'm justified in saying that we agree about 2 points. First of all, the imitator hasn't the slightest rational knowledge about the objects he imitates, and mimesis as a whole is merely a kind of entertainment devoid of all seriousness. Second of all, those who dabble in tragic poetry with lots of alexandrines, epic or iambic verses, and dactylic hexameters, are all as mimetic as can be. What do you think, Amantha? I think that, when you're being crushed by your opponent, you have no choice but to consent to sign whatever agreement he's offering you. Socrates looked at her, nonplussed, then slowly turned to Glaucon and asked. Glaucon, faithful friend, will you grant me that the imitative process is at 3 degrees of separation from everything under the authority of the idea of the true? Yes, said a startled Glaucon, it's at 3 degrees. Below 0. Snorted Amantha. The imitative process is shivering in its boots, its balls are shriveling. Just like yours, brother dear, for. Socrates burst out laughing at the shocked expression on Glaucon's face and said. Now, you uncouth young lady. Let's look at the problem from another angle. You've many times observed, dear Glaucon, that something of invariant size can nevertheless seem different from itself depending on whether it's seen from up close or from a distance. The same stick can seem bent or straight depending on whether it's seen in water or out of it. The same object can seem to be concave or convex owing to an optical illusion caused by how the colors are distributed. Experiences like these are obviously very disturbing for the subject. Trompe-l'oeil painting, magic tricks, and all the other similar sorts of trickery can only cast their spell on us because of this unfortunate feature of our nature or, if you like, this limitation of our perceptual capacities. So are we doomed to error then? Not at all. We've discovered a wonderful source of help in measuring, counting, and weighing. Thanks to those rational actions, the subject is no longer inwardly ruled by the unreliability of appearance, the elusive obsession with variations in size, number, or mass. His guiding principle is henceforth the ability to calculate, measure, and weigh. Now, it can be argued that these abilities are ultimately dependent on reason, which is itself inherent in the subject. And therefore, concluded an elated Glaucon, the subject can eradicate imitative illusions from his life. Oh, my! Not so fast. Very often, this subject who can measure and says that there exist quantitative relations of superiority, inferiority, or strict equality between 2 terms simultaneously declares that the terms in question are contradictory. Now, we agreed that it was impossible for a subject to entertain 2 opposite opinions about the same things at the same time if he used the same subjective disposition to do so. You mean the same agency of the subject, in the sense that we distinguished 3 of them? Asked Amantha. Exactly. So the conclusion is clear: the agency of the subject that judges contrary to measurement and number cannot be the same agency that judges in accordance with them. The former has to do with the animal, or ordinary, aspect of the subject, while the latter, with the aspect that overcomes those limitations. Are you trying to make us think that poets are animals? Amantha asked. You're the one who's saying so. Anyway, I proved that painting, and ultimately all the arts ruled by mimesis, create their works at a great remove from the truth, and even at a remove from any incorporation of the individual into the process of a singular truth. These so-called artistic practices only associate, in a relationship of complicity and corrupt friendship, with those aspects of an individual that are completely foreign to exactness and logic. Vacuity coupled with void, the mimetic produces only vacuity twice voided. How vehement you are! Amantha cut in. But you're making things too easy for yourself, as I already told you, by taking it for granted that poetry and painting are one and the same thing. You weaken your case further by limiting yourself to purely imitative painting, which we'd be hard put to distinguish from photography, and the worst kind of photography at that. You pompously declared, I proved that, but let me tell you something, you haven't proved a thing. It's obvious that girls should be appointed as defense counsel for poets, Socrates commented. They'd win the trial. Don't be misogynistic on top of everything, please. Can't you give up the painting model and just describe the agency of the subject that poetry, you say, has affinities with? Then we'd be able to see whether the subjective effects of poetry are merely, to borrow your phrase, vacuity twice voided, or whether they have real value. You're throwing a challenge at me, said an admiring Socrates. Okay. Let's try and go about things differently. Let's see now. Mimetic poetry imitates the actions peculiar to the human species in their 2 main guises, compulsory action and voluntary action. In both cases, poetry depicts the way in which individuals, when involved in such actions and depending on whether their state of mind is happy or unhappy, experience them as either mournful depression or blissful exhilaration. Do you agree, dear Amantha? Many poems are indeed focused on the emotions of sadness and joy. But lyricism isn't the whole of poetry, not by a long shot. But it's the most significant part, at any rate as far as the public at large is concerned. You're surely not going to support your argument with sales statistics for poetry sold in airports or with audience ratings for poets who appear on TV, are you? Heaven forbid. On the contrary, my question is this: when a person is considered in a situation that's conducive to the controlling of his emotions, is he under the sign of the one or under the sign of the two? What I mean is he in a state of inner peace or is he in revolt against himself? At the cognitive level, there's the person who's disturbed by visual perceptions that, although occurring simultaneously and having to do with the same object, are nonetheless contradictory. Can't he be compared, at the practical level, with someone whom joy and sadness place in a situation of revolt and war against himself? But we already covered all that, said Amantha. Remember, at midnight last night, or around then, we settled our score with Thrasymachus, and we said that every subject is full to the brim with thousands of contradictions of that sort. Socrates slapped his forehead and exclaimed. Oh, right, of course. But we need to add one more point that, in the exhaustion of the night, we dropped. What point? Amantha asked warily. Basically, we proved that a person who deals with the blows of fate by obeying an active principle of moderation, let's imagine the worst, the death of a child for instance, or of a love relationship, will be able to bear such blows a lot more easily than just any old person. Now we've got to examine whether this attitude comes from the fact that he doesn't feel anything at all, that he's truly indifferent, or whether, given that it's impossible to be indifferent, his strength of character comes from the fact that he's able to keep his despair in check. The second hypothesis is obviously the right one. crowed Glaucon. But in what context, Socrates went on, does a given individual make use of this rational power that allows him to withstand grief, or in any case to put up a fierce struggle against it? When other people are watching him? Or when he's dealing only with himself alone in solitude? It's especially when he's being observed that he has to display a certain mastery of his emotions. In solitude, I think that someone, a man or a woman, it makes no difference, whose child has been murdered will have no qualms about screaming out their pain, rolling on the floor tearing their clothes, crying for hours, or just sitting there stupidly, not moving, all of which things he or she would be ashamed to do in public. That's a very striking description, dear Glaucon. You're a terrific psychologist. But now we've got to go beyond the phenomenology of pain and sorrow. In an individual, whoever he may be, the subjective ability to resist giving in to emotions falls under the immanent law of reason, whereas it's the contingency of our misfortunes that makes us give in to grief. Amantha, growing impatient, complained. I really don't see what your point is. What do these observations have to do with the status of poetry? Be patient, dear girl. I'm going to move from the psychological to the logical, then from the logical to the poetic. Well, hurry up and take the first step already. We described the individual we're discussing, someone, for example, who has lost his favorite child, as torn, in the same situation and at the same time, between two conflicting tendencies. So let's agree to posit that the necessity of the two predominates in him, or that he's intrinsically split into two parts. Amantha muttered. Why, yes, almost. On the one hand, there's that part of himself that's prepared to obey the law of reason, whatever that law might dictate. Now, reason says that, in life's painful circumstances, it's best to remain calm, as far as possible, and not to burden the people around you with shrill cries of despair. It's actually a matter of episodes in which the distribution of good and evil, in terms of the subject's fate, is never entirely clear. The future, which lasts a long time, is rarely kind to someone who claims to have been mortally wounded by what's befallen him. In reality, nothing of what occurs within the bounds of a person's life is worth wallowing in excessively. Even if you're only concerned about efficiency, like the person who said it doesn't matter what color the cat is so long as he can catch mice, you can see that excessive grief stands in the way of what could help us most quickly. Well, I don't see the why or the wherefore of that, said Glaucon. Suppose you're playing dice, for big stakes. 5 times in a row you get terrible totals, 3s, 4s, and even a 2. You detect a gleam of malicious joy in your opponent's eye. Will you give in to depressive rage and throw the dice in his face? Or will you inwardly tell yourself that a throw of the dice will never abolish chance 6 and consequently maintain your steely composure? We should react to the harsh blows of fate in accordance with the dictates of reason. It's childish to do nothing but whine and rub your bumps and bruises. Instead, to accustom the pathetic individual that each of us usually is to healing whatever's ill and to raising back up whatever has fallen as quickly as possible, the rule should be to rely on the subject he's capable of becoming. True resolve will always abolish complaint. Your eloquence, said Amantha with real admiration, would revive the immortal part of any suffering person. But, in your attempt to repudiate poems, aren't you actually in the process of writing one for us? I'm going to take cover from your mockery again in the thick-walled bunker of logic. Answer me point by point. Isn't it the highest subjective agency in us, thought, that tries to abide by the rule of reason? That's your view of things at any rate. And what do you think of the agency that revives distressing memories in the individual, the agency for which complaining is a pleasure that never gets old? I can easily imagine that you're going to say it's irrational, sterile, and maybe even, if you're on top form, very similar to cowardice. You took the words right out of my mouth. But in that case we can see that it's the touchy, irritable, irascible, unstable subjective agency, the one I called affect, that's susceptible to imitations as plentiful as they are varied. The calm, rational agency, that guardian of personal persistence 7 on the other hand, is not easy to imitate. Even supposing one tried to imitate it, it wouldn't be easy, either, for the motley crowds of people gathered together by theatrical festivities to identify with that agency. So we can understand why the mimetic poet has no connection with the rational agency of the subject and why his skill can't satisfy it. As the general public is his target, he's complicit with the irascible, irritable, unstable, touchy subjective agency, since that's the one that's most easily imitated. Do you agree, dear Amantha? You told us there'd be a dense network of questions, but, just as you criticized Thrasymachus for last night, you've actually dumped the enormous bucket of your argument over my head. I'm drenched with dazzling signifiers. All I can say is this, in the manner of a football cheer: go Socrates, go, go, go. Okay, here I go. I declare that my argument is irrefutable, that it's right for us to attack the poets since they're nothing but imitators, and that it's legitimate to lump them together with the painters. They're like the latter in that their works are of scant importance where truth is concerned. This comparison can be further substantiated by the fact that it's with the heteronymous part of the subject that they're associated, not with the part that steers it in the direction of the universality of the true. So it's perfectly right for us to refuse these kinds of poets admittance to our community ruled by communist dictates, because they arouse the purely empirical part of the subject, encouraging it with imaginary forms, reinvigorating it, and thereby weakening the rational part, the only one that's dedicated to the dialectic of truths. It's exactly like when you let a country fall into the hands of the crudest reactionaries, allowing them to gain strength without doing a thing about it while you turn a blind eye to the persecutions suffered by the partisans of true politics, egalitarian politics, emancipatory politics. It must be said that poetry at the service of mimesis implants a hateful orientation of thought in the individual who is to participate in becoming a subject. Poetry of that sort actually celebrates the unthinkable and the unthought and revels in the confusion, in the indiscernibility between grandeur and abjection, as it weaves its melodies about one and the same thing, now with epic exaggeration, now with melancholy disparagement. In this way the poet only creates imaginary forms, at a remove from the truth that could be regarded as infinite. Wow! Said a jubilant Amantha. There's a first-rate anti-rhetorical rhetoric for you. You ain't seen nothing yet. I've only touched on the petty crimes of poetry. There are ones that are a lot worse. My God! Exclaimed Glaucon, amazed. What could be worse than being compared to a cross between a mere dauber of walls and a horrible reactionary? The worst thing is poetry's ability to wreak havoc on the minds of the most decent people. Very few can avoid it, and probably neither you nor I could. Not even you. I can scarcely believe that. Try it yourself on the best of us. When we hear Homer or one of the great tragic poets imitate one of our favorite heroes, prostrate with grief, he declaims a long speech full of wailing, he sings and tears his hair out, beating his breast with his enormous hands the way a Buddhist monk strikes a gong. You're well aware that we then experience a deep pleasure in identifying with a grief-stricken character like that. With the utmost seriousness we praise the poet whose talent was able to affect us so powerfully. I have to admit that that's what happens to me when I hear Euripides. I'd say Aeschylus. A generational difference, I guess. In any case, you've no doubt also noticed that when it's we, in our private lives, who are afflicted by terrible grief, we don't behave anything like the hero from a moment ago. We even pride ourselves on the opposite, suffering concentrated in a sort of numb composure, restrained courage, no show of emotion. We're convinced that moderation like this, which is a relief to other people, is appropriate to a subject, while whining, even of the tragic sort, is only a kind of personal breakdown inflicted on everyone who witnesses it. When my father Ariston died, I thought the exact same thing. And yet I felt like crying something awful. I myself, when my dear wife Xantippe had cancer, forgot about our terrible quarrels and the fact that she often waited up for me at night with a broom in her hand, and couldn't hold back my sobbing or my tears. But let's get back to the argument. Here's a man, the one the poet conjures up, whom we'd consider it unacceptable and shameful to be like in ordinary life. So do you think it's natural that when we see him on stage, or when we are only under the spell of poetry imitating his grief, we not only don't feel anything negative, but we actually enjoy it and applaud wildly? It is actually pretty strange. Let's probe deeper into the problem. First, let's consider that impulse that we were trying to repress a moment ago in our domestic tribulations, the impulse that demands its share of tears, sighs, and wailing because it's in its nature to desire them. Then let's consider that it's precisely because they trigger this impulse, affect, and arrange for it to be gratified that the poets give us pleasure. And, finally, let's consider that the opposite impulse, thought, which is the best part of ourselves, since it lacks the kind of education that ought to combine knowledge and discipline, has a very hard time restraining the impulse to grieve, given that that impulse is fueled by the theatrical display of someone else's suffering. Everyone in fact imagines that, as long as it's only a play, there's nothing shameful about pitying and praising a person who, although he claims to be a good man, grieves and weeps at every opportunity, and that they can derive a pleasure from the public expression of his grief that it would be out of the question to deprive themselves of by rejecting the poem as a whole. Very few people are capable of understanding the harsh law of the drives. The causes of enjoyment are transferred indiscriminately from other people to ourselves. Anyone who encourages the pity he feels when watching someone else and lets it grow too strong will find it very difficult to keep his own propensity for pathos in check. I can only agree with you about that, said an awestruck Glaucon. Pleased to have met with such approval, Socrates kept going. Can't the same be said about laughter as about pity? We often enjoy listening to vulgar, stupid jokes in a comedy, or even in our private lives, and what happens? We laugh as hard as we can, without feeling the slightest guilt, whereas we'd be ashamed to tell the same sort of idiotic things ourselves. We're in the exact same situation then as someone watching a grim melodrama. Just as we identify with the obvious tricks of pity, all it takes is for someone else to give in to the desire to provoke laughter at all costs, something that, aided by reason's seriousness, we repress in ourselves for fear of being taken for a clown, and we laugh right along with them. We gradually let down our defenses this way and, without even realizing it, we end up becoming a buffoon pure and simple, even among our close friends. The parallel between comedy and tragedy is very striking, commented Glaucon, still spellbound. Socrates, in ever more brilliant form, then went on. The remark can be extended to all the affects of an individual who is in the process of becoming incorporated into a subject, affects in the order of desire, pain, or pleasure, such as the pleasures of love or political anger, for example, which we claim are inseparable from our actions. Poetry's imitation of them makes them thrive, it waters what should be left to wither, it puts in charge the part of ourselves that ought to obey. In so doing, poetry, be it comic or tragic, negates our most cherished rational desire, which is to become better, and thereby happier, rather than worse, and thereby unhappier. Well, I think the case is closed, said Glaucon. So Socrates felt he could conclude with a majestic sentence. He took a deep breath and said, and so, dear friends, when you come across admirers of Homer who say that this is the poet who educated Greece and that, in the administration of human affairs and education, he's the one to look to and learn from so as to be able to live by giving meaning, with his poems as a guide, to the whole scheme of life, you should on the one hand welcome these lovers of poetry joyfully, embrace them, regard them as people who are as decent as can be, and agree with them that Homer is the greatest poet of all, the inventor of tragic poetry, while on the other hand you should hold fast to our conviction, whose positive aspect is that the only poems expressly suited to our fifth system of government are hymns dedicated to our ideas and paeans to those embodying them, and whose negative aspect is that, if you put the purely sweet lyric or epic muse on a par with them, Pleasure and pain will hold sway over the masses instead of collective discipline and the principle that we tirelessly declare. In common and in accordance with the common, to be the best for everyone. Socrates caught his breath. Outside, the sun had almost disappeared over the sea and the shadow of the columns was making stripes on the tiles, an abstract painting that imitated nothing but itself. But Amantha suddenly roused herself and trained her beautiful opaque eyes on Socrates, saying, "Dear teacher, may I make an inappropriate remark? Isn't that the role you often play, you indomitable young woman?" Replied Socrates, in a tone that was more weary than good-natured. "It's just that you haven't convinced me, either about poetry or the theater. Your target, an art that's assumed to be the mere reproduction of external objects and primitive emotions, is very narrow, whereas you act as if it represented practically the whole field. Neither Pindar, nor Mallarmé, nor Aeschylus, nor Schiller, nor Sappho, nor Emily Dickinson, nor Sophocles, nor Pirandello, nor Aesop, nor Federico Garcia Lorca fit into your scheme." Socrates, a tense look on his face, said nothing. Glaucon was wide-eyed with astonishment. Amantha, suddenly feeling hesitant, nevertheless went on. "It seems to me. I'd say part of your argument is a justification of sorts, as though you wanted to apologize, maybe to yourself first of all, for having banished the poets and their art from our political community." Socrates hesitated for quite a while, too, then realized that he couldn't refuse to give an answer. "That's not entirely wrong," he said. "Pure reason, however, forced me to pronounce that sentence. But just so you don't accuse me of boorishness and backwoods populism, I'd like to remind you that I wasn't the one who started all this. The quarrel between poetry and philosophy is a very long-standing one, as evidenced by these old poetic descriptions of philosophy and the philosopher. Philosophy, a dog barking at its master. Great is the empty eloquence of fools. The mob of wise men who think they can master God. Subtle thinkers, beggars all. And thousands of others that bear witness, on the poet's side, to this ancient antagonism. But why should those old idiotic things keep being repeated?" Amantha stubbornly persisted. "Why not lay the foundations for a new peace between philosophy and poetry? Look, I don't mind saying that if mimetic poetry in the service of pleasure has any valid argument to make regarding the place it deserves to hold in a communist political community, we'd be happy to offer it that place, because we're perfectly well aware that poetry of that sort continues to appeal to us. The fact remains that we're not allowed to betray what for us is the self-evidence of the true." "Well," said Amantha with a smile, "try and get my dear brother to agree to that compromise." "Gladly," said Socrates, perking up. So he turned to Glaucon and said, "My dear friend, aren't you, in spite of everything, captivated by epic poetry, especially when it's Homer who's revealing its charms?" "Yes, unfortunately, I am," Glaucon confessed pathetically. "So isn't it fair, in that case, to allow it into our community, if it can manage to justify itself with a superb song? Let's go even further. Let's give its defenders, who, like us, aren't poets but only poetry lovers, a chance to defend it in prose and try to prove to us that it's not only pleasant but beneficial for a communist system of government and for ordinary people's lives. Let's give them a sympathetic ear. How advantageous it would be for us if they could prove that it's both pleasant and helpful." "Then what will become of your implacable demonstration?" asked Glaucon, who was baffled by what he interpreted as a 180-degree turn. "The truth," said Amantha, "is that Socrates doesn't believe for a minute that poetry's lawyers' arguments can lead to its acquittal." "Oh," said Socrates eagerly, "how I wish they could. But if they can't, we'll have to do as those passionate lovers do who realize that their passion is causing them serious harm, they renounce it and split up, broken-hearted. It's terribly wrenching, but they do it. And we, too, conditioned as we are by the culture our beautiful cities afford us, harbor a great love for epic, lyric, or tragic poetry. We'd be thrilled if it were revealed to be excellent, to be the more than true. But, so long as it remains incapable of justifying itself, whenever we listen to it we'll repeat to ourselves like a charm the implacable demonstrations that Glaucon mentioned. Because we refuse to slip back into that childish love of ours, which the majority of people share. We sense only too well that we shouldn't get seriously attached to this kind of poetry, as though it were part of a truth process. Instead, whenever we listen to or read it, we should beware of its charms, like someone who's exposing his innermost subjective equilibrium to the greatest danger. And it would be best to make a rule for ourselves out of everything we've said about poetry. Those are very small concessions, remarked a disappointed Amantha. The truth of the matter is that it's a great struggle, my dear young friends, yes, a great struggle, much greater than you realize, in which the stakes are every subject, good or evil, the creation of a truth or the triumph of conservatism. In such a struggle we must beware of fame, wealth, and power, which lead us to neglect the queen of subjective qualities, justice. But, alas, we must also beware of poetry. Amen. Quipped Amantha. But Socrates pretended, and would go on pretending, not to hear. Epilogue. The Mobile Eternity of Subjects, 608b, 621d. Beyond the colonnade, the sky, visible in patches, was drained of color. As night came on, the sticky heat enveloped everything. Amantha, in her black summer dress, sitting up very straight with her eyes closed, looked like an armchair oracle. Glaucon had stretched out on a carpet and was lying with his hands clasped behind his head. Socrates, looking exhausted, was pacing back and forth. Thrasymachus had disappeared, as if by magic. It was Amantha who got things going again with a question. Are there any awards, sort of like outstanding achievement prizes, for individuals who become subjects by being incorporated into a truth process? Without budging an inch from his comfortable position on the floor, Glaucon replied. Given how hard that type of conversion is, the prizes would have to be really luxurious. To which Socrates grumpily responded. What sort of luxury can you expect a life limited to the span of time between childhood and old age to have? Compared with eternity, if it exists, at least, it's a ridiculously short period of time. What are your thoughts about such a great disparity? Murmured Amantha, as erect, somber, and inscrutable as ever. Well, do you think an immortal can take temporal affairs of that sort seriously rather than be concerned about eternity? That would be odd. But what's your point? This, which you must certainly have noticed, the subject that an individual can become is immortal, imperishable. Wow! Exclaimed Glaucon, a stunned look on his face. I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. Could you prove that the subject never dies? You can do it yourself, it's really easy. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But if you'll explain this really easy proof to us, I'll try, at any rate, to follow you. Open your big ears, dear Glaucon. We begin with the obvious fact that good and evil, in the most ordinary sense, exist. Evil is everything that has the power of killing and destroying, good, everything that has the power of invigorating and preserving. A particular form of evil is associated with every singular thing. For example, the specific evil associated with the eyes is called ophthalmia, with the whole body, disease, with wheat, blight, with wood, rot, with iron, rust, and so on. Truth be told, to nearly every singularity there corresponds an inherent evil that's particular to it, an innate disease of sorts. It's this inherent evil particular to each singular thing, this structural defect, that causes it to die. If that evil can't destroy it, however, then nothing else can. Actually, we just need to remember our definition of good and evil to see that neither what's neutral about a thing, what's neither good nor evil in it, nor, a fortiori, what's good in it can cause it to die. So, if we observe that a certain type of real being has an evil that of course afflicts and corrupts it but is never able to completely destroy it qua singularity, to dissolve it in the indifference of being, we can then be sure that a being so constituted cannot die. The argument's formal structure makes it irrefutable, said Glaucon. But it still has to be proven that such a being exists. You'll see, said Amantha in a husky voice, that it's none other than the subject. With our Socrates, all good things come to those who wait. Socrates retorted. We were discussing the subject, in fact, you were even the one who raised the question of his becoming. Isn't it only natural, then, that an argument should be tailored to the conclusion it seeks to reach? Follow me step by step, young lady. Sir, yes, sir. Do there or do there not exist imminent dispositions that threaten the subject's integrity? Of course there do. Blind fury, cowardice, ignorance. Can we say that any one of these states of the subject causes him to come undone or cease to be? Careful now. We don't want to make the fatal mistake of thinking, just because injustice is the inherent evil particular to the subject, that when the unjust, foolish individual is caught in wrongdoing he dies of injustice. But why not? Amantha interjected. Because that would be to confuse individual and subject. Let's take it from the beginning again. Disease, the manifestation of the body's structural defects, wears the body down, wastes it, and brings it to the point of not even being a body anymore in the full sense of the term. Likewise, all the objective singularities we mentioned a moment ago, under the influence of the evil inherent in them, the evil that, having taken root in them as though they were its natural habitat, corrupts them through and through, move toward the point of non-being. Let's look at the question of the subject from the same angle. Should we conclude that injustice, his inherent evil, having taken root in him as though he were its natural habitat, corrupts this famous subject and withers him away to such an extent that, by separating him from the body, his material support, it forces him to die? It seems to me, Amantha replied, that would be to confuse the individual incorporated into the subject from which a truth proceeds and the subject himself. You're talking about objective singularities, but the point is, a subject isn't an object. Bullseye, clever Amantha. Besides, it would be quite illogical to maintain that something can be destroyed by the particular evil of something else while its own evil can't destroy it. But here's where it's necessary to go into detail, my young friends. For example, we wouldn't say that the evil particular to food qua food, whether it was fished weeks before or left for too long in a beat-up old refrigerator, or had rotted in the sun, or other disgusting things of the sort, can be the direct cause of the body's death. Rather, we'd say that the serious defects of these foods can activate the body's own particular evil, disease, and that this inherent evil alone causes death. It's only indirectly, through disease, that the food's deterioration is involved in the death of a living body. We'd never claim that the body, whose singularity is completely different from that of food, perished because it was subjected to the food's particular evil, unless the external evil had activated in the body the evil that's naturally the body's own. I get it, dear teacher. There's no need to go on. But what about the subject, then? I'm getting to that. It's a simple consequence. When have we ever seen that the body's particular evil, disease, could produce in a subject his own particular evil, injustice? Do you rape your neighbor because you have measles? Or murder your mother-in-law because you're dying of yellow fever? The subject can't be destroyed by an external evil in the absence of his own particular evil. From the fact that one singularity is different from another it follows that none, insofar as it's different, can die from another one's particular evil. That sounds like a theorem in metaphysics, remarked Amantha. It is. Either it must be proven false or, at least until someone comes up with a proof of this sort, we'll laugh at anyone who claims that measles or yellow fever can cause the destruction of the subject. Nor for that matter will slitting someone's throat or carving up his dead body into thin slices of flesh succeed in destroying the subject into which that someone has been incorporated. In order to think that diseases and murders can have such an effect, you'd first have to prove that these incidental modifications of the individuated body make the subject unjust and wicked. For we know, I repeat, that when a given singularity's particular evil is introduced into a singularity that's ontologically different from it, if the evil particular to the latter singularity isn't active, then it won't be destroyed, regardless of whether it's a subjective or an objective singularity, or both. But it's inconceivable that anyone will ever be able to prove that a dying subject becomes more unjust simply because he's dying. Exclaimed Glaucon. It's not as simple as that, dear Glaucon. Imagine a determined opponent of the doctrine of the subject's immortality. So as not to be forced to admit he's wrong, he'll have to find a way around our demonstration. So he'll argue, contrary to your position, that, as a matter of fact, someone who's dying does become worse than he was, that his injustice wastes him away. You'll therefore have to make him state explicitly that if he's right, it must be because injustice is fatal to the unjust man, just as yellow fever can be to the body, and that it's under the influence of injustice, which is deadly by its very nature, that those infected with it die. And so those who are more unjust will die sooner, while those who are less so will die later. But exactly the opposite is true, protested Glaucon. First of all, if some of the unjust die sooner, it's because, as we see happening all the time, they've been punished for their crimes. And, second of all, if injustice were really fatal to the unjust man, it wouldn't seem like a dreadful punishment, it would instead be a sort of release. But the opposite, unfortunately, is only too obvious. Wherever it can, injustice slaughters the just, while the unjust man thrives with brazen vitality and with a sort of constant lucid alertness, to boot. Oh, that damn injustice is a far cry from being fatal to the person who harbors it within him. Well said, dear Glaucon. Socrates commended him. If in fact the subject's structural defect and his own particular evil can't kill or destroy him, then it's even more difficult to imagine how an evil assigned to the destruction of something else can do so. That's exactly what I was saying, crowed Glaucon. So we can conclude, then. If a given singularity cannot be destroyed by the action of any evil, whether its own or another singularities, we declare its necessary, continuous existence to be self-evident. But if it cannot cease to be, then it is immortal. That's totally amazing, was all Amantha could say. Let's add, the flattered Socrates continued, that, as a result, the number of real subjects cannot be fixed in advance, nor even determined, however such a determination may be understood. The only thing we can know for certain is that that number can't decrease, since nothing can ever destroy a subject. The number can obviously increase, however, since a subject emerges into the world as that into which individuals can be incorporated. Now, we know that a blind life force constantly renews the stock of individuals without caring about how many of them there are. Yet this increase in numbers is by no means a necessary one. Let's say, since the immortal subject is composed of mortal multiplicities of which he's the algebraic formula or the idea, that the life force alone ensures that this subject can never lack for any existing thing. But just because it can never lack for any existing thing doesn't prove that the subject himself must exist as a symbol or idea of everything that exists in him, Amantha pointed out. You put it exactly right, the subject is eternal, but his emergence into existence is contingent. Hence the fact that, in order to know what a subject is, it won't suffice to consider him from the point of view of his material composition. He must be apprehended in truth, in the purity of his formula. And, to that end, we need to gain access to the subject through a sufficient use of our powers of reason. Only then will we discover his true beauty and will we be able to draw a true line of demarcation between justice and injustice. Socrates paused to catch his breath. Glaucon considered saying something then, but his teacher didn't leave him time to do so. Often the truth of a subject, said Socrates, resembles the namesake of our dear Glaucon here, Glaucus the sailor, the little god of the warm seas, whom the incomparable Ovid, the born singer of our Roman rivals, has speak in the following way after his metamorphosis. Again at length my thought reviving came, when I no longer found myself the same. Then first this sea-green beard I felt to grow, and these large honors on my spreading brow. My long descending locks the billows sweep, and my broad shoulders cleave the yielding deep. My fishy tail, my arms of azure hue, and every part divinely changed, I view. Point 1. When they caught sight of this Glaucus, it wasn't easy to make out what he'd been like originally. The old parts of his body had been broken off, worn away, and ravaged by the ceaseless action of the waves. And new parts made of shells, seaweed, and pebbles had accreted onto his original appearance, so that he resembled a sea monster much more than his own imperishable nature. The subject likewise appears to us concealed by countless transformations. But we know what must be seen in him. We really do know. Socrates was silent then, for quite a while. Outside, the sun was gone and night was already mingling with the sea. At last Glaucon, unable to contain himself any longer, asked, "So, what is it that we must apprehend in the subject? Truth? Philosophy? We must think about what the subjective process grasps, what sorts of things it associates with. We must conceive of the subject in terms of his kinship with his immanent other, which is immortal and addressed to everyone for all time. We must follow his impulse and regard him as if, repeatedly pulling himself by this very impulse out of the waves in which he's now partly submerged and shaking off his crust of shells and stones, he were ridding himself of the coarse accretions of stony earth in which he's inevitably covered, since he finds the food for his eternal creation in the mud of the worlds he evolves in. Stripped in this way, he will disclose his true nature, which is also the nature of the true." The excitement was then at fever pitch. Here were our three heroes, on the brink of night as on the brink of true life. An exhausted Socrates took several big swigs of ice-cold water right from the pitcher. When he resumed, it was as though he were invigorated by a fresh burst of energy, as though he'd overcome another bout of weariness. "That will do for the time being. We accomplished our task by using solely rational means. To defend justice, contrary to what Homer and Hesiod constantly do, we never mentioned its rewards or its reputation in popular opinion. As a result, we made a fundamental discovery: it's justice in itself that's the hallmark of a subject, and it's to justice that the subject must refer his action, whether or not he possesses Gyges' ring, the story of which Glaucon told us last night, or even, on top of that, the cap of Hades, which, as Homer tells us in Book 5 of the Iliad, also makes its wearer invisible. So we needn't talk about all those stories of reward and punishment," concluded Glaucon, visibly relieved. "Well, why shouldn't we?" said Socrates with a wry smile. "Since we're beyond reproach when it comes to being disinterested, why not render unto our beloved justice and the other virtues all that should rightfully come back to them?" "What comes back," remarked Amantha, "must therefore first be what comes." "But where does what comes back to a just life originally come from?" "From human beings during their lives, from the others after death," replied a suddenly rather solemn Socrates. "You're assuming a universal doctrine of judgment that you vigorously contested last night. You told us that the just man could seem unjust to others and the unjust man just, so that it was only from the point of view of the subject himself that his genuine nature could be revealed. Have you forgotten that?" "You, dear girl," muttered Socrates, "are the one with the short memory. We granted that opposition between being and appearing only for the sake of pure rational argument. Indeed, we wanted to establish the difference between justice in itself and injustice in itself without interference from anything external to them. But now, at the end of our journey, it's time to say that when it comes to justice, the truth cannot be concealed from either men or the gods." "Well," exclaimed Amantha, "that's quite a dramatic turn of events." "Granted," said Socrates, suddenly as humble as he'd been self-assured. "That being the case, though, allow me to present you with a plea on behalf of justice. Let's all three of us, as united as can be, accept the opinion that both men and the gods have of it, which, I repeat, is justice rendered to justice. Let's ensure that justice always wins the prize for appearing, which those imbued with its secret radiance are entitled to. Let it be clear for the three of us that what justice deserves comes from its very being, and that it can never deceive those who practice it as it really is. You're asking a lot of us, protested Amantha. He who persuades always ends up asking. So first grant me that the other, at least, can't be mistaken about the true nature of either the just or the unjust man. Otherwise it wouldn't be the big other, only the little one, Amantha joked. If it can't be mistaken about the difference between them, then, inspired by its love for the one and aversion toward the other, it will grant each of them, for everything that's within its power, his just deserts. The only obstacle will be that the world order, imposed by a disastrous system of government rather than by our communist one, will distort its action. If, on the other hand, we assume that people's lives are governed by the rational vision that we've been endeavoring to set out for so many hours now, then nothing will stand in the way of the other's power to grant the just man the full measure of what's due him. If a subject imbued with justice is faced with poverty, illness, persecution, or slander, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the world is enjoying the peace brought about by communism. In that case these ordeals are only temporary, they're part of the dialectical construction of the subject and, even during his lifetime, the subject will attain well-being, the great health, and creative freedom, just as his true worth will be recognized by his contemporaries. The second possibility is that the world is devastated by one of the four bad systems of government, timocracy, oligarchy, democracy, or tyranny. It is they that must be held solely responsible for the just man's sufferings. The other will in that case make sure that the just man is rewarded after his empirical lifetime, especially since he stood firm in such terrible circumstances. Indeed, the other cannot forsake the man whose burning desire is to become just, he cannot neglect him for whom practicing active virtue is the sole means of becoming the other that he is as far as the human animal is able to. It would be hard to imagine the other abandoning the man whose desire is to be the same as the other, Amantha remarked. That, at any rate, is the prize the other awards the just man. But what do mere mortals do? Isn't it essentially the same thing, if we confine ourselves to the ordinary experience of the way things are? Shrewd but unjust people are like those runners who run a good race at the beginning but then collapse during the last leg of the race. They're very quick off the mark, but they finish with their tail between their legs, jeered by the crowd, and they run off into the locker room without even having qualified, while the true runners who make it to the finish line win the prize and are awarded the crown. Isn't that exactly what happens with the just? Conducting their endeavors, their relationships with others, and their entire life well, they're held in high regard by everyone and win from their fellow men the prize for the most important victory of all, the victory of the idea, at the very heart of life, over what would deny it. Well, aren't you in fine fettle? Exclaimed Amantha, her eyes sparkling. I'm happy to mention all the wonderful gifts that ordinary life bestows on the just, gifts that are actually nothing next to that truth with which justice expressly illuminates their subjective selves. And nothing, either, next to what they're rewarded after death. What are those incredible rewards? Inquired Glaucon. I can only tell you what legend holds them to be. Go ahead. Amantha teased him. Seize the chance. Be a poet in spite of yourself, as you're encouraged to be by your eternal youthfulness. Unless it's the beginning of senility. At any rate, I have neither the talent nor the inclination for retelling the marvelous, diabolical stories told by Homer, Virgil, Dante, or Samuel Beckett. I'll settle for the tale told by a good fellow by the name of E.R., from Pamphylia, an ordinary soldier who died in the trenches during a stupid war. 10 days after the artillery assault that had killed everyone, or just about, the corpses, which were already stinking up the countryside, could finally be collected. Oddly enough, only our poor Pamphilian's body had been spared from putrefaction. He was brought back home for the funeral rites. 12 days later, as he was lying on the funeral pyre, he suddenly came back to life. And instantly this guy who'd come back to life, sitting there on the woodpile on which he was supposed to have gone up in smoke, told his dumbfounded family what he'd seen in the world beyond. So here's his story, which I'm going to tell as if I were he. And Socrates, with his famous talent for comic impersonations, then launched into the story. No sooner had the subjective principle in myself been separated from my body than it took to the road with a host of others. We came to an unearthly place. On the ground there were 2 gaping chasms in the earth, adjacent to each other, and, opposite and above them, 2 openings in the sky. Halfway between heaven and earth judges were holding court. Once they'd returned their verdict, they fastened to the judges' chests the text explaining the grounds for the decision and ordered them to take the road leading to the opening in the sky on the left. 2 On the backs of the unjust they pinned the entire account of their evil deeds and commanded them to take the road leading to the chasm in the earth on the right. When my turn came, the judges told me that I'd been chosen to take a message to the human world about what happens in the world beyond. They advised me to listen and observe carefully and to make a complete and accurate report. I saw those who'd been judged either going down, on the right, into the chasm in the earth, or going up, on the left, into the opening in the sky. From the other chasm in the earth, the one on the left, bedraggled individuals covered in ash were coming back up. From the other heavenly opening, the one on the right, those coming down were clean and pure. And all these people constantly arriving seemed to be returning from some long journey. They joyfully set up camp in the enormous, enchanting meadow, as though to take part in some public festival. Old acquaintances were delighted to meet up again and talked at length with one another about the experiences they'd had, some in the bowels of the earth, others in the opening in the sky. The former couldn't relate their sufferings without moaning and weeping, so diverse and terrible were the torments they'd undergone or seen others undergo during their endless journey below the earth, 1,000 years of darkness and horror. The others, who'd come from heaven, were still all aglow with the ineffable sensations they'd experienced there and with visions so sublime that no account of them could do them justice. After we'd spent 7 days of fruitful discussions and patient waiting in the enormous meadow, we were to leave at dawn on the 8th day, for 4 days of walking in indeterminate places. Here, said one of my companions, a German called Gurnemans, time becomes space. 3 I didn't quite get what he meant. Be that as it may, we then came to a place from which we could see a straight line, sometimes dazzling, sometimes contracted into the dark gust of a storm, stretching across the sky. After another day of walking we arrived right at that line where light and energy were swapping identities. A synthetic voice, emanating from dark space, explained to us that what we were looking at was the axis of an image of the universe that was now going to be projected for us onto the sky, for it was a spectacular film, on the scale of its heavenly screen. It was very long, so I'll spare you the details. At the very beginning, all you could see, but see isn't the right word for it, was the tiny point of pure energy out of whose explosion space, time, matter was created. The idea of becoming took over the sky, and its trace was precisely that line, luminous matter or active void, it makes no difference, which was for us the distant sign of the spectacle. Then, the vaporous layers of the atomic explosion expanded and spread apart, and their nebulous cohesiveness seemed to disappear into the inner emergence of their spatiality. We, the spectators, then had the strange experience of a time that we instantly knew was immense, whose immensity we could feel intimately, billions of years. Even though, on the scale of time today, it was only a matter of a few hours. Very slowly, in this space expanding before our very eyes, there appeared ovoids, whirls, conglomerations of little points of light that gradually separated from one another. This, said the invisible official spokesperson, was the birth of the galaxies. A rapid plunge of the camera into this boundless jumble of shapes, a kind of zoom from infinity to close up, took us to the huge local cluster of Virgo, then, within that cluster, to a whirl, then, within the midsection of that whirl, to a star that, though belching its millions of degrees of nuclear combustion all over the place, was nevertheless only a medium-sized star, the Sun. Around it was the machinery of the planets, from Mercury to Pluto, which was shown us in all the perfection of its ellipses, and all the various satellites, one by one, which made sorts of ellipses embedded in the main ellipses. I admit I have to give up here, too much geometry for me. One more zoom flushed out our planet Earth, on which, thanks to the special glasses that were handed out to us, everyone could see his own country of origin in 3D, the Greek, his Greece, the Gaul, his Gaul, the Russian, his Russia, the Uzbek, his Uzbekistan, the Panamanian, his Panama, and I, by Zeus, my unassuming little Pamphylia. What a joy it was to go so easily from the inaugural Big Bang and the expansion of the all to my beloved homeland. What a relief my native land, with nothing either especially glorious or off-putting about it, was to me after all those monsters of black light. But now the gigantic diorama, which all of us walkers had gaped at in utter amazement, came to an end with a crashing C minor chord. All that remained was the axis of energy, matter, and only a reduced model of it at that, since it was being held in the lap of a beautiful, poker-faced woman who, we were told, was Nadia Necessity. The official spokesperson introduced Nadia's three daughters to us, Lucia Liberty, Dora Destiny, and Delia Dreamy, though we couldn't decide whether they were incorporeal digital mirages or real. Sitting on either side of their mother, they seemed to be weaving the silk thread to which the epic of the universe had been reduced. Just as in pre-Raphaelite paintings, these women were dressed in white tunics, with garlands of purple flowers in their hair. A melancholy trio, they sang of the ecstasies of time, Dora of the past, Lucia of the present, and Delia of the future. Perched on a platform, a herald with a long trumpet suddenly made a sound so dreadful that a deathly silence fell over all the travelers of the world beyond. He ordered us to line up, while onto the platform were brought two huge barrels that only later would we learn were filled to the brim, one with models of lives and the other with numbered tickets. Then, in a booming voice, the herald made the following proclamation. This is the word of Dora Destiny, the daughter who is nothing at all like her mother, Nadia Necessity. O you whose subjective incorporation was short-lived, you are now at the beginning of another cycle of life, hence of death, for you are naturally part of both. No guardian angel shall choose your future life for you, on the contrary, you shall choose your angel. He who draws the first lot shall choose the life to which he will be bound by necessity. Virtue alone shall remain a free attribute, each shall have a greater or lesser share of it depending on the value he sets on it. As regards this choice of one's own life, only the one doing the choosing is responsible for it. No other is to be held responsible. And so saying, resumed, the herald threw the numbered bits of paper from one of the barrels up into the air above our heads, and everyone grabbed the one that fell closest to him, except for me, who wasn't allowed to touch them. In this way, the crowd of the dead were put in order, from 1 to just over 400 million. Then all the possible models of lives from the other barrel were spread out right on the ground. There were a lot more of them, of all sorts, than there were dead people who were to choose them. There were many different life models of tyranny, some long-lasting, others abruptly cut short and ending up in the figure of a destitute exile forced to go begging along the roads. There were also models of lives of men who, in some cases, were renowned for their personal appearance, their good looks, or their military prowess, and in other cases for their lineage, in particular for the outstanding caliber of their ancestors. There were also lives that were perfectly ordinary in all of these respects. In this regard, there was no difference at all between the choices available to women and to men. There was actually no ranking of subjects at all because, inasmuch as each person was choosing a new life, he would inevitably become different from what he was. When Socrates came to the sentence in ER's account, which he rattled off like a ventriloquist, with a heavy Pamphylian accent in a higher pitched voice than his own, he couldn't resist speaking in his own name. It's precisely at this moment, dear friends, that a person faces the greatest danger of all. That's why each of us must give up all other studies and devote himself to this one alone, the scientific capacity to recognize, even beneath its unassuming veneer, a life worthy of the name, and no longer confuse it with a life with a brilliant veneer but only paltry actual substance. The only teacher worth finding is the one who can teach this capacity. Let us learn from him, for example, how to discern what effects, good or ill, beauty has when it's mixed with wealth or poverty or other traits that make up an individual. Or what happens when subjective characteristics, whether innate or acquired, such as being a bourgeois or a proletarian, an ordinary citizen or a ruler, a strong guy or a weakling, an ignoramus or a learned person, and so on, are blended together. On the basis of these analyses, let us learn above all how to become a subject, and, consequently, how to choose an admirable life rather than a degraded one. For then we will have learned that a life, regardless of how lowly it may seem, is admirable when it's oriented toward justice, and that being oriented toward injustice, no matter how brilliant and famous one may be, is tantamount to ensuring one's own degradation. That's the only criterion. We must hold this conviction in ourselves, even into the world beyond, with as firm a grip as what Lenin, the revolutionary, called the iron discipline of the communist project. Otherwise, when the time comes to choose our new lives, we'll let ourselves be corrupted by the prestige of wealth and the other forms of private or family interest. And in that case we'll choose the lives of tyrants, or of corporate executives, or of stock market mathematicians, or of media blowhards, or of mafiosi in three-piece suits with mansions on the Riviera, or of fawning politicians, or even of sexy teenage pop stars performing on nauseating TV variety shows. Such choices will lead to perpetrating unbearable evil all around us and will make us suffer even more ourselves. If we're well educated by a teacher, though, we'll want to choose an ordinary seeming life, a life neither corrupted by social prestige nor crushed by the demands of mere survival, a life open to the universal adventures of a just subject. That's where everyone's chance for real happiness lies. That's really incredibly interesting, remarked Amantha, the relationship between what's ordinary in someone's life and the chance to be involved in the extraordinary process of creating truth and the subject that's its body. Sure, said Glaucon, but where were we with what happened to the witness of the dead? Socrates then resumed in his Pamphylian voice. At the moment when the herald had thrown into the air the lottery numbers that determined the order in which the dead would choose their new lives, he'd solemnly declared, even he who is the last to choose can acquire a good, pleasant life if he gives his choice serious thought and matches it with vital intensity. Let the one who goes first be careful and the one who goes last not be discouraged. He'd barely finished speaking when the person who'd drawn number one came forward and chose the life of the CEO of the biggest retail conglomerate in his country, the one whose well-known chain of giant box stores, located on the outskirts of every town, bore the names "More is better," "Load your cart," and "Gimme more." Carried away by his insane greed, he'd chosen this life without having bothered to look into all the details. He hadn't realized that this existential fate included, among other horrors, the fact that the CEO, though of course in command of a huge fortune, married to a supermodel and the father of 4 sons, would only be truly sexually attracted to little girls under the age of 7. He'd bribe gangsters to procure them for him, or, all in one day, he'd make round trips in his private jet to far-off Asian countries just to get a blowjob on the sly from a little girl in disgusting public restrooms. Caught in the act during one of these sprees, he'd be arrested, repeatedly beaten, and handed over in prison to thugs who would turn him into a bedraggled sex slave. Once released from prison and deported, he'd return home, where he'd have been deserted by everyone and, as listless as a jellyfish adrift on the water, he'd glom onto a bunch of Russian bums who'd adopt him as their whipping boy, get him forcibly drunk, and send him into fancy restaurants to clown around, until the bouncers would eventually throw him out. In the end he'd be found dead, with his hands and feet frozen, under a bench in a public square. When the lottery winner took a closer look at the kind of life he'd picked, he began to howl, to insist that there'd been a mistake, to beseech the unyielding fates, and to beat his head on the ground. He wanted to die again on the spot, properly done away with this time, rather than 40 years hence, frozen and with his face in his own vomit. Forgetting the warnings of Dora Destiny, no other is to be held responsible, he lashed out at fate, the daemons, and his other dead companions, but never blamed his own blindness. And yet he wasn't a bad guy, far from it. He'd lived in a country that was governed in an orderly fashion, where he'd been a post office clerk. He'd never done anything out of the ordinary, not even been in charge of the local branch of his union, played the trombone in a marching band, biked up a mountain, or read the Brothers Karamazov. But still, he'd died without having done anything out of the ordinary in the sphere of evil either. Moreover, he'd arrived in the enchanting meadow by the easy road that came down from heaven, not by the hard road up from the chasms. In the little town where he lived, the only thing he knew, in terms of wealth, fame, symbols of power, or objects of everyone's envy, was the Load Your Cart supermarket, where he and his wife did their shopping. Which was perhaps the cause of his absurd decision. Of course. Glaucon cut in. When it came time for the crucial decision to be made, we've seen the effects that this poor guy's having been virtuous only through habit and prudence, not philosophy, had on him. Unless, Amantha added, in an attempt to qualify things a bit, throughout his whole mundane life he'd been tormented, without wanting to admit it, by an uncontrollable desire for little girls. So maybe he did make the right choice. But how could we know for sure? Said Socrates in his normal voice. Our friend Er made an interesting observation on this point. The majority of those who choose in this rash way come from heaven. They haven't been schooled in suffering. Those who come from the bowels of the earth have suffered and seen others suffer, and they don't take the choice of a life lightly. If we add to this the chaos created by the lottery, the result is that, generally speaking, the dead trade their previous good lives for bad ones, and vice versa. If, every time life brought them to this world, human beings were imbued with rational philosophy, and if, moreover, they weren't forced by chance to be among the last to choose in the world beyond, it would seem, from what Er reports, that they'd all stand a good chance of living happily on our earth, and even of traveling back and forth between this world and the next, by the level road from the openings in the sky rather than by the steep road from the underground chasms. But how did Er himself finish his story? Glaucon asked impatiently. Socrates resumed the story in his Pamphylian tenor voice. The way the dead made their choices was an enlightening, pathetic, and occasionally riveting sight. Most of the choices made were in fact dictated by the habits of their previous lives. I saw the French poet Mallarmé choose the life of a swan because he'd devoted many magnificent poems to that bird and was particularly obsessed by it. A swan of old remembers it is he. 5. I saw the Italian tenor Pavarotti choose, foolishly, in my opinion, the life of a nightingale. The person who'd drawn number 700,627 was none other than our famous Emperor Alexander the Great. Unaccustomed to having such a humble rank, he chose the life of a lion to compensate for it, since the goddesses of the world beyond have seen fit to grant me only a humiliating position, he said arrogantly, at least on earth I will be the indisputable king of beasts. I saw a female textile worker gleefully snap up the life of a machine tool repairer. The machine really took it all out of me, so now I'm going to take it all out of the machine. A little farther along came Agamemnon. As is common knowledge, he'd had to sacrifice his daughter so that 10 years of a war as bloody as it was unjustified might begin. No sooner had he returned home than his own wife, with the help of her lover, had slit his throat while he was in his bath. That had inspired in him a profound disgust of war and a holy horror of the female sex. Consequently, he chose the life of a puny homosexual, unfit for military service. I saw a soccer player from a very minor provincial team, barely out of childhood, who died from an overdose of performance-enhancing drugs. To my great surprise, he chose the life of a star of that sport, World famous, of course, but who would die at around 35 under suspicious circumstances. I was about to warn him, but he clapped his hand over my mouth. Quiet. I'll be an incredible player, and that's all I care about. I saw Thomas Jefferson, the famous President of the United States, racked with guilt for having used, the man of the Enlightenment, a stock of slaves for his own benefit, choose the life of a fugitive Negro living in dire poverty in the snows of Canada. I saw a clown choose the life of an ape. I saw Hypatia, the great mathematician of Alexandria, who was murdered by fanatic Christians in the 5th century, choose the life of Emmy Noether, the great German mathematician of the 20th century. Unlike the false god, she said, mathematics has the infinite power to allow us to think beyond the boundaries of what it has become at any given time. It was Odysseus to whom chance had allotted the last place. The memory of his arduous wanderings had cured him of all ambition. He spent ages trying to find the life of some ordinary person who'd been completely uninvolved in public affairs. With difficulty he managed to ferret out, off in a corner, the hard-working, never-changing life of a poor, industrious checkout woman at More is Better, who, as she was the single mother of 4 children, got up every day at 5 a.m., did the housework, mended the clothes, washed the sheets, counted her pennies out one by one, and had nothing but the routine of domestic life to fill up her existence. Needless to say, none of the other dead had wanted that life. Odysseus immediately took it and said that even if chance had given him first dibs, he would have made the exact same choice. When all the dead had finished choosing their lives, they went over to Dora Destiny in the order established by the initial lottery. The fate allotted to each of them the incorporeal angel befitting the life he'd chosen and who would be its invisible guardian. This angel instantly sparked in its appointed human being the desire to go over to Lucia Liberty and to take in his hands the silk thread, the symbol of the universe. Thus his life choice was regarded as having been made freely. He would then go over to where Delia Dreamy was weaving, and this time the choice was regarded as irreversible. Never able to go back, each of them next proceeded to the foot of Nadia Necessity's throne, paused for a while there, respectfully or ironically, depending on their personality, then ended up, behind the throne, in the desolate, stifling, pitiless plain through which the river of forgetfulness flows. After a whole day of walking and feeling intensely thirsty, we all camped out together in the evening on the banks of that strange river whose water cannot be held by any vessel. You were then allowed to drink right from the river a given amount of water that was determined by your angel. Those not held back by any sense of caution and whose lungs were parched by the long crossing of the desert drank without restraint. In any case, once you'd drunk you'd forget everything. Nevertheless, those who'd obeyed the angel and drunk circumspectly would someday be able to remember a few bits and pieces of their experience in the world beyond, while the others would never be able to do so. That's amazing. Amantha interrupted him. That's the whole secret of the famous doctrine of reminiscence. But Socrates, ignoring her comment, went on, with the requisite accent. We were sleeping on the shores of the intangible waters when all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, there was a clap of thunder and an earthquake, and all the dead were sent flying every which way. They sped away like shooting stars to the places of their new births. As for me, I'd been forbidden to drink the water of the river of forgetfulness. Obviously. Or I wouldn't be here telling you this story. But where I got my earthly body back from, and how, I have no idea. I suddenly saw myself lying on the funeral pyre from which I'm speaking to you right now, and from which, as well, now that I've finished telling my story, I'll shut up. A long silence ensued in the balmy night that had now fallen over their exhaustion and emotion. They knew that it was the end of this tremendous adventure in words, thoughts, and dreams. Here, in this harborside villa, something for the ages had taken place. And they'd been observers far more than participants in it, so this having taken place moved them deeply, as would a long declaration of love inseparable from a kind of ultimate abandonment. For they had the responsibility of telling and retelling, on their own, the immense arc of their dialogue. Socrates, as he knew, still had to tell the end, which had come just as night had fallen. He did so concisely. It's with this myth that we can conclude. It can be a source of salvation for us, if we trust in what it teaches us. We have the ability to cross the river of forgetfulness easily and to raise the individuals that we are to the level of subjects. And then we can be sure, capable as we doubtless are of the greatest evil, selfishness, but also of the greatest good, truths, that the upward leading path that allows us, in accordance with the rules of justice and true thought, to participate in a certain kind of eternity, is open to us. We'll be on good terms with ourselves and the other then, in the circumstances of this world as in the worlds unknown to us. We'll find in ourselves the prizes that the winners of the Olympics are awarded by their friends, families, and countries. And, in doing the work from which eternal truths proceed, we'll learn what happiness is.